Inca, why they are all crying every single day right now, the Chimamanda's letter kind of neutralizes every single plan they've taken about weeks and months to plan. All these things that we are doing now, there are a set of people within their think tanks that have been, hatching how they want to implement this. But just what Chimamanda did actually neutralized it, because the plan was to rewrite the history of what happened on 25th. That was their plan. Their plan was to rewrite the history. But with that letter that Chimamanda sent to Joe Biden, Chimamanda actually detailed account of what happened. So the reason why they are so mad right now is that they cannot rewrite the history, which was actually their plan. Their plan was to go and rewrite the history. Then after rewriting the history, they turn around and paint obedience as the aggressors. That's why the Chimamanda's letter is so painful to them. It is so painful, and the level of inroads that the letter is making in the Western world is just unprecedented. And so right now, their camp is in a mess because they don't know actually the level of propaganda now they can use. That's why you see all of them every single day now. They are bringing one article or the other because they cannot stand it. Because their plan was to change the narrative and rewrite the history of what happened. So thank you, Chimamanda Adichie. Thank you so much for this. You were actually made for this moment. Because they deployed Wole Soyinka for that reason. Because Lai Mohammed was in Washington pushing that story. Then they felt that Wole Soyinka is another person that's going to back it up with these fascism comments. So that the international media will pick it up there and start writing those stories. It was all coordinated. It was a coordinated attempt developed by their think tank. But unfortunately, they met their Waterloo. So thank you, Chimamanda Adichie. Thank you. History is going to judge you right because you stood at the right time to tell the world what actually happened in the elections. They cannot rewrite the story. They can't.
Can anybody hear Savik?
Yeah, I think a call came through for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Savik, are you there?
Well, he will keep him up here till he comes back. Let's
Okay.
quickly go with AGK. AGK, how are you doing, sir?
Thank you very much, Zos, and thank you, Emir Saddam and my brother Sizu. You guys continue to, make us proud. Let me start my submission by saying that the DSS people and all security agencies listening to us can do us a world of good and for some reason stop this senseless bleeding in Benue State. Stop this bloodletting in Benue State. I don't understand what is going on in Benue State, but for some reason...
May they leave gate. Who go open gate when Oga come back? No, for you. They're busy. May they leave gate.
We are not killing grasshoppers in Benue State for God's merciful sake. These are human beings. 46 and above was killed some days back, and reports I'm getting now suggest that another 30-something have been killed. APC, please, you can't leave government and it's just tears, sorrow, and blood. Security agencies should please, our international community, help us. We're crying out now. This is SOS. Let us stop this killing of human beings in Benue State. I don't know what Benue did to APC.
Ejikeme, according to the current elections, it was an APC pastor that won in Benue State. Is there any hope for Benue moving forward? What do you think?
Well, at this moment, Nigeria does not talk about religion. We're talking about individuals. If it's going to take an imam to stop the bleeding in Benue State right now, let's have that imam. If we're going to have an atheist to stop this carnage in Benue State, let's have it. I'm above religion and ethnicity and tribalism. I've said it several times on this platform, and I'll continue
No,
to hold that.
the governor, the outgoing governor, Sam Otom, was PDP. The one who won, if we don't go into petitions, is APC. So I'm asking, does that give them some reprieve? With an APC governor there now, things don't seem to have changed. Which is more worrisome. It wasn't more about the religion they are from than the fact that under the PDP governor for the last 8 years, it was a bloodbath, and then an APC guy wins it, and you think that okay, but it's still the bloodbath continues. This is worrisome.
Yes, my brother, it is very worrisome. And let us also not forget that Otom started actually as an APC, guy before
God bless you. I was
he
just
moved
about to
True
over
say
to
that.
that.
PDP.
True that.
Yeah,
Cross
so
carpeters.
he moved over. He has just been, jumping ship and all of that. He's only having a soft landing because he in the APC cloak has now realized that it's not about party anymore. That his people are bleeding. People are dying every day. These are not animals, like lower animals. These are human beings created in God's own image. For goodness sakes, APC, we are in the period of Easter, where we cry unto our Lord and thank him for laying down his lives. People are laying down their lives for senseless reasons in Benue State. I do not understand what is going on. Every day it looks worse. It is bleak. There's a dark cloud hovering around Benue State. These are human beings. We may not all be from Benue State, but these are human beings, for crying out loud. The international organization should beam a searchlight on Benue State right now. It is becoming crazy, right? That's number one. And then two is also the bloodletting right now that has emanated from the Hausa Fulani clashes in Sokoto State. Unfortunately, these are states that we always believe that they had governors that could, change things, governors that had sense. But I think it's beyond the governors now. So that's why I'm calling on the security agencies, the international community, to please help Nigerians stop this bloodletting. That's the worst part of being a Nigerian right now. Because these are human beings that are dying, for goodness sake. APC, what is wrong with you people? Buhari, what is wrong? Are you going to leave government and then you leave more ghosts? People are dying every day. Stop this killing, please. I don't understand it anymore. Anyway, that's one. Then two, I think the pension, we're talking about. It's unfortunate that we have leaders that outgoing idiot in the NAS is pushing a bill to stop medical doctors that the government of Nigeria didn't financially train, didn't sponsor their education, from going abroad, right? Having to force them to probably sign some kind of undertaking to stay 5 years in Nigeria practicing before they're eligible to travel abroad, which is a travesty in its sense, which also goes against the fundamental human rights of every human being to movement, right? And I believe that bill is going to die a natural death. That's one side. Now, when we have governors and former public office holders, we need a law that says if a state governor finishes a 4-year or 8-year term, he goes home with perhaps a slashed amount of reasonable pension and gratuity, right? But not what it is right now. But when that particular person moves on to a new political office, whether lower or higher, if a former state governor moves to the Senate, for example, the current existing political office should take precedent. He should drop everything that he was taking as governor, because that office has ended and he has taken another political office. What kind of Nigeria is this? What kind of country is this? He's taking pensions and gratuities as an ex-governor, and then he's also going to take pensions and gratuities as an ex-senator. What is this? I mean, no, this doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. And this is how we cut this cost of governance that we're talking about. This is how we make political office less attractive to these criminals. to these career politicians. It does not make sense. So please, that's my one take on that. Once you move from one particular political office or the other, it invalidates the old one. You will see that when we have a bill or a law in this regard, most of these former governors will not want to go to the Senate because the pensions and gratuity of a former governor would obviously be more interesting and juicy than that of a senator. And that's how it should be, actually. You know, the waste and the looting and the criminality that we're trying to stop is why Nigeria is going down the drain. It's unfortunate, really. Then Chimamanda Adichie's letter is, oh my God, it just one stroke of a pen neutralized the waste of resources that Mr. Lai Mohammed went to the US, you know, to gaslight Nigerians about. Yes, Chimamanda Adichie just stayed somewhere and released the letter, and it does appear that Mr. Lai Mohammed's visit became null and void. A friend of mine called me to say, did we actually elect a drug baron as president of Nigeria? And I said, and this particular person was calling me from Canada. I said, well, the truth of the matter is that INEC selected him. He wasn't truly elected by the people. So he holds an illegitimate mandate, and that mandate will be returned. So, but that tells you how the international community reads, rather than, you know, they see videos and operas of what is happening in Nigeria. So for those who have the gift of writing, keep writing and keep making it public. They have read it and they have found out the truth. They now know that something really bad is happening in Nigeria. Lastly, please allow me this last minute. The next thing that APC will do right now is to start intimidating the judges that will probably take over these petition tribunal cases. Just like the playbook Buhari used when he started with, you know, unleashing the DSS on the Supreme Court judges in Rivers State and some other places, that is probably what they are going to do right now, to intimidate them to probably give a judgment on technicalities. But unfortunately, we have drugs trafficking, criminal forfeiture of over 500,000, right? We have issues of certificate forgery and perjury. Tinubu cannot go away with this. He can't. It's not possible. This is an Achilles heel, right? So no matter the intimidation of these judges, we are here to encourage them to do the right thing. And that is the only way we'll get Nigeria working again. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Savik. I don't know if you're back and you want to.
I heard. Make I give you one
Yeah.
obedience, violence. I give you one gist. I hear say Dati. He replied Wole Soyinka through one of his Labour Party aides that he's down to debate with Wole Soyinka. So me, I won't come begin vex for that. I mean, this Dati they mad. Be like saying I don't go debate. You want to debate everybody. They don't say Dati added the caveat that as long as Wole Soyinka comes with Bola Ahmed Tinubu for the debate. This Dati they find problem. Oh God, where they go find this? Where they find this guy from? I beg. Continue, please.
That's it. Don't go
Yeah,
keep person.
Zos. I don't know if you.
Savik, welcome
just
back.
finish.
Yeah. We lost you there.
Just to pick up from what NC said, you know, one of the greatest thing that happens to this PROB movement is Dati Baba Ahmed. If you read the article that the senior brother wrote about a week or 2 weeks ago about Dati Ahmed, you would notice that Dati Ahmed is a strong man on his own. He is someone that, you know, if he believes in something, he can go to any length to achieve that. And we are glad that Peter Obi was able to convince Dati Ahmed to join the ticket. What Dati's elder brother wrote on that article, for those of you that have not read it, please go and read it. He said that their family actually split into two because Dati accepted to work with Peter Obi. A lot of things happened within their family. Even their nuclear family, the extended family, a lot of, you know, the Baba Ahmed family in Kaduna, everybody knows them. You know, that article, the way he painted it is that Dati stood his ground. After having looked at P2B's record and what P2B stands for, that Dati Ahmed looked them in the eye and told them that he is going to join this ticket. He is going to join it. So he was just trying to tell Nigerians to keep the faith. He was trying to tell them to keep the faith because Dati Ahmed has been going through a lot. What P2B is passing through in the hands of the federal government, Dati Ahmed is passing through the same thing in the hands of those establishments in the north that feel that someone like P2B and Dati Ahmed shouldn't go anywhere close to Aso-Rock. So we thank God for him, for the kind of grace and the kind of tenacity that he brought to the ticket, and for standing firm. Even as we're discussing it now, a lot of pressure are being mounted on him, actually, to actually sabotage the ticket, to sabotage the tribunal. But the man has kept on telling them that no, it is not about the North. It's about saving Nigeria. That's what Dati Ahmed has been telling them. He said, no, it's not about the North. It's not about religion. It's not about your ethnicity. It's about saving Nigeria. And that was why he came to channels and made that comment that shook the establishment. So every single one of us, we should be very, very grateful to Dati Baba Ahmed. He is another strong pillar that a lot of people are not talking about enough. What he has done to the political establishment in the North is unprecedented. And that is why they can't even arrest him, because he actually told them, he looked them in the eye and told them that you guys actually did something that is unconstitutional. And they know about it. So once we have some of these stories, let's magnify it. If you've not read that article about the elder brother wrote about Dati Ahmed, please go and read it and magnify it, tweet about it. People need to understand what Dati Ahmed is equally passing through, irrespective of what P2B himself is passing through. They are under heavy attack every single day. And I'm glad the two came together. And by the special grace of God, these two is going to lead Nigeria to a better place. I yield my mic at this point. Thank you, Caesar.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Safi. God bless you.
Please, Suzo, can we trend APC is a terrorist party? Please, guys, I'm going to keep talking about this because we cannot accommodate terrorists anymore in our land. There is no room for terrorism in the world right now. And we live in a country where the ruling party is in cahoots with terrorists because PDP did not rehabilitate terrorists. It was APC that came out and rehabilitated terrorists. And if you remember, an army general even said a terrorist or a reformed terrorist can be a president of the country. What country in the world is a terrorist the president? Please, we can't have terrorism in the country anymore. We need to trend that hashtag urgently, please and please.
There's
and
even one
please.
Google article I have. 83,000 insurgents surrender to the Nigerian army. I have never heard this anywhere in the world. If you go to the word rehabilitate terrorists, bandits on Google, you'll be very shocked. It's all there. Now, just a quick rundown of reintegrated into the Nigerian army. On 24th of January 2023, Nigerian army received over 100 Boko Haram terrorists. He said more than 3,005 of them had been reintegrated into the army. And, those of them, more than 3,005 of them had been reintegrated into their home communities. And over 100 Boko Haram terrorists had been reintegrated into the army. So I don't understand. That's like saying that the United States caught terrorists in Iraq, Afghanistan, created Guantanamo Bay, took them there, and then somebody came up with the bright idea of, hey, let's involve all of these guys and absorb them into the United States Army. And then the United States emptied out Guantanamo Bay, telling everybody that, hey, after 3 or 4 years of imprisonment, these guys have been they'll say what they use, like they have been rehabilitated. That was the word. And then we are currently reintegrating some of them into the army. It will be absurd. The United States government did not do that. So I don't know why they would allow Nigeria have such a thing going on. Please try and understand that a terrorist cartel took over this country. And the sooner we handle it as such, to the point that they have brainwashed a certain set of our citizens that the youth of their party do not even condemn the actions that these people take, especially when they squander millions, billions, and trillions of naira on frivolities. You will never hear their youth talk about it. If that is not fascism, I don't know what else is. Are you?
Thank you very much, Sizzle. And if you recall, the sharing of money did not ever start today. During the pandemic, the humanitarian minister said she shared billions and billions and tens of billions of naira. I don't know anybody that has received it. Please, if you know somebody in your family or you know someone that received the humanitarian largesse, please let us know. Please let us know. Because this 800 million they're about to share must be the last straw. It must be the last straw. Ohaikena, please come in here now. Chief Ohaikena.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Saddam Sizzle. Mr. Zos, good evening. Ogajimi.
Yeah, that COVID money was 500 billion naira. I remember from the humanitarian ministry was embezzled. Continue, Aikena.
Have we forgotten that these people hoarded Indomie during the same COVID period? Which money they share? Guys, I don't know. Nigeria, we have kept quiet for far too long. I'll quickly start with the ex-governor's pension. And we're talking about who started it. The man himself, Tinubu. Let's not forget that the BDSM president, vice president of today, was the attorney general who drafted that.
Signed it into law. God bless you.
Drafted that law for Tinubu. He was the attorney general of Lagos from 1999 to 2007. The same man who calls himself a son and went on TV and told Nigerians that they will declare a parallel government, and it is not an incitement of the population. They are the ones crying foul today. Let me remind Lagosians here, those who are shouting Yoruba Ronu and our Lagos, that Tinubu is a frequent visitor to France. Based on that law, it means every treatment he has been receiving from France, from UK, is paid for by the Lagos state government. He has been out of the country for more than 2 weeks now. The hospital bills, everything paid for by Lagos state government. It is a pity that our country is being run aground by just a few people. My question is, are we actually ready as a people? Can we actually get up and say enough is enough, and we occupy every fucking state government house in the 36 states of the country and Aso Rock as well? Can we as a people get to that extent? Killings every day, terrorism every day. Can we actually wake up one day and say, this one not too much, all die now die, may we enter streets? Straight to government houses across 36 states, because it is becoming very annoying. Mr. Zos, you were talking about the DSS and how many of them do we have in Nigeria? I went to Google that of police. We have roughly 371,800 policemen in Nigeria. I can tell you that we have less than 10,000, at most 20,000 DSS officials in Nigeria. So instead of them to do their work to prevent crimes, what they are doing, according to Sizzle, is to be gate men and women, and carrying bags for Madam Governor's wife and others. That is the country that we have. Still on the financing of Boko Haram, as Jimmy has brought out us later, we remember that news last year, September, that they arrested this Alhaji Tukur Mamu, the negotiator of Boko Haram and the people, the bomb blast in the Kaduna train. What happened to that man till today? We don't know. I'm sure he has been released. I'm sure he was freed. It is really sad. Muslims are fasting. Oh. It is not just Christians doing Easter. Muslims are fasting. And the same people who went to slaughter innocent people yesterday, 2 days ago, kidnapped children in Zamfara, they are Muslims. They will pray to God. I don't know the God they are praying to. We have a sad nation. A sad nation. That is, sometimes I sit down and I think, how did we allow ourselves to degenerate to this level of carnage as a people? How did we allow ourselves? Spending money anyhow, like we have all agreed, and Peter Obi said, it is not about revenue problem, it is spending problem. Let me paint a picture. 12 billion naira for 10 fire trucks. Give that money to Innocent Motors and tell Innocent Motors, this is the specification of fire trucks you should build for us. If you don't have the staff, hire the workers to do it. You have indirectly plugged that money into the Nigeria economy. You will not look for dollars for exchange. You will pull some youths out of the street. You will teach them skills, and you will also recruit engineers that will continue to maintain those fire trucks for the next 10, 15 years. You have developed your country, but Nigeria will never ever do it because they know they will not get their cut from such deals. They will never. I will join NCs in appealing to the hopeless, useless. I will first of all insult you all first, and the cornified children of APC. When these things start, all of us go feel the pain. You people should better speak up. We are fighting for a country. We are not fighting for a party. We are fighting for a better Nigeria for all of us. You and I. You and I. Those innocent children kidnapped in Zamfara, they are neither APC or PDP. They are neither of them. They are neither Labour Party. The ones killed in Benue, they are neither APC or PDP. Madam Bolanle that was killed on Christmas Eve in Lagos State, she was neither APC or PDP with her 2 twins in her belly. She was neither APC. Somebody posted a picture recently of his own sister dying in front of loot. That girl was not APC or PDP. Even in Abuja, a guy had an accident. They rushed him to Central Hospital, Abuja. They not get anything to do X-ray for him. Before they carry that boy, go Kubwa, go do X-ray, come back to Federal Medical Center, Abuja. The boy don't die. He was neither APC, PDP, or Labour Party. He was just a Nigerian like you and I. We are fighting for a country because if he explode, now all of us go suffer around. Finally, to Adichie, Chief Adichie. She's a brilliant woman. I live in Europe, and I can tell you her books are studied across European university. Her books are studied across European universities. My German friends talk about her a lot. They love her to the moon. For me, I have discovered that she's the most popular Nigerian right now among the white folks. And she's doing the best to salvage her country. She's comfortable. She's living a good life. She's not like the pastor Okezie that Saddam posted up here that is suffering, but supporting a devilish government. We must rescue our country. And finally, when we get this mandate, I beg, violencers, we go drag Peter Obi. See all these governors, they must go jail. My honor to see all of them for jail, including Buhari, VP, and all of them. These people must go jail for all they have done to us. They're supposed to go jail. Make Obi enter first. We go drag them for this platform. Obi must send them to jail. Thank you. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. I cannot. Gaboni. After Gaboni, we'll take Stein. Gaboni, are you here? Gaboni?
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I won't take much time in this. A lot of people have said so many things, but what I want to say is this. What we're doing right now, this fight we are fighting, is a fight for survival of this nation, because so many things have gone wrong in this nation, and we cannot continue, this nation cannot continue on this trajectory. And that was why the interview done by our vice president candidate Tatia made is something that he spoke truth to power, because he spoke it as it is. A Tinubu presidency is an illegitimate presidency, and it will give justification to the fact that Nigeria has become a banana republic where anything goes. Now look at what is happening in Port Harcourt with Wike and what he's doing. It's going to understand that impunity is now the order of the day in this country, and everybody do anything they like, because the security agencies are a disgrace. Now look at what they're saying. Our DSS are now the ones carrying bag for first ladies. They want holding food. First lady go party, say won't do buffet, and they will go hold food for them. Go carry their plate of food, go their seats. It is a shame. It is a shame. APC have bastardized all the institutions in this country. Completely bastardized all of them. We always say if we don't kill APC, APC is going to kill this country. The time is now. If we don't kill this party called APC, nothing will be left in this country anymore. Nothing will be left in this country. Because sometimes I try to imagine the level of their evil. Like the level is like I can't even quantify it. They sit with the devil himself. They sit with the devil himself. APC is worse than a terrorist organization. Worse than it. They fund terrorism. They encourage it. They are the ones like this country has never been this bad. And the worst is that they will come and gaslight you to make you believe that under Buhari, the insecurity have been better than what we had in during below Jonathan. And so many people will believe they are one of their worst tactics, gaslighting. Look at how they come to gaslight people that nobody died in Lekki toll gate. That's what they want to come and do by saying this shameless grandfather Lai Mohammed to America to do, so that it will seem like we are just troublemakers online. When I read that Amanda's post letter, I was so proud of her. Like what she did for us, she came through for us. Like she came through for us. She was a voice that countered every other lie APC is going to say. Even the future lie, the future propaganda, that I later have countered it in advance. May God bless her anywhere she is. May God bless her. And to all of us coming on this church of violence, sometimes we plan for this violence space. Listen, what we are doing now will be talked about in years to come by the generation coming. We are fighting for survival of this nation. It is not impossible. We are going to win this war, and we are winning the war. That's why they are jittery. That's why they are scared, and that's why they are using everything within their power to make sure that they are being sworn in. But at the end, justice shall prevail. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Gaboni. Let's take you, Stein Lee. I am Stein. I am Stein.
Yeah, so now Stanley. This is Stanley. My name is Stanley. Good evening, guys. I think most people have said much, yeah. Especially my namesake, Ejikeme. I'm from Imo State, and Sizu, tell us our own pension. I don't know what that blood-sucking demon governor of ours. I don't know his own entitlement after his tenure expire. I don't know. Does Imo State have that crazy what do they call it? Do they have that same crazy kind of pension structure? I don't know. because that man don't deserve a penny from us. He don't wipe. He has almost wiped the entire citizens of the entire Imolites. But there's God. What I want to say is that, see, APC is just the definition of what the Bible said in John chapter 10 verse 10. The thief only comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. That is what APC is all about, and you can see they are looting, they're also killing, and they have destroyed the country already. There's nothing good about APC. APC is the worst thing that has ever happened to Nigeria since we gained independence. APC is just, I think it's just like maybe God used it to punish us, maybe for our sins. I just think so. Maybe it's our punishment. Our own dies.
If you want to hear something ironic, do you want to hear something, my brother?
Yeah, go on.
Are you ready? Okay. In the year 2020, Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State assented to a bill, literally approved a bill, repealing the law that created pension allowances and gratuities for former governors, deputy governors, assembly speakers, and deputy speakers. He signed the bill into law in Owerri, May 23rd, 2020. Now, this is what is interesting. Please listen carefully. The governor noted that this law actually runs contrary to the 1999 Nigerian Constitution as amended, which stipulates that a pensioner must have worked for at least 10 years, which no governor qualifies for if the maximum tenure for a governor is 8 years. And also, the pensioner must up to be 45 years of age, which no governor qualifies for because many of them are beyond that age. But the first rule states that you are only eligible for a pension in this country if you have worked at that job for at least 10 years, and no governor is eligible for that, considering the fact that their highest tenure is 8 years. Governor Hope Uzodinma said he regretted a situation where some of the beneficiaries of these pension payments also got huge amount of money as salaries and allowances in other positions they occupied, such as serving as senators or members of the House of Reps. He said this law is inconsistent and Imo State repealed it as far back as May 23rd, 2020. You might have to give the man a round of applause. Sometimes a broken clock strikes right at least twice a day. Are you?
That man got happy quiet that place because
he obviously did that to spite the governor, to spite Rochas, clearly. He might squeeze it in upon his retirement or something like that. But as facts stand, Imo State has no such pension law. It was repealed in 2020, unless someone can prove to me that it was brought back in the last 3 years. Are you?
Yes.
No.
Yes. If I may button.
Okay.
Our eyes will still be on him because my brother Adichie, we are both from the same state. Because it's not about repealing the law. What does he do eventually by the time he's leaving, right? It's not about just repealing it. This might be a politically calculated attempt, to spite the people he took power from. But what does he go with eventually by the time he leaves office? That's the most important thing. The end again justifying the means. Thank you.
So, like I'm saying, like that man he doesn't even deserve even a year in that office because he has done more harm than good. Like we can't even travel to the east anymore. Like you can't even have a normal funeral. Like it's crazy. Though I'm from Olu, and our zone has produced the governors for 16 years now. Like I said for Ohakim. We have been producing from Ashiku Denwa to Rochas and now Hope, but I don't think that I think another zone should take over because Hope have done more harm than good to us. Well, something I want to say is that I want to give a shout out to our middle beds brothers and sisters that came to this platform on Thursday. On Thursday was the first time in my life that I realized that even the Plateau was not even a northern, it's not an Hausa speaking state. I never knew that they have such ethnic groups and and different tribes there. I never knew. Even the name I was hearing, I was thinking it was a Chinese name. I never knew. And those people, like the culture and everything, I did my own research and I realized that those people are very unique. And I just pray PO just get his mandate and and change the whole thing, because those people, for me, I think they have been sidelined for a very long time, And another thing I want to say is that me, I'm more concerned about the court case, because that is where my mind is. That is where my mind is. I don't care what is happening. Like our DG said on Arise News, I think is it earlier this week, I think it Tuesday or Wednesday, said something. He said he has gone through that petition, and it will only take miracle for those people to survive that petition, that he has read everything, and it's just like it's as clear as 1 + 1 is equals to 2. So there's no way to prove otherwise that 1 + 1 is not 2 anymore. So, and I think that is why maybe they have met those lawyers, the judges, and the judges have told them that, see, you see this case, now no go survive, just find another way to just change this whole thing, because if this thing gets to court, like if this court case is being heard, we were in trouble. So I think that is why they're just jumping up and down and doing all those, causing chaos and commotion and all those things, trying to hijack our party and all those things. All I know is that if they do finish, what the will of God will be done. That is what I know. And I want to thank PO for his calmness and everything. Like that man calmness needs to be studied in school, because me, I'm hot-tempered. I can't take those. I don't take those kind of things now. If you tell me one, I tell you two. Anyhow you do, and we'll carry him anyhow you want him. So I just thank God for this man. Like, it's just like the man was really prepared for this, and I want to thank the Vawulencers in this space and everything you guys have been doing. Keep pushing the works by Hemia Saddam, Sizuzos, Otumba Jimmy. I never see the kind of I don't know how to call you investigating journalism or what I will call. I don't know what I will call you, Jimmy. You are too much. Like the way you dig out facts from nowhere, like out of nothing. Man, you guys are doing a very good job. Uncle Savik, you guys are doing a very good job, and thank you guys. Ijikeme, salute.
Thank you very much, my brother. God bless you so much. I appreciate your time coming to the Vawulence space every time and your contributions. You guys are the real MVP in this movement, and I'm going to be very, very honest and truthful about it. So thank you very much for sticking to the side of truth, justice, fairness, equity. We're going to win this war by the special grace of God. All right, let's take my brother Shiloh, and we'll go with Kolade afterwards. Shiloh, good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Yes, my brother. I greet you. I greet everybody. Sizu, Jimmy, MR. I felt compelled to come and talk about something in terms of this thing that Ole Soyinka termed us as, which is fascism. I wanted to add a bit of history for us to really understand why we are fighting against, why we're resisting this claim. Now, Sizu gave a very good definition, and I thank you for that. That is a clear definition of what fascism is. Last week, I think it was Grandmaster that gave a little bit of the history of where it came from. And in summary, this term was coined during the reign of Benito Mussolini in Italy, who was a role model to Adolf Hitler, right? Now, because Hitler liked the way this man was moving and this way he was behaving, based on the definition that Sizu has given us, right? There were certain things he needed to get to power, and there are certain instruments he used. One of the instruments he used was a group called the SA. The SA was headed by a guy called Ernst Röhm. Ernst Röhm was very good friends with Hitler. Now, what was this SA? SA was a militia. The SA was a militia that led most of the ransacking of people's homes. They were the thugs that were used to bamboozle all the people, all the Jews, and all the people that they saw as against the Nazi party. right? Now, as that went on, after some time, when Hitler got what he wanted, there was another group that came to Hitler and said, hey, I think you need to begin to distance yourself from this SA because they are ruffians. That was the Schutzstaffel, the SS, headed by Heinrich Himmler. When they were when they were talking to him, eventually one thing led to another. The head of that SA, of the thugs, was killed in 1934. Now, if you look at who did the graft work to get Hitler where he is, it was this SA, right? And why is very funny is because it's so uncanny the similarities you see with the Jagaban army or the so-called Jagaban army and the actions of the APC on May 25th and May the 18th. A militia, a group of thugs that went against everybody that was not voting them, that was not supporting them. If I were to ask you, with this brief description I've given, what does that look like? What does the APC thug, what does MC Olumo look like? What does Jagaban army look like? And also, what does the young progressives or whatever the hell they call themselves look like? These are the people that Wole Soyinka is saying that you and I are. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Well, have we gone anywhere? Have we gone to beat anybody up? Have we killed anybody? Have we bullied anybody out of voting? This is why it's very, very important that we stamp out this claim or this attribution, this term that has been attributed to obedience. It is a very dangerous precedent, especially in international perspectives. Wole Soyinka could have used different things, different terms, but the fact that he used that term is something we should not take for granted. In terms of the actions and inactions of the government, from the definition Sizu gave, how can you relate that to the obedience if you are being honest with yourself? When all is said and done, you will see that everything everybody has said here is very valid to the point that they are trying to label us as a terrorist, as a threat with terrorist inclinations. Meanwhile, the actions of this same ruling party is just like the actions of the SA and the SS and the entire Nazi party. Because tell me, how in the hell you would have people dying on a daily and this government just shows a blind eye? Saddam, Sizu, if I was to tell you, if I was to point you to the recruitment process of the Nigerian army over the past 6 years, especially under Buratai, you break your screen. The number of unqualified personnel that have been given promotions or have been absorbed into the army, it is alarming. If you could take time, anybody, please just go and do your own research. This is why you would see that when we are talking about what we're fighting against, it is not just a joke. These people have instituted a deliberate system that will break down any institutional strength from any angle, especially with security. The SS that we're laughing about or talking about, you would think that is far-fetched. I mean, the DSS. It is the truth. Their allegiances are to these people that have been feeding them. And there is no way a country will survive with this kind of establishment. So anytime they throw this thing at you, this fascism that they say we should not talk about, please look at the little history I've given. and look at all the stakeholders, and tell me who looks like who. We are the only ones that are actually seeing it as it is on this same space. We always restrain ourselves, even when blood is hot. Do you think it was easy on that week of the 25th to say everybody calm down? No. Do you think if we were actually fascists, do you think that there won't be blood on the streets?
They call us fascists, but Atiku is the only presidential candidate that has led a protest.
Help me. This is what I'm talking about. So
Okay.
when they are trying to pin this on you, go back to history. Look at the family tree of fascism and tell me if APC doesn't look exactly like that. And the people don't know that these thugs, they don't know that when they are done with them, they will discard them and make sure that they don't have any affiliations with them. The same way you see what is happening, this internal bandits or terrorists, the same way they brought them in 2015 to scatter the place if Goodluck did not agree. And we're still dealing with the consequences of that till today, because APC decided to rely on plausible deniability. They brought them in, but when they got what they want and they had no need for them, they said, okay, go and plunder. We don't want to have anything to do with you. And now who bears the brunt? The citizenry. These are the threads we need to pull and use it to put their feet to the fire. It is no joke. The entire security architecture is compromised. There are so many things I cannot speak about on this space. But trust me, one thing that we need to keep doing is this pressure that we're piling. It is effective because there are people within these institutions that are doing what they can do within their capacity. But the bolder we get, the more we pile this pressure, the bolder they become. There is nobody coming to, that saying, don't meet your heroes, because when you meet them, you'll be disappointed. Everybody looked at Wole Soyinka as somebody. And yes, he has made his achievements. But another important lesson is leaving while the ovation is loudest. You came, you brought yourself down, and you now tagged an entire movement that genuinely wants something better as fascist. Shame on you, sir. Shame on you. Now, whatever your legacy is up to you. And that is why everybody is connecting to what Chief Adichie wrote. Because if you thought that it was only you that wanted better, that letter explains every single thing that we're talking about. And that's why there is an emotional connection. We don't get money, but this thing is not just in your head. It is real. And what you're fighting against, what you're fighting for, is justified. On that note, I don't know, Sizu, please, if you can, when you have time, go and read through the Nazi history. And you'll be able to connect the dots with what the APC is how the APC is behaving right now. Just go and look at SA and SS. I swear to God, I feel like
APC is one of those people. They have a huge psychiatric problem. They insult you with the things that they are most guilty of. So when APC calls you a fascist, it means that something about them is fascist, or they're about to be exposed as fascist. So they throw the fascism tag to you early enough in the simple tactics of give a dog a bad name so that you can hang it. It's a well-known tactic of them, but thankfully, we are the majority. We won that election by a landslide victory, and we'll prove that in any court of law. And even worse, Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Shettima do not even qualify to have run in that election in the first place. So even if there'll be a rerun, they will not even qualify for that rerun. This is just plain and simple, and you can see from how they're depleting the Nigerian treasury, from how they're trying to split the country, that obviously, because nobody will burn $800 million, 21 billion naira on a stadium, 13 $38 million on 10 fire trucks if they plan to hand over to their fellow party member. So they obviously know that the game is up and it's cash out season, wreck Nigeria and Japa when the Supreme Court gives its order. So for now, we'll just stay prayerful and just keep our eyes on the ball. Thank you.
Correct. It's cash out season for Buhari. And
But I
that's
also
all we're
want to
doing.
throw this one for my Imo
Buhari
State.
and Sons. Buhari and Sons.
And
Hold
sons,
on,
yes.
Sada, sorry, my brother. This is just for you. I think you were the one from Imo State, or I don't know who was asking me from Imo State about Hope Uzodinma. Yes, Hope Uzodinma cancelled the Pension Act. Hope Uzodinma cancelled that Pension Act with something that I believe that the Nigerian people or lawyers for Peter Obi can bring up. The fact that nobody should be collecting a pension in this country if you have not worked up to 10 years at that job. So tell me how governors whose double tenure is 8 years are collecting this huge amount of pensions. So if the Imo State government used that under Hope Uzodinma, who's an APC governor, you see, Hope Uzodinma is the gift that keeps giving legally. So if an APC governor reenacted this policy, I don't see why it's a policy that should be practiced nationwide if Imo State has cancelled it. That's one. Two, I did it. I had a dossier on Hope Uzodinma, so I remember that his hands are not particularly clean. And one of the major reasons why he was given the governorship of Imo State was to buy him immunity. If you remember, Hope Uzodinma gave the EFCC a 200 million naira check that bounced. They held him for fraud. He was brought up before a special justice in 2019, and he was to refund that. Now, Hope Uzodinma was also placed on travel ban alongside with 39 treasury looters. This was as far back as I'm sorry. He was placed on a travel ban with 39 treasury looters by the Nigerian government. The EFCC was also investigating Hope Uzodinma for allegedly issuing a 200 million Dodd check. However, the new governor could not be touched because of his immunity, so the EFCC has suspended that case. Also, Hope Uzodinma has another case where he embezzled $12 million and 4.3 billion naira in a fraud case. The federal government failed to make any comment on the alleged 12 million fraud case of newly inaugurated governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma. If you remember, this fraud case stemmed from when he was told to dredge, I think, the Calabar Canal, and he didn't do that. So the perpetrated fraud to the tune of $12 million was where Hope Uzodinma failed to execute a contract worth $12 million awarded to his company by the Nigerian Ports Authority for the dredging of the Calabar Channel. He was arrested by that panel, but was released due to high blood pressure he suffered while in custody. Then he was to pay 200 million naira to the EFCC. He then issued a false check, and then the court ruling came in that made him governor, and he has hidden on that immunity ever since. So Hope Uzodinma has an EFCC case of $12 million embezzled from the Nigerian Ports Authority, and then 200 million naira blank check that he submitted to the EFCC that bounced, that he's meant to go to prison for, but he has immunity for now as a state governor. So he's not really in the clear as such. If this is what they said, they hate obedience for, the fact that we go to Google and bring out their frauds, then so be it. I didn't commit, I don't make the rules, I didn't embezzle $12 million, I didn't share it with him. And this is an open space and freedom of information. I yield.
Thank you, N6. I just want, please, guys, while we're on the platform, I just want you guys, we are trying to trend APC is a terrorist party. I don't know how many of you have done that. Please, guys, let's make multiple tweets as we're always on the platform. Let us trend APC is a terrorist party. And you know, N6, I stumbled on the video he sent to me about Peter Obi's his interview with Ruben Abati of Arise on the pensions of former governors. Because when we say these things, when we talk about this man, about Peter and why we stand with this man, people don't understand. You don't understand. I did a quick math. I'm like, we have like 36 states, that is like 72 governors in the space of 16 years. 72 governors have come and gone. And that's like close to, when you add on that 4 years, we have like close to 100 plus governors
plus deputies
now that have been constantly been settled for life, collecting all this amount of money, cars, houses, mansions for life. And many of them are too greedy that after all this stuff, They will now go to the red chambers. And you now see a man that out of this 100 and something, he chose himself and say, oh, I don't need this money. I don't want this stuff. Not one kobo has returned to him since he left office, close to 10 years after. And when you see people fan this man, people put their lives on the line for this man, you see stupid slaves question them. You're hustling for 30,000 naira salary for basic minimum wage in a country. Nigeria is freaking poor. And you hear one man is collecting 200 million, collecting 6 cars. Every 3 years, they change for him 6 cars. He has DSS. They pay his drivers over 150,000 naira. You hear the exorbitant amount of money going to
And
cost
so
you.
that one is minus their SPVs. Oh.
About minus the money they looted all through their 8 years.
In public domain, one this is not their own propaganda that I'm pulling out of my ass. I didn't prepare this.
Let me post it up on the
newspaper
Jumbo
Punch.
Don't worry, I'll post you. Thank you for the link. I'll post it for Nigerians to see and read and understand why we do this stuff we're doing here. But let me just play a 2-minute clip about Peter with Ruben Abati online, please, guys. Bear with me. Meanwhile, guys, please tweet the hashtag APC is a terrorist party. APC is a terrorist party. Let that freaking hashtag be trending around Nigeria, around the world. Please honor your VPN while you're making those tweets, guys. Thank you. Let's go. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you
are. Fire on.
Yes, you are. Sorry, let me just wrap up.
Okay, please wrap up, Shilo, then we'll come to that. Please.
Yeah. So, Sizzle, you remember this Hope Uzodima? You remember during that NSAS time when they were having multiple prison breaks? You remember what happened in Imo, right? The prison that break allegedly came from. The distance between there and the government house, allegedly, it wasn't so far. But what did he come to see on TV? This guy is an absolute criminal. All of them are criminals. They think, and the tactics they use are so predictable. This is exactly why we have to put their feet to the fire.
It's less than 400 meters, my brother. The distance.
Thank you very much. It is not, I can draft tactics for you. No. That will be better than all you see them doing. They are not smart. This is only the first time that they are getting this level of resistance, that are really having a true taste of an opposition. This is why it's strange to them. And this is why we must not stop. Thank you very much. I yield.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, my brother. I think I can play this right now. If it's good, let's go.
Somebody who has worked for 35 years, going home on 50,000 a month. And somebody, I said it before. They don't want a situation where a man lives. Remember, you have somebody who has worked for 35 years, going home on 50,000 a month. And somebody, I said it before. They don't want a situation where the law.
Okay, right. This is
the outrage.
This is a better clip. All right, let's go with this.
On the part of Nigerians that when you leave office as governor, you should just go back to your former work and stop collecting public funds. What's your take? Well, Ruben, let me start by first correcting you. Yes. I left office about in 2014, call it 2013 actually, because it was about first quarter of 2014, so 2013. And since I left office to today, nobody has paid me 1 naira. I've not received 1 naira. Is it that you have not made your request? No, I said I've not received 1 naira, either directly or indirectly. Nobody has supported me in any way or anything, because you say that's why I'm looking very good. I'm only looking very good because for me, I had a temporary office which I served and moved on with my life, and God be the glory. In issue of pension, my worry is not whether governors are paid, looking at what you just said now, 700 million naira a year. Is it for in some states? Is it for just one person? One person. 700 million naira.
God have mercy. God have mercy. So as Zamfara dey poor like this, governor could cash out 700 million naira in a year.
Immediately now, my brother, immediately.
Zos, back to you, please.
Man. We have a mountainous problem ahead of us, guys. Let's all prepare for the battle.
Hey, bro,
I
no be
swear.
small thing now. No be
I
small
swear to
thing now.
God.
Obedient, when I they try to do research now, people don't bombard me for my timeline now about getting the pictures of those guys that UAE mentioned their names. But yeah, I sent an email to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in international cooperation in Dubai. So hopefully they will reply me with a couple of pictures. When they do, I'll post it. Everybody will see their faces. But I think they are already jailed in Abu Dhabi. And that's just Dubai's list. America has not released theirs yet. That is just Dubai's list for now. I yield.
I think one of them even got a life sentence. That should show you the severity.
No, it
of
was actually death sentence. So they
death.
negotiated. The Nigerian government negotiated with them, and they reduced it to life sentence.
Do you know the most painful part about this stuff now? Do you know for the painful part that if these guys serve their term and come back to Nigeria, some bastards will vote them into power.
And they will get a position. They will probably run for office and they'll win.
The same people that are in APC right now, the same people that support APC candidates today will support the same people. That is how crazy. God. So you see, when we have this platform and we call these people out and we call them names, and I say this all the time without fear, without any favor, without nothing in my mind. I say with my heart that no woman that has a correct brain, a functional brain, can bet an APC supporter. You cannot. It's not possible. It's not possible. It is not possible. These people are children of the devil himself. These people are children that they went to they went to waters. They went to Bar Beach and say, Bar Beach, give me water, give me pikin. Native doctors. Product of native doctors. You sacrifice goats, they give you pikin. Normal human being, woman will go hospital, spend 9 months. You cannot bet a person that will support ABC. It is not possible. It's not possible. So if you're on this platform and you're listening to me, go and ask your mother, where did you get me from? I am telling you the truth. I'm just telling you, just help yourself. Go and ask your mama or your papa, where did you go and get me from? That my brain is making me support APC today. On what level are you justifying that a governor, an ex-governor, after spending all his 8 years stealing, we still come out and collect 700 million? A government will tell that, do not release the names of terrorists, supporters and sponsors of terrorists. A government that releases terrorists and rehabilitates terrorists is who you open your chest and say, APC, Jagaban, you are a fucking animal. You deserve to be in the zoo. Zos, back to you, please.
God bless you, my brother. Kolade, please, are you ready to speak now?
Yes, my brother, I am. Let me start by just thanking every of my comrade out there. Sadan, I hail you. Jimmy, my big brother. To every one of you, thank you so much for the good job you've been doing. Sincerely speaking, something fundamental has changed within the Nigerian political sector, whether anybody likes it or not. These movements have made the impossible possible, and this is just the beginning. This is one thing. One thing is so clear. The man we call Jagaban, look, not be today. He has been there. He has been in Lagos for years. This is the only man that I've seen that took government property, government things, and legitimized the ownership of it through the State House of Assembly. And it got to a point that every other state governors were practically copying his footsteps. He began to plant his own people. Look at the government today. Just laugh. If you look at Buhari's government today, look around closely at the ministers, the close aid to Buhari. These are Jagaban's boys. So that is why he's practically the one running the government. So that is why he wields so much power and he knows exactly what he's doing. But unfortunate for them, they didn't see this coming. They didn't see this movement coming. And what has hit them is beyond what they can comprehend. Sincerely speaking, they have sleepless nights with the lawsuit. They didn't see it coming because it's so simple and so it's as you have said, it's a 1 + 1 = 2 or not. So let the judges come and tell us it does not equal 2. So to them, we've destabilized everything they can, everything they have. We've destabilized them, and the only thing they can fall back to right now is to call a dog a bad name so that you can hang it. That is all they are doing. So all this fascism, no fascism, is just simply to see something they can use to like peanuts, like hold them down so that they can't talk again, so that at least we can scatter them. I said something yesterday. I said, strike the shepherd and the sheep would scatter. They tried it. They tried to go against Obi. If they know if they tried to like cow him, yeah, would. But that did not happen. They are trying to go against them after the chairman of the party. That did not happen. So what do you expect them to do? My brother, now fire. If there's fire under someone's bomb, you will see them react. So we should not be surprised about this reaction. The only thing we should just keep doing is the way we've been calling them out. We should double our efforts. We are all in for this, and we should just see this to the end. And victory is sure. We are going to all rejoice when we finally have the Nigeria of our dream, the country of, when we get our country back, we all will be glad about it. Let me share one thing with you. It's so funny the way, because we've been saying it, that they are followers. Is it that they can't see? They can see, they know, but they've tampered with Nigerians, their minds so well. They've made them so poor that they can't think straight, and that's the honest truth, including my own family members. I would say this anyway. Just few days to the election, I had a one-on-one with my dad, and my dad was practically telling me all this, they are sentimental, this thing about you want Yoruba, want whatever. I had to cut him. I had to like stop him, like re-educate him. Just imagine a child re-educating his dad, like, don't ever go there. I had to now begin to start break things down for him. Bring in the drug. What I said, Dad, did you raise me to be if somebody come and tell you that your son is doing drugs, or your son stole something, what will you do? At the end of it, my dad was like, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't. He was just like, you are right, and I had to and that spoke volume to me. That if that could happen to my own father, just imagine how many people out there. And this is what you remember. You know, when you are in these carcass, or maybe you are in these mechanic settings, or all this, and they brainwash them to make them think somehow that, he's the only person that can do it. Can't you see? And I'm like, what exactly are you talking about? And now begin to now make them see the other candidates, in the candidate of Peter Obi that we are supporting, because they have this impression that it is we, the youth. Because my dad said something. He told me, he said that you can't know more than me. I said, Daddy, when it comes to this one, no, sir. And now we now begin to now use fact for fact. And ever since then, my dad has been the one sending me. If they send him any message, he will forward it to me. That's it. Then I will give him the right whatever. I say, read this one. They will now say, can you imagine that this country is something else? So that is, look, they are just capitalizing on the poverty, on the brainwashing. They brainwash people to just keep holding them captive to their own. But things are, as I said earlier, we have changed things, and we should just keep on what we are doing. Once we get our mandate, once we get our mandate back, Nigeria will become a pride of Africa, the giant of Africa, and it will take its rightful place in the community of nations. I just want to thank every one of you. You guys are wonderful, and God will give us victory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. God bless you. God bless you so much. One thing that we have been raised to believe is that you cannot know more than your master, or you cannot know more than your parents. Whereas Oyinbo man will tell you to challenge that theory, challenge it, critique it. when I was doing my master's, I found it very difficult to critique an existing theory, and that was one problem that my tutors kept on coming back. One feedback they kept on coming back until I had to sit back and say, no, I have to be able to challenge something, because we just live in a world where they tell you A is A. If you go against it, that's all. You'll be extricated, or you are doing something treasonous if you go against the established rules and regulations. And my God, let me not talk too much. Please, Benga, come in,
Bro,
please.
make I help you before Benga enter. You see, guys, when our parents, when they brought us up, they paid for our school fees and everything. In Yoruba, they always says, Emma Jenwomo. They tell old people they hit the fruit of their labor. Emma Jenwomo, Emma Jenwomo. So people always look at it in a way that, okay, when you grow old, you get a job, you look after your parents, you buy them cars, and just take care of them, send them money and all that. You see, when they say why Jenwomo, it's not just about giving them money. It's about using what they've paid on your school fees, what you've learned in school. You use your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to give your parents the guidelines. You show them what they don't know, because one of the major reasons why they actually send you to school is because they probably didn't go to school. That is their own theory, our old people. So I always tell my dad, I say, you know what, you paid for my school fees, I went to school. So it's my turn now to teach you. You were not in class when they were teaching me critical thinking or decision-making skills. I was there and I listened. And that's the reason why it's been guiding me all throughout my life. And there are some proverbs we need to do away with. You get some proverbs for Nigerians where they deceive people. They do the patient dog eat the fattest bone. That dog they mad. Now because say the fastest dog don't chop the meat. The fastest dog don't chop the meat, can't remain bone. Can't leave bone for the patient, or patient one can't they slow. Now bone you go chop. When the fast one, the one way sharp, they don't chop meat, come on, leave bone for you. Guys, soon, Dima soon. I yield.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Benga, we can hear you.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I want to thank the organizers of the space, Zos, Saddam. You are doing a great job, and I would want this to continue. The pressure from the almighty terrorist notwithstanding, that is the APC. I believe, like every other speaker said, efforts can be doubled. That is very important. Going by the item of the space, APC terrorism resumes. I actually don't know where how we are defining the terrorism. Is it the state terrorism or the terrorism of banditry? Either ways, I believe that APC cannot clean their hands as if they are not connected. We could see what happened in Lagos. In fact, I felt like crying, seeing right before the governor an Agbero ringing bell that if you know you're not voting APC, get out of here. And the governor was there. The video is there. It was not made up. So we can see that there is something called state terrorism. And it's surprising that the
Is it just me?
I thought it was just me, actually, too. I think we lost him there. Maybe a call came in. While we're waiting for Mr. Benga to return, let's take Obi and then Mide. Obi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, brother. 5 minutes. Then we'll take Mide and King.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Mr. Dam, Sizzles,
A lot
everyone.
of us, somebody was just talking that maybe some people were taken from the water. No, they were not taken from from the
Sorry,
water.
sorry, Mr. Benga. We lost you for over a minute and a half.
Let me just hold.
Can you hear me? Benga. Nah,
Go on, let
we
him go
can.
on, please.
Obi, go on, go on.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. So, I mean, from my own end, it's been an interesting week. Generally, I think since after the election, this has also been one of the, do I say, toughest weeks in terms of conversations and how everything has gone. In terms of conversations, propaganda from APC, and the level of work we've also done resisting it. You know. One thing too is that because of my sort of level of participation with the whole obedient movement thing, I somehow get feedback from people, trying to say, okay, this is how things are going and all. And part of the conversation sometimes was sort of that it wasn't as hot as it used to be. I feel like we've always been moving on, driving the conversation, but probably after the whole election thing, some people got do I say sort of distracted. Like for me, for example, I just wanted to take a little more time to concentrate on work and projects, and I think APC people were really taking advantage of that to sell off a lot of propaganda. And in terms of, if you look at how things progressed, in terms of all the propagandas, everything that they threw at us, you could tell that it was a very, very, do I say, it was a very intentionally crafted strategy. You know, I love the fact that we've done everything and we're doing everything we can to keep the conversation going on our petitions and which are the right things that we should focus on, and we're ignoring the distraction. For example, if we see how crazy it was speaking about interim government from nowhere, and the craziest thing we get is how things that can only exist within APC, how it becomes our problem. And then they want everyone to start talking about it, condemning it, when we know fully well that an interim government can only be formed by, the powers that be, and which is.
Is it just me?
Yeah, I think yeah, I thought it was me at first. I think you got a call or something.
All right, Benga, please can
All
go on,
right,
please.
okay. Oh, sorry.
Just please check your WhatsApp, please.
Yeah.
All right.
So I actually I was saying that APC actually went all out with promises to people with young minds that should have better things doing with their lives, and that is why you see that kind of madness, and you see a kind of battalion of 21st century almajiris on Twitter. And don't be surprised that, in fact, they are still trying to recruit many more. Like Kiamo said, that people should respect what propaganda upon propaganda. So they actually crafted this stuff out, and all they want to do is to form opinion and to create opinion of army against the obedient movement, in particular Peter Obi. We could see all the narratives they've been pushing on the religious thing, on the ethnic thing, and got so good. And in fact, quite a lot of persons from my tribesmate, a lot of them, they are coming up, and people could clearly see that the obedient group is not just about a particular set of people from the southeast. So, but if we go to the second discussion, which is the ex-governors, it's a good one, but I want to see beyond that. I don't just want to see the governors alone. You see, this whole thing called the remuneration we give to our politicians, sincerely, is the reason why we are here debating what we are not supposed to debate at all. And ever before now, I've been speaking on many spaces that this whole system of paying the politicians so much exorbitantly, more than even the police and the justice and the doctors, it should stop. It's not even just about their pension. Sincerely, by the time, if we can, the same way we have used the same energy we use in campaigning,
if you can push the same thing into demanding the right thing from the National Assembly, see, our problem around this election was created by the National Assembly. Agbakuba was saying that initially they had an impression that beavers will not be beavers or the hard copy. They felt it to be what you must produce it too. But eventually the lawmakers went in a way and they circumvent the process. They still made the law in such a manner that even if you don't use beavers, that election would not be cancelled. So I think we should have a deeper conversation that this thing called the political remuneration should be relooked into. The National Wages Commission, all of them should sit down. We should start pushing this narrative, whether on Twitter. Let's start pushing the narrative and probably sell it to the lawmakers from the Labour Party. In the Labour Party, sorry to say. See, if we can make these offices not to be that juicy, people will not be killing. They will not be using the state resources to kill, to destroy persons. It is because of the terrible thing attached to it. It is because of this. They said the love of money is the root of all evil. It's because of this so much money tied to it. Each time you want to talk about it, they say, what about the lawmakers in America and all that? Look at the GDP in America. Who dares compare that to this place? When there are a lot of things you can do in America that you'll be as rich as a senator. So it's not basis for comparison at all. So we should start pushing this.
Benga, my brother, a Nigerian senator earns more in compensation than the U.S. president. So they can't even point to America. So they can't even. That's not even
But you see them each time people bring them to the spot. They say that at least we know that nobody. You can't even talk about the constituency allowance. That one they don't even get to talk about.
Not also that. Has anybody seen the documentary where Michelle Obama was talking about how they entertain at the White House? Do you know when the president receives guests, it's out of their own personal budgets, is where they entertain them. If it's not a state function. See, man, Nigeria, we just overlook so many things.
So I think we should not just be talking about the governors. Sincerely, these guys are milking. When you see the entire budget and what is going to go into the overhead eventually, and probably service these politicians and the office holders under them, the ministers and what have you. Sincerely, it is very, very ridiculous, and I don't even see a Peter Obi that can perform in such a system. I'm telling you. So what we should be pushing, and we should be pushing it so hard, like we have been pushing many other narrative, is to cut them, let them not have more than police. In fact, if there is today a protest in favor of the military, that let them hand the same thing as much as the politician, I want to believe that you will see a lot of military men even putting off their uniform and joining. So the country is so terrible because of the money you have in it. And if we can just achieve that, I want to believe that would have gone a long way. Let me round up by looking at the letter written by Adichie Chimamanda. You see, when I saw this thing, I was just laughing. Do you know I was laughing?
Benga, please wrap up in 30 seconds,
yes,
please.
Yes. It's so surprising that the what's it called, the man that traveled to the US, a minister who should be seated at home, as well as his brother, the minister of labor, they left their duty post. Somebody went to the US and they were complaining about somebody who is resident in the US. So I think we should not even give this guy any space at all. Every inch we should match them back to back, and I believe that in the end we are going to have victory. Victory belongs to the Nigerian state. Thank you. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much. Obi, please come in, and then Mide, and then King.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how.
Please, Obi, please, before you go on, please, for speakers that will be coming up, kindly speak to the topics that are on the space. Please, we've got 3 topics. Kindly channel your submission to the topics. Thank you. Obi, carry on, please.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So Yeah, I was going on about the whole APC propaganda, which of recent, the last one, which we just countered with Adichie's letter, and I feel like it was a very good comeback for us in terms of how the narrative was being shaped. And I was discussing with people and looking at who Wole Soyinka is, a Nobel laureate, as someone that understands the command of English. I think arguably better than anyone, since after all he's the laureate, in Nigeria here, and tagging us and terming us with such movement. So you could see how events progressed in terms of how the whole thread pressure was coming on to push Obi out, how it started with a parallel government, how the conversation moved to obedience and then labeling it. So the idea was to label us and from there pounds on that. But I'm happy that we were able to counter it. And that also shows that we have people, because it's not coincidence that immediately after Wole Soyinka, who is also in that literature field, made his own statement, that we saw Adichie actually put a nail in their coffin, and that tells you that they do a lot with propaganda. Like today, like was it 3 hours ago before I joined this space, I ran into one of these APCs, or one of these their Twitter circle, and I could see where they had a recording of this violence space. I don't know, I think it was it yesterday or day before yesterday, because I know the comment was about Wole Soyinka, and how they were trying to tag the whole thing and what obedient movement is like, blah blah blah, just to form their own narrative. So that shows that we are doing a lot of good work. This space has been up since the whole election period, and we are still holding forth. I know a lot of their guys are here. They are DSS people, since they don't have work anymore. I'm sure they'll be here on Twitter to listen to our space. And yeah, we just need to keep up the good work. As per the ex-governor pension, I think I'll rather listen more to it, because I don't have much to say about it. But yes, let's just hold forth and keep matching up their propaganda with truths and with facts. And I think what that shows is that we need to keep up and we need to keep talking, because that's the biggest weapon that the obedient have. We have Peter Obi and we have the obedience, and that's what is driving everything, driving the conversation. And we'll keep holding forth till the very end. Yes. So on this note, I yield my mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Obi. God bless you. I really appreciate your honesty on speaking to topics. God bless you. All right, let's go with Midday, and then King.
All right. Hi, sir. Cesar. Well, APC is a terrorist party. It is a fascist party, and it is a party about state capture. And this is no minds in words, really, because where do they get their playbook from or their scripts from? Straight out of our previous military regimes, precisely the IBB's regime, precisely the Abacha's regime. That's where they get their scripts from, and they're playing it out just as those guys played it. Okay, probably if you walk with me, check it. This in '65. Professor Wole Soyinka, we all know he went and, with a gun to the broadcaster's head, changed the tape for Kitola, and played his own tape, which is a good thing. Well, as far as I'm concerned, because it was on the side of on the good side. Then was fighting a just cause, and he did that. No one called him being fascist then. The same Wole Soyinka, the professor, going forward, criticized, governments that came after that. He criticized, even when IBB was going to kill Maman Vasta, both him, the professor Wole Soyinka, and Chinua Achebe, they marched, they begged, they protested and all that Vasta should not be killed. So he's always been seemingly on the side of goodwill, on the side of justice. When Ture held the whole Nigerian state, Ture Yaradua held the whole Nigerian state to ransom, wouldn't disclose Yaradua's true state, that he was gone and all that. It was this Yoinka that Professor Wole Soyinka that wrote and did all that, and gathered momentum with other guys and all that. Criticized that President Jonathan should be made substantive president, not acting president. He fought so hard for him to be president, showing like he had a record of always trying to be on the just side. What happened? But the same professor, during IBB's time, got the FRC position and all that. He went mid for some time. Same thing with Tai Sholari. Tai Sholari was all these people were people who were on the good side, seemingly, and they always fought for the good of the people. But the surprising thing here is when these guys now, when the party came in voices, and
Are you using an earpiece? Sorry, are you using an earpiece?
yes, I know, but I think, can you hear me now?
Please, if you can take off the earpiece, it will be great. Then wrap up in a minute,
Hello?
please. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Can you? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please wrap up in a minute.
All right, so now the same APC now, well, I say they're playing the same textbook, they were playing from the same textbook that the military guys did play from is Adichie sponsored Professor Wawulence Soyinka's birthday to some, tens of millions, some 2 years back or thereabout. The same thing with the guys in Lagos, they did the same thing. So what they do is they buy people over. They promise people things like state capture, like trying to silence the opposition with either by violence, by the courts, or by getting them things, by bribes, or either formally or informally, either subliminally or otherwise. So it's state capture for them. They are a fascist party. They are the guys that are the people that we should really be scared of. And if they try to, I'm just so glad they tried to dump things on us and we refuted those. I mean, that's all I'll say for now.
All right, thank you so much. Mide.
Hello?
Mide, are you there? Okay,
He
I think
just
we
finished
lost him.
speaking.
Okay, sorry. King. You go next. King.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. It's afternoon here. Good evening, anywhere you're spacing from. I want to start on a lighter note. I want to congratulate our dear sister, Adichie. Um, our women are doing us proud. A saying say, train a girl child and you train a nation. She and the other lady, Oti, the professor that delivered Abia State, that said she refused the bribe and everything, they are doing us proud. Why our collecting bribe and subverting the will of the people? Really, laying talking about the ex-governor's pension, that is a travesty. It's really sad. And the most thing that I frown at is when they were reading it, they gave a provision for some of them to get medical treatment abroad. That is sad. How can you get medical treatment abroad when the home front, you've not even established any hospital? As in, how can they even establish a hospital when they know that they can get medical treatment abroad? I was listening. I read a story about a young woman who was shot by a policeman. This lady survived three hospitals. They took her to three hospitals. She survived, but no hospital could save her. That lady died because of lack of infrastructure, lack of just basic amenity. We have good doctors, we have good nurses. Just allocate money rightly to providing medical equipment that could save this person. And I know that some of the people on the other party, some of them might be here. You might think that
you are immune. You have you live in a safe place, and you have good medical doctors close to you, and you have money to fly abroad when emergency arises. But somebody said today the deputy governor that was kidnapped in another state, that is somebody who was in power. They would have invested in security to make life easy and to make security good for every person in that state, but they didn't do it. Look at this man. What is his name? The man that was jailed in the UK. He would have invested in Enugu teaching hospital, even Abuja teaching hospital, to to a state where those people can carry out kidney transplants safely. But he didn't. He went there and he got arrested. So some of you that are here that are supporting this evil government, Nigeria will catch up with you. It's not a prayer, but because everything that goes around comes around. So my own, I want to also speak on Peter Obi and the attack. Peter Obi, the attack right now, it will not stop anytime soon, because from history even to America, I've seen that when something
Sorry,
good
Mr.
is
King, please.
coming.
Mr. King, please. Sorry, which P2B, which attack, please? And I don't think that's
No,
my
no, no.
topic.
The social media attacks and everything that he's getting and all that. It will not stop now. It will not stop, because when something good is happening, the other people that they are taking that something good they are getting will be taken from them. They wouldn't give up that thing very easily. So this social media attack, trying to blackmail him, trying to do all that, it will continue. And the obedient have been doing a good work supporting him, counter-attacking these people. Please, let's not stop. Let's continue, because I was reading a history. President Obama, when he was American president, he was the only black president in America. Even wearing a tan suit made a national headline in America. Just a colored tan suit. Oh, that's the same thing that Obi will face, even though he's not a president yet. Because when something new is coming, people, the older generation would never agree to it. They will always beat it to stand still. So my recommendation, finally, is for us to stop all these things, mostly those exorbitant amount that our governors are taking from our treasury. Think money that would have been used to develop our society, they are just apportioning it to themselves. For us to stop it, we have to be at the forefront of governance. We have to be in the state legislatures and the national legislature. So it's not so early to start campaigning now. It's not so early to start getting yourself out there. Start putting yourself out there. Go to your community. If you want to run, it's now time to start doing good things. Go to your community. If you can help the widows, go to churches. Just be preparing yourself, because we need to take this country the way we are right now. We cannot continue like that. No country survived this amount of theft and corruption. So that's all I have for now. Thank you all, and God bless.
All right, thank you very much. Chris Rinze, you've been here for the longest. Sorry, please, you have the space, please. 5 minutes. Please,
Oh,
guys, if you're speaking, and you see us wave our hands, not that you have like 30 seconds to wrap up your thoughts, please. Thank you. Chris,
all
go on.
right. Thank you so much, Sada. It's been a long time. Good evening, Siju. Good evening,
Please,
Jos.
are you using your earpiece or
Jimmy.
something? Mr. Chris, are you using your earpiece?
No, I'm not on earpiece. Can you hear me? Hello?
Please speak. My brother, speak like say
No,
you
I'm
don't
not
chop
using
now.
the
You want me
earpiece.
to
No, at all.
ginger up now? Here's the balanced space now. We don't speak like but you don't be shoot your shot.
Okay.
Please come like this, I beg. Thank
I
you.
know earpiece. No. I know use earpiece. You dey hear me now, Abi?
There you
Yes,
go, my
yes,
brother.
yes.
Go on.
So I don't want to waste much of our time. The stuff is that I'm just happy the way all of us, everybody in violence space is like I don't know what would have happened if we don't have this type of team we have, fighting them back. You know what is happening now? Imagine the importance of social media now. Then compare it to the time of 2011 when we didn't have like people are not like it's not as if there was no Facebook or there was no Twitter then, but people are not this enlightened about politics in Nigeria. But like imagine what happened, and these people they control the narrative. They wrote what they wanted everyone to hear. They were doing everything they wanted, but now the social media is there. They push one thing out and people counter them. So there's nothing they want to talk now that we don't know about. So I'm just very happy with the with the violence space. It's like an education, like it's something like you look forward to to coming to here because you want to learn a whole lot of things. Since this space started before election, I am telling you that the type of knowledge I've acquired from here. I may not have spoken, I may not be speaking, but I stay in the background. Then I'm listening to everyone. Then it makes me aware of the place we are living in. Now, when we talk about the APC and their terrorism something, we know that party is party for terrorists. The stuff is that they have a way of pushing like who is innocent, you are the one defending. I don't know how they do. They just try to make you to defend. Why they should be the one defending? Then they push the narrative and try to say, oh, we are the ones doing this one. The most important thing that ever happened to us in this time was that we were used to this thing from the campaign. We were seeing so many attacks. I don't know who brought the idea of violence space, but the person that brought this idea and we had this violence space, that person is the best thing that ever happened to this movement. Because I don't know where we would have discussed these things. There are a whole lot of people they don't even know anything about Nigerian politics. That if you come say you just talk nonsense, they'll believe you. But with violence space, people know a whole lot of things. You cannot talk nonsense. Even the most idiotic part of us, he knows something. Say, don't say like this. So this is how it is. So violence space is just like a lecture room. It's like one complete university somewhere for you to just know Nigerian politics. So they cannot control narrative again, and it's disturbing them. In fact, the type of speed a violent speech is another thing. You see people tweeting, you see people writing, you're like, I don't know this, how do these people get this information? Without violent speech, who would have gone to dig out all these their parallel government nonsense they were talking about when they said if Jonathan didn't concede defeat, that they're going to form their own parallel government? If there was no social media then, or now, I mean to say, who would have brought out all these things? A lot of things that they don't know how to swallow their words again. It's a pure terrorist group, and it cuts across all tribes. Even the politicians from every zone, southeast, southwest, north central, they are all of them in APC. They are not human beings. Because if they're human beings, they will know that people are dying. If they're human beings, they will know that there are things they don't just come out to say. How can you just be seen white and you're painting it black? Or because you're a professor, because you carry white hair, I should be clapping for you. All this while that people were dying, people were complaining of cash. Did this man come out to say, oh, at least his position is an international figure, we know. Did he come out to say, government, you should do this? They just think that we're just fools. How do they think that we are fools? We are not fools. People are dying. So many things were happening. This man never, even when all these killings happening even on Dom massacre, this man never spoke. All the killings that we are going about in Nigeria, he never stood up for one thing and said, stop doing this thing with his own, his international influence. Just put up a writing. If you want us to respect you, you must always, put yourself in a manner that deserves that respect. You can't just force us to respect you. This is our generation. We know what happens. You cannot just deceive us. You can't just say, oh, because I'm a professor, everybody should keep quiet, and we'll keep quiet because you're a prof. This man was there, everything was happy. He never talked. Now they want to use him. I'm telling you, the worst politician we have in history, this Tinubu of a man. I am telling you, that man can go to any length. You can imagine someone so stupid to plant another person in Labour Party to remove it because he doesn't want the people to go to court again. He wants the case to be withdrawn. He's planning to plant another person there. What kind of desperation is this thing? But I am happy because the obedient movement is not one tribe. It's just like, I don't know. I was telling someone, I was speaking with someone, and say, see this movement you are seeing, it's revolutionary in process. Like it's a stage. Because before, nobody knew about P2B. He came, people began to talk about politics. Now, after the election, now you are seeing middle belt trying to identify themselves, trying to say, oh, this is who you are. You think after these people have gotten the exposure and everything, like all this, we have block vote, we are this one, not remembers and not forgets. You think this thing will still have effect again? By the time these people identify their own niche where they belong to, you understand they at every point in time they want to align with a section of the country. Maybe they want to align with the South. And this is that they always try to vote and count the vote the other way. It will not be happening again. Peter may not have, maybe they didn't declare him winner today. I know he's going to claim his mandate from the court. But this movement is divine. So many things are happening. The most important thing is this middle belt. They are getting up from their slumber now and trying to say who they are and where they come from. It's the best thing that ever happened to this movement. And I'm so happy with that. It will change Nigerian politics forever. I am telling you. With time, people will open their eyes. You are selling something, you're marketing someone a tribe bad today, you're talking evil about other people. Tomorrow, you keep saying this thing. Tomorrow, another person will say, these people you're always talking about evil, and you say that this one, that the other one. Why are you trying to? I have not seen anything, but people will ask questions. If not today, by tomorrow, Nigerians will ask questions. That's my own belief. Then for the other man, for all this, the other man that eat their
My
pension.
brother, please wrap up in 30 seconds. I've been waving our hands to you, please.
Oh,
Thank
sorry,
you.
my dad. I don't see. So it's normal thing in Nigeria, but thank God for the movement we have. And for my sister's write-up, Chimamanda Adichie's write-up, we know, and that's why everybody just, most of them are just jittery because they know that her pen is more influential than what they have in there. It's not Channels TV, that is NTA. That one is an international figure, So God bless you. Thank you so much, Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, let's move on real quick. Guys, please, let's make a couple of tweets with APC is a terrorist party. I think is up on the Jumbotron, the hashtag. Make tweets with the hashtag. Also, for those that have been asking me in the DMs, where's the link to the pension scam, the pension renomination of governors? I posted it on the Jumbotron also. So please, guys, you can go on that link, copy that link, share that link for the blind ones and for the children of the roasted corn that have failed to open their brains to understand that what we are doing is that we're fighting for them. We're fighting for a country that works for every Nigerian, not just for some selected few. It is unfortunate that we have fallen so far that right now, even those I've sat down and I've seen that there are only two sets of people that support APC. When I talk of two sets of people, I'm talking of the class. I'm not talking of morally, right now. I'm talking of class level. The extremely rich that have gotten their wealth from government and the extreme poor that have no brain anymore, that have sold their sense ability to think. These are the two sets of people that support APC. The ones that you see them that are fresh, those ones are the ones that are collecting contract from government, laundering money for politicians, children's friends, politicians' relatives. You see them on Twitter with fresh DP and the rest. Then the ones that their face is like this guy that Jimmy used as DP. Those ones now, these are the ones that every giveaway page, you see, go and check. There's one I saw his page now. He has been begging for giveaway since 2006. He has been begging from Chris Brown. When Chris Brown was still a star, he beg even international artists. He go Chris Brown.
Oh boy!
He go Chris Brown page, will say, please,
Saddam, I see that guy. That guy don't
can I
beg
send my
since
account?
2016.
These are the guys that support APC. Just go and check it. The most hungry ones. And these are the ones we are fighting for.
But that's not, honestly, there's not a crime to, when you need ask for help. Like,
Otumba, it's not a crime. It's not a crime. I'm not saying it's a crime. But when you're in need, if you're in need and you're asking for help, at least you should have sense.
Yeah, and then you keep defending. You make it the political game like Man U, Arsenal, banter, and then you are begging for money. Is where the problem is. That's why you now look stupid. Like, you're saying your argument is the government is working, the economy is good, but then you are now begging for money and this hour. So they don't get sense. Continue.
One of our listening posted something. He said he wants to employ two people. He wants to give two people job. That the criteria that one, you must be obedient to check your listing from 1 year ago. He will make you crypto and everything. Abado children can't line up under this thing. Children of the giveaway, children of the roasted corn, line up. Is it? Is you want to only help here? This, hey, I say, if I say you won't die, you won't die. Hey, God have mercy. So you don't have sense. You don't get sense. No say you don't say that there's repercussion. Every person that supported APC, you should die of hunger. Hunger should kill you. I don't fucking care. Do you understand? The guy made a follow up to this. Say, if he sees your APC, you're about to die, and they say cup of water, he will pour water on his head. It is right. There's repercussion for voting nonsense. You don't vote nonsense, and you want us to suffer with you. Suffer alone, die alone. You're not better than people that bandits killed in Benue yesterday. If you people that have, over 100 people have died in Benue because of bandits, herdsmen. You are a supporter of APC. You are not better off than any of them because your plan is to kill all of us in Nigeria. Your plan is to kill all of us. This last 8 years is not enough for you. You're begged and begged and begged. You know, do you? You want me to follow you beg? You know, go work. You know, go work. So if you see obedience, please, going forward, you want to employ, ask them for their social media accounts. Go and check. Because any person that you employ that supported APC, that person is going to run your business down. That person will destroy your business. They don't understand morality. They don't understand. There's no sensibility in them.
Before they share your $800 million like Amajiri, I beg you.
Do you understand?
They don't understand economics, data, or numbers. Most importantly,
let them suffer. Let them suffer. They have to suffer very, very well. They don't deserve pity. No pity them. No pity them. They are the children of the roasted, rotten corn, and that's where they remain. Thank you. Emmanuel Idemudia. Good evening.
Well, hello
Please, 5
everyone.
minutes, sir.
I will try to be brief, guys. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Can you hear me?
No, sir.
You said no.
Continue.
That was funny. I don't know who gave the definition of greed a minute ago. I think that's when I raised my hand up. Thank you for sharing that definition. It really put it in perspective. And then, of course, we were talking about the lives of people that are being lost, and seems like nobody cares. And we are asking questions. If you narrow it down to it, at the end of the day, it's where we place our values. That's where it really narrows down to. Yes, we acknowledge APC and everybody that has jumped ship from one party to the other. They are all placing value where value should be placed. You and I are feeling the pain of the suffering of our loved ones because we value life. We value life. I don't know if you guys remember when there was a shooting at a church. I think in all war. I think it was. APC had some events they were going to hold in some other countries. Those kind of events will be cancelled so that all will come together and honor the dead. The blood of the dead was still flowing at the altar of that church. Buhari and his people were having their event. What does that tell us? It tells us that they don't value the lives of the citizens. They don't. And then I see Peter Obi, since he came into the limelight. This guy is going. There was one picture. I was nervous. I saw him in a boat going to a flooded neighborhood somewhere. And I'm crying. Oh my God, dude! You have no life jacket. You mean a lot to us. Please, I was talking to TV. I knew I wasn't hearing you, but me, I was panicking for him. This man embodied the concept of the Messiah. Friends, Nigerians, those that care about Nigeria, what is ahead for our principal once he's restored or instilled in his rightful position? It's going to be hard work. I even dare to say that it's going to be the toughest government in the history of Nigeria. because what he's going to be inheriting is going to be a mess. And he has to fight tooth and nail to stay sane and to stick to the game plan, which is to sanitize the whole system. But somebody also shared how many Boko Haram were recruited into the military. Think about that. Our defense. They got all these people who are murderers in our defense. So he's got a lot of work waiting for him, and I'm praying and hoping that all of us that are coming together to rally around him to support him will begin to think of changing our goals by going into politics. Because we can no longer live for these people. He's going to need us more now than ever. So we must be gearing our mind to post inauguration, because as far as I'm concerned, the evidence is enough to put him in his office. So we got to be ready. A lot of work to be done. They've weaponized poverty. I feel, in as much as I want to say I don't care about the Agbados, but the truth of the matter is they're poor folks. Those in the power weaponized poverty and kept them where they are. And now that they see somebody coming to free them from their bondage, they think the person is their enemy. It is the truth. It is the truth. We got work to do. We all got work to do. We have to re-educate many of those people. That means going down to the grassroots to let them know that, look, you cannot keep doing this. But here's the thing. You can't be teaching somebody something when they're hungry. You got to put food on their table. You got to give them a way where they can sustain that food without selling their soul to the devil. Greed is the thing that has this in history. I'm trying to round up with this real quick. If we look at American history, for instance, it's not new. It's in every book we read. There's a book I read recently that is titled, I think, American Holocaust. If you read that, you see what the British did to the indigenous people. They were using their children for gun practices. You're releasing their dogs to eat people because they were looking for whatever gold. Now these are people that were supposedly fleeing oppression in the under the religious oppression they were having. But why did I bring that up here? It's to let you know that the values of those who are intoxicated with power, it goes beyond tribe or nation. It's just in human nature. So we need to educate ourselves. Those of us that are showing interest, we need to value life, not be chasing power like those that we meet there. And hopefully we can turn Nigeria around. Guys, thank you for the opportunity. The movement continues and we will build Nigeria and make it great again. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you.
See, what Emmanuel said is so key. So now I don't even remember when, I think it was towards the end of Obama's presidency, there was this shooting where this white boy killed, I think nine people in church, South Carolina, the AME Baptist Church, where there was even a national funeral. And we in our US, we have our problem with guns, and depending on what side of the aisle you sit on, you have various solutions to the gun problem. But one thing everybody does is, even though it's become a norm, when there's a massive shooting or things like that, for the first couple of days, you rally together, presidents suspend trips, people suspend national things, like you lower the flag, everybody's in a somber mood, whether it lasts for a day, 2 days, even though it doesn't shift the conversation. But at least we sort of pretend to care. What Emmanuel said, after the massacre, I think it was a day after or the same night. I think
it was the same night, bro.
The same night, my brother. The same night.
These bloodsuckers had a celebration when 50 people, was it 50 people that died on the massacre, were gunned down in church. So, man, it just like, I go back also the floods. When we had the floods, why did not visit one? Like, I keep making this example. Florida is red, didn't vote for Biden. They had a hurricane category 3. My brother, he was dead the next day. Even if, like, just pretend, if these are not these people that didn't vote for him, just Trump too. When I remember when Puerto Rico and they all go there. See, when a national tragedy happens, you drop whatever it is that
whatever biases or whatever, you drop it and say, you know what, it's about the people. Let's gather together. This blood suck. There's no the way what will make you comfortable. Saddam, let me, what will make you comfortable to still go ahead with a meeting when 50 people just died in a church? You can't convince me you're not part of that problem. You enabled it. You know those governors in that day, some of them know those that carried out that operation. That's why you can't even have empathy enough to even say, let's do eye service. Let's push it by one more day. Which we won't cost them anything, because they were already going to sleep in Abuja that night. There's no any work the governors are doing anyways. It's not like you're doing anything important anywhere. You can even do high service and say, okay, for national money, we'll move it to the next day. Or don't bring any cameras. Do it behind closed doors. These people still did it. Man, Saddam, go ahead.
Otuma, see, when I say APC is a terrorist party, you don't understand what I'm saying. These are all signs of terrorism. There's no human sympathy. It is a zombie movement. If just follow order, follow the last order. They don't freaking care. And another thing that when you don't have votes, you don't have real voters. We didn't vote for these people. I can go down to 2015.
They're not responsible to anybody. Because we didn't
you understand? When you win election, you be responsible. Look at the person that they have selected now. Otumba, since they selected that thief, have you seen him in public?
Like.
Where is the thief that have been selected? The thief that explained himself as the president now.
During the election, did he even talk to them? Did he spend more than 20 minutes talking to them on campaign trail?
Someone that did not rate you enough to grant one live interview before elections, all through the 9 months of elections, no one live interview. He went, the one that they took him to Chatham House, they pad him. He shared questions. He shared questions like Kolanot for his children to answer for him. After that, he has stolen a mandate that he was returned. He has disappeared again. So you see these people there, and this is exactly, we're saying this now. When it happens, God forbid it happens now, it will be like Saddam, then a prophet. So, no, it is simple. You can see the track record of this man. You can see that in the unlikely presidency of this man, you will never see this man. He's going to be a ghost president. All the evidence are glaring for you to see it now. So when it happens, you'll be like, where did I get it? It's Otumba Saddam said it on space. I guess it's not magic, it's not miracle. I said it 9 months ago when we started campaign, when they chose Tinubu on this platform. I said it, that Tinubu will not appear for one live interview. Please, if you're on the violence space that period, I beg. If I'm lying, give me thumbs down. If you can remember, please just give me 100 or thumbs up. 9 months ago, I said it on this platform. That Tinubu will not grant one live interview. Did he grant anyone? He did not. You don't need a fortune teller to tell you some things.
Remember, we had that bet with Whitebeard and I think Adichie on that.
God bless you, yes, with Whitebeard.
I said, would you have a problem with Tinubu if he does not give one debate? They said, I'll have a problem with that, of course. He's too cerebral not to give a debate. Till today, Tinubu no give debate. And they're still supporting him.
Yeah, so it's zombie now. Now zombie be that now. Now zombieism. Then God forbid it, he becomes president now. You don't go see him. Now, what do they call this thief? FFK, we don't swallow elephant. And Keamu, when I call the answer, they carry lie 1 kilo now. They will be selling fuel for people 800 naira. FFK and the rest will come out on social media that fuel is 350. That they are buying it.
And the only place that is selling it 800 is Igbo marketers.
It's only Igbo marketers that sell 800. That is the Igbo marketers. Come attack them. And these zombies will come online with hardship. After using their neighbor and pass my neighbor to charge their phone and their power bank, they'll come online and use their last data and shout. Igbo marketers. You are the reason why the fuel we are buying is not 450. Government says it's 450. They have so brainwashed these people that they cannot think anymore. It's a shame. Oh, one requested the mic and ran away. You have Govs and put Tinubu deeper and come to violence space. You will not sleep well this night. You will not
In the
sleep well
craze.
this night.
In the craze.
Saddam, I beg, if they request, just
In the craze.
if Saddam, I beg, if they request, just give them. I just won't cost them. No, I know go follow. Just pause. Just
It's
pause.
cut for
Just
it's
mute
Easter
am.
cloth
Just
for
pause
church
am. Make
tomorrow. They
just
go
hear
come.
am.
You
Make
don't
we
never
just dey
sleep well
pause am.
this
Make
night.
they hear.
You get
The
God,
GS
come
people.
violence, please request mic. You support
Now
Tinubu.
woto woto welcome collect woto.
Be like say you want to have a very horrid, a very terrible year. I beg, let's keep this conversation going on, please. Let's take a lady. How do I chick my sister? How are you doing today? Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Sizzles. Otuba, I see you. Jimmy, everyone. Thank you. This evening, I did a tweet yesterday about regretting, supporting the presidency of Muhammadu Buhari in the past because for some reason I saw him as the Messiah, that was going to come and take us out from, the situation that the country was at that time, without knowing that eventually he was going to be the worst thing that has happened to us as a nation. And then when I did that post, I also stated clearly that I'm a Muslim and a Northerner, but trust me, the obedience aren't even comparable, in any ramification with what the Buhari supporters were then and still are now. I also said the difference is while the Buhari's arguments were always based on sentiment, tribal and religious bigotry, the obedience arguments are issue-based and facts with facts and figures. And something happened. Somebody who is a Muslim and a Northerner just like me, the only thing he could come up with to counter all I said there was, how many rakats is in Surah Al-Fatiha? And I was shocked. I was perplexed because I was like, so of all the things I said here, he didn't see any, he didn't feel or deem it fit to touch those critical things that affect us both. But he felt he had to take it to a religious debate. It got so funny that he was trying to assess if I was a lady, like I said, if I was a Muslim, like I said, it's just more of he didn't believe that a Muslim and someone from the north will be, disagreeing with what is happening now. And it baffled me because this person, his profile, he's a graduate of ABU, a civil engineer, he's a Bitcoin, and all those, and he said he's an advocate for good governance. And I was more pained because it was more of his education. He's in the latrine at the end of the day because I expected a much more issue-based argument rather than him running to the religious part of everything I said there. And it baffled me. This is the same north where 2 days ago, 80 children were abducted by bandits. Bandits abducted 80 children. Now, this is the same north where these same bandits that have been carrying out all these things, we woke up and the government told us that they are being pardoned. They are now clean and fit, to be in the same, and they are now fit to roam the same community and people that they terrorized, they killed, raped, and displaced. Not have been battling this for years, and yet nobody has made a scapegoat from those caught in the act. We woke up and we heard government is pardoning over 500 bandits. What mode of assessment was used to confirm that these bandits are fit to roam the community that they terrorized? We don't know. Now, leaving us with the question now is, Why didn't we have the cases of this banditry during the election period? That is to tell you that it's an organized crime, obviously. The fact still remains, my northern brothers and sisters, anytime I come up here or anytime I speak, is to lend my voice to those who do not have the access to be able to lend their voice. I can tell you confidently that the people speaking out aren't your enemy. The people speaking out for all these wrongs, these atrocities, aren't your enemies. The ones who keeps milking your naivety and embezzling our commonwealth are the problem. When are we going to wake up to see this? Very few of us can see it, and we're doing our little bit to ensure that we speak out. We're doing our little bit to be the voice of those who do not have the knowledge or the ability to be able to voice out where necessary. The not remembers or the not forgets. Trust me, it will not help you, not change your current situation. There is a repercussion for voting nonsense. That's the truth. If you feel the North is doing well, then the jokes are on you. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to quickly say this. My name is Hawa. I am from the North. I'm a Muslim. Sorry. My name is Hawa. I'm from the North and I'm a Muslim. I stand for good governance for myself and the entirety of Nigeria. I do not care if the person capable of giving me that is a Christian, Muslim, Igbo, Yoruba or Hausa. All I care about is a Nigeria that works for everyone irrespective of who you are and where you're from. If saying this makes me less of a Muslim, then you need your mental health checked. I stand for justice and equity across board and say no to tribal and religious bigotry. And about Chimamanda, those saying her letter isn't valid just because they said she said, because I don't know, that she said she voted Obi because he is an Igbo. I can categorically tell you confidently that those criticizing her with that, if checked, have been guilty of the same. What is good for the geese should be good for the gander. And I yield my mic.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, most times when I see this whole how do I put it now? This whole defending their religion or tribe, I just laugh. If it's unfortunate, I said it's unfortunate. I think let me do this. Let me play this tape. I'll keep playing this on all our spaces going forward. Because if I can enlighten one or two of my northern brothers, I think I'll be very, very happy. I think that if I can do that this year, if I can achieve that, I can enlighten one or two, because let them understand that it's not about where you're from or any other thing than for a good Nigeria. Because whether we like it or not, the northern region of Nigeria has held on to power the longest ever in the history of this country. But facts remain that remains the poorest region in the country. Facts remain that that's the most terrorized region in the country. Facts remain that that's the most uneducated region in the country. Facts remain that that's the most unproductive region in the country. These are facts. And we, on this platform, that's why they don't like us on this platform, because all we give you are facts and figures. Facts are stubborn. You can hate me, you can hate the violence, but what I just said, there are facts. Then you have the opportunity to be educated to the point that you can use a phone. You can come on Twitter Spaces But you don't want your fellow brother in the north to be able to use a phone and come on Twitter Spaces. You defend the same people that have kept you, the region and the country in shambles. When we ask you Buhari's scorecard, you tell me he built bridge in 8 years. Buhari has borrowed 77 trillion. We're in debt of 77 trillion. He went to borrow extra 20-something billion that was rejected. You see the stealing going up and down. It is not a problem to you. Economically, Nigeria is messed up. Security-wise, Buhari has fucked up everywhere. Insecurity from the south, from the southeast to the southwest, to the north, to the northeast, to the northwest, to the middle belt. Everybody they connect. But when Buhari got into power, we had only insecurity in the north, in the northeast. Now he has shared it across the country. You see all these things. But where you have banked your freaking brains is to hide it in bigotry and tribalism and religion. Are you more Muslim or are you more Muslim than Qatar? Are you more Muslim than Saudi Arabia? Than Kuwait? Ask yourself this question. And many of these countries I'm calling are not as rich as the North. What is in the North? The North is too blessed. God has blessed the North with so many. I'm not even talking about the middle belt right now. Hopefully one day we're going to have that. I will have that. I must have that space. Because honestly, our northern brothers are blinded by wicked and satanic leaders. Zamfara, 80 people were kidnapped. In Zamfara, there's gold. Zamfara has one of the best golds. Individuals are fucking taking that gold. It is not coming to Nigerian federal quarters. Now individuals steal that gold. They call it banditry, package jam. You go down to Sokoto, the same thing. So it's so crazy and it's so painful when I see many of these guys that you have phone, you get phone. If I let me play Sanusi, say maybe like Sanusi talker. Please listen to Sanusi, our respected king.
Misdefining and misunderstanding our priorities. And we have to be very honest with ourselves. I'm an economist and I always talk economics and we look at the numbers and we look at poverty. If you look at all the poverty indices in the world today, you find that in southwest Nigeria, the incidence of poverty is 20%. In the northwest, it is 80%. The northeast, it's 80%. Why is it that the poorest parts of this country are the Muslim parts? Why is it that in a state that started Sharia in 1999, and we just heard the opening verses today, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq. This is the very first verse revealed in the Quran. How come that the state that started Sharia is not the one that is the most educated state? In fact, how come that in that state in 2017, only 24 children got 5 credits in secondary school? How do we define Sharia? How do we define Islam? Illiteracy? Malnutrition? Children on the streets? We have to ask ourselves. And we can't ask those questions until we begin to understand through usul that you have to live in this world well in order to serve Allah for the hereafter. For Islam to prosper, we need educated Muslims. We need Muslims that are not begging. We need Muslims who are standing on their feet. Believe me, if poverty continues in the north, Islam will disappear from the north. The Prophet said, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-kufri wal-fakri.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness Sanusi. I will play this tape every 10 minutes. I will go to play this tape so that maybe it will touch one of. This is a tape you should interpret. This is a tape you should translate. Translate this tape. Translate this tape and take it to the north. Take it to our brothers down there in the north. This is what you should translate. This is what you should translate and take down. It's very, 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 very unfortunate. God help us. Mr. Gunyemi, good evening, sir. You have the space. Mr. Gunyemi, are you there? All right, let me bring in Dr. Emmy Bros. Emmy Bros, have the space. Good evening.
Thank you, Saddam. Thank you so much. Mine is briefly to say obedience and I do well. I am so extremely happy with the kind of conversations that we're having on this space. Una do well. No other dispensation, no other generation, no other people could have done what we have done in the space of time. And I just remember that a few days ago, after the concocted audio of our principal and the Yedebo, there was this cold water that was spilled on us through that Palm Sunday. And I said on the space, these people have shown us they're not going to back down. Let us go ahead and unveil them. Just like it was initially proposed around when they stole our mandate. And I'm so glad that obedience, we know what we are doing. Now, mine is to suggest 2 additional proposals. I am a teacher. What do we do with this information? I value information. What do we do with much more information that will be coming out, that should be coming out about these terrorists? We need to, just like you said, Saddam, that this video you played should be translated and played for our northern brothers and sisters. Can we go ahead to translate these information that we are sharing on the space and break them down to our community people? Obedience that are residing in Nigeria, can you organize town hall meetings? Because I know that outside of the obedience that are literate enough and possibly well positioned enough to do Twitter space and all of that, there's so many more who don't have this privilege, who may not be having this information firsthand about how these people have run us down over the years. I can't imagine the statistics of ex-governors' pension. And we think it's only Lagos? No. So can we also, if possible, do a kind of template, a kind of workshop template, obedience that are abroad and anywhere you find yourself. Organize town hall meetings. Let's have conversations beyond the space. I believe there are some people who might be saved. I continue to believe in that. But I also know that those who refuse to be saved will have to be damned.
Are we losing you?
Sorry, I got a call. Can I continue?
Go on, please. Go on, yeah.
Okay. We say on a lighter mood that fly will not get legal advice and they follow dead body. There are many people that are going to land crash with APC government. Let them go. But our people, more obedient, who are not on Twitter space, need to hear some of this information and get angry. Let them get angry as we are angry. Because I can't believe that people who go to church every Sunday, clap their hands and sing hallelujah, are among the people that support this terrorism that is going on. We need to unveil them the more. When I read
Chimamanda's letter. I say, no, this is not Chimamanda. I have studied African history. I have taught African history. I have used Chimamanda's videos to teach. I know that the lady is modest with words. But when I read that letter, I said, no, this lady is all out. Because something has sparkled the anger in her. All of us, obedience. Nigerians who have kept silent all this while just because we felt that there was no hope. We should be angered the more. We should do the least we can do. Let's organize our community people. Your locality is your immediate community. Teach people, educate people, sensitize people about this information that we have on our hand, and let more information come. Those who specialize in bringing out this information, please go ahead and may God bless you. And let those of us who know how to translate them and put them in better templates, in better words, please let's educate our people, because the night is still going to be too long. Even if our mandate is restored tomorrow, the night is long. Because they might circle back. They might circle back. Just like a snake whose head is cut. Sometimes he might think that, oh, I still have my head, I still have my venom, and they want to circle back to bite. Behold, they have no head. We need more people to get more educated. That is one of the things we are doing. I have come to see the importance of this online protest. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, all obedience who have brought us to this level of passionate knowledge. If you are a soft-spoken one, use your soft-spokenness. Educate your people. If you are one that speaks with passion and emotion like me, speak out. Nothing will happen to you. We are in a mess and nobody can dispute that. And that is why I'm happy for all of this that is happening today. I've been shaking since I heard the statistics of a human being and an individual in a place when people are languishing in all manner of poverty. They go ahead to weaponize everything, our tribal affiliations, to work against us. And I'm so happy. I want to praise you all, obedience. Let's keep doing what we're doing. I can't be happier for any other thing, any other time than what we are doing this time around. Thank you so much. And thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, my brother, Dr. Ambrose. Thank you very much. All right, guys, before we go on, let me just indulge all of you on the platform one more time. Please make for us tweets, especially our big handles on the platform. Thank you. I see you all. Make tweets for us. Construct your bomb tweets and wrap it up with the hashtag APC is a terrorist party, because APC indeed is a terrorist party. Hashtag APC is a terrorist party. That's what we're trending today, guys. I just want to do this because probably many of you are not here when I made my earlier submissions. In the space of 24 hours, in fact, let me just make this breakdown. In the space of after the elections up until now, we have seen full-blown terrorism across the country, and APC in their usual manner of distraction and making sure that they stifle air from this news, have done it perfectly, and we're doing it right now for you guys to understand that in the space of after elections up until now, there have been massacre in Ondo. It happened in March 26th. 80 children were abducted in Zamfara. Children at the ages of 12 to 17. 80 kids were abducted in Zamfara. No noise. No translating. Nothing is happening. Probably I will have to reach out and tell Peter for Peter to start tweeting all this news. Because if Peter tweets all this news, these children of the roasted corn, these children are these children of sacrifice. I should give them the name, children of sacrifice. The ones that have sacrificed their brains. There's nothing up in their brain anymore. They will remember that, Peter have got a tweet. He's a bigot. He's a this. We have to beg Peter now. Every tweet, sir, please help us and tweet that 80 children were kidnapped in Zamfara. So the children of sacrifice can help us amplify it. Because right now, These ones are finished. Police and Okada bike riders, they said we will allow Okadas to continue riding. Election are finished in Lagos. They've started empowering Okadas again. 40 Okadas were seized yesterday. 1 policeman died. 10 students were kidnapped in the state of the Dwarf. The Dwarf of Kaduna, 10 students were kidnapped in his state. In case you don't know. In the space of all this, and you're not seeing all this in making news. These are not breaking news. 34 people were killed in Benue State by headsmen, terrorist headsmen. 34 people were killed. Just March 26th. Yesterday, 50 people were killed again in Benue State. In Kwande local government area. All facts and figures. Yesterday again, 8 people were killed in Taraba by terrorist headsmen again. Across the country, you see terrorism going. So people are asking, I've said all the time, the terrorists, APC is the political wing of these terrorists. These guys doing this work on the field are APC ground soldiers. Because for the government to be quiet and act like nothing is happening while our fellow brothers and sisters are dying across the country, it means the government is enabling them. It's simple. So when we say APC is a terrorist party, I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you. Why you should tweet with hashtag APC is a terrorist party. Thank you and God bless you. You never best, my brother. You're welcome to the space. Good evening.
Wow. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're spacing from. Saddam, thank you for the opportunity, and everyone on this space right now.
You chop bat.
And Saddam, leave me abeg. Saddam, please, today is Sabbath day. Today is Sabbath day, and we are in the spirit of Easter. I'm an Adventist, so I don't know if there's any Adventists on this platform. I'm saying Maranatha and let it come. But anyway, because of the spirit of Easter, and as an Adventist, I don't want to curse anybody today. I don't want to be angry. I just want to just say some things, then I would actually circle back. But the idea that APC is a terrorist organization, it's not something that should be overemphasized. I think it's one point I've actually made every time I'm on space, that these people, they are not party. I remember I also said that what we are going to have in 2023 is not election, that is a situation that the Nigerian people are going to grapple with. And the way everything played out has actually shown that that is no election, it's a situation. There is this idea that people have that like the problem of Nigeria is too much, that even when people become, there's going to be so difficult. See, the problem is that if Nigeria have good leadership, it just take Nigeria to have good people in leadership. Every problem you think we have in Nigeria would just disappear in little or no time. The people, we have a lot of good people in this country, but the truth is that we have been served with bad leadership after bad leadership, and our humanity has been taken away. We have been dehumanized. It made us look as if we don't know, we are not reasonable and not the rest of them. If we have a good leadership, like if Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed comes into leadership, and people remember when Buhari came in, this idea of Buhari has smelling body language, his body, for a few months in Buhari's regime, there was some kind of sanity that people actually saw in government. People felt that Buhari is disciplined, he's going to bring a lot of sanity in government, but they didn't know that Buhari does not have anything in his head. Buhari was not going to come bring anything in government other than mediocrity, nepotism, and wickedness. Nothing else. But people who actually believed and who voted that Buhari was going to bring change, there was some level of sanity in government for a few months. But immediately people just discovered that Buhari does not have anything to offer in government. Everybody went, doing what, in short, they even advanced in the way they were doing what they were doing. In 2015, when Buhari, I somehow was advocating for PDP, for Jonathan government to just continue. I did everything I could and all the rest of them. I don't have anybody in government, no friend in government and all the rest of them. But I just felt Jonathan government, there was some things that government was doing. You can actually recognize a lot of people in a lot of ministers in Jonathan's administration, even though you might not just like Jonathan, but there are some people in that government that are actually doing very well. Like Saddam actually noted one time and said, Can anybody remember who are ministers in APC? Aside from Lai Mohammed or Festus Kayamo, that is always a nuisance, that is not even doing his work. He can actually sit down and remember who are the people actually propagating this Buhari's government. He can't remember them. Before this time, Nigerians used to remember who is our Minister of Information, who is our Minister of Aviation, who is our Minister of... You will remember all these people. But in APC's government, you can't even remember. You don't know the people running this government because everything is treated in secrecy, everything is treated in criminality, everything is treated in nepotism. If we have good leadership in Nigeria, perhaps it won't take long, for Nigeria to begin to, and citizens even will begin to regain their humanity and begin to regain their consciousness. Naturally, Nigerians were supposed to be good people, but because of the kind of leadership we've been served over the years. So when when Buhari won election, I cried. And when I was crying because I just felt Buhari is not going to do anything. He's going to actually, whatever progress that government has made, he's going to just stagnate it. That's what I felt. I never really knew that it was going to take us so backward. I just felt that these people are not going to do anything. Perhaps we are going to be standstill for perhaps whatever period they are going to stay in government. But I never knew, so I was crying based on that. You can imagine what I would have done if I had known that these people are going to take us backward. That the kind of nepotism, the kind of wickedness, the kind of underdevelopment, the kind of mediocrity that these people are going to bring into, the kind of ineptitude they're going to bring into leadership is going to be this massive. Perhaps I would have just died just seeing that they are coming in government. But this is what it is. APC, I continue to say this thing. I don't know how these people manage to put themselves together. I don't know how these people manage to get themselves in one party. They will compromise. There's nobody in APC. Look at that. It was the name of that lady that used to be a journalist. A lot of people look up to that woman. But immediately she joins APC, she has become one devil that nobody can recognize again. So there is nobody in APC. That's why I keep saying this thing. There is nobody in APC, that party. Even if you're a good person, immediately you enter that party, because anyway, your brain will not go with you. So they will take your brain, you will lose your humanity, you will no longer be a human being. APC said, to say it's just to actually, it's a demonic organization. Everybody in that party, they are evil. And they compromise, even if that's why people like saying, we're talking about Soyinka today. Everything I knew about Buhari, I read from what's his name, Soyinka. But you can imagine, every person that you see, anybody that support that party is evil person. And that is why Nigerians must make sure that we kill it. That's why I think that one is clear, that we need to kill APC. APC. If we are dealing with a party that say, oh, this party is bad, they don't know how to do governance and all the rest of them, that's a different ballgame. But these people are witches and wizards. And that is why now they have actually brought, because Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not only going to be that man is a demon. His government, God forbid, is going to be worse than. Look at a man who did not do interview. Since he won election, this man has disappeared. So he's waiting for, if there's any mistake we are going to make, and allow him to come into this thing. You can imagine the level. Have you actually wondered, God forbid, Tinubu becomes president, the kind of people that will be in his region? Have you actually sat down to imagine the kind of people that will be his ministers? People that will. Let me tell you, see in Nigerian police.
Ganduje, FS. Hey, God have mercy.
Can you imagine?
God have mercy.
Is it not fearful? It's heartbreaking. If as we're talking about Tinubu, we don't like APC, demonic organization, Tinubu is not good, blah, 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 blah. If, in the process of saying that, you just, at the back of your mind, you just feel that, oh, there are some people in that government who knows if they eventually get them, might do something. But in APC, nobody, tell me that person in APC today, that you're going to say, if this person becomes a minister under this government, there's nobody. But you're seeing criminality, you're seeing fraud, you're seeing wickedness, you're seeing evil staring you on the face. And that's why that man has just run away. He's waiting for any mistake we are going to make so that he can get into, but God forbid this people gets into government. If the right leadership gets into government, you will see that it won't take long. It's just to put in the military, there are good people in military, but those good people in the Nigerian military, they will not allow to see the light of day. They will not allow to hold any position of importance. And even when they try to hold any position, they'll be removed or retired immediately. So you just need a government that will come, look at people in Nigerian military and discover people who are there, who are waiting and who have the interest of this country at heart, and bring them into positions. They will begin to change things around in our military. In police is the same thing. In civil service is the same thing. In air force, in every aspect of our national life, there are good people there are good people in this country. Because if there are no good people in this country, I don't think we'll find ourselves on this platform. And since this election cycle started coming together, we've actually known that Nigerians have a lot of good people, but the truth that these good people have not been allowed. You can imagine people who voted in this election. I met a woman in Lagos who was telling me he was going to vote Sanwo-Olu, but that woman told me that she voted for P2B. If the election was not rigged, perhaps that same woman would have also, because when he voted and her vote didn't count, she said, okay, what's the point? Let us just continue. And this is what is happening. A lot of good people, the Nigerian people felt that their vote will not count. And therefore, wherever they are getting the small bread, they'll say, let us continue. That is what has happened. These people have held Nigerian people hostage. And just like, when people impose slavery mentality on you, you will not just love your slave master, because you feel that, yes, I'm suffering, but who knows if I get out of this place? Who knows if the suffering will not be much? That is what is happening. If they had given us this mandate on 25th, a new energy and a new way of life would have been unleashed on the people of this country, and you would have seen that there are a lot of good people in this country, but we are held hostage. The reason why we are talking is because some of us have been able to emancipate ourselves. But just imagine how many of those people who have not been able to think, to reason beyond their nose and to say whatever it is that we have to have a new. So what we need is to have a government that is capable, that is responsible, that is responsive. For that government to come, you will see that there are good people in this country, and I can't wait for that day when the new energy and when the new consciousness, be released in this country, so that Nigerian people will begin to take their destiny in their hand. I want that day to be today. I wish that day is today. And I want that day to come. And I want that day to come now. But that day will come if everybody is going to fight. For people who are saying, oh, we should have, yes, any aspect, any opportunity you have, please use it and talk about. But the thing is, there's something that has happened in this season. Remember when this election was about to come? People were talking, even in churches, in mosques, there are people, even in mosques, people among the Muslim community who were actually coming up to say, no, enough is enough. So this message is actually gone around. A lot of Nigerians today are waiting for this change to come. It's because the amount of years, the number of years we have been under slavery, the number of years that the Nigerian people have been dehumanized, the number of the years that Nigerian people have been impoverished. It is not easy for people to regain their consciousness. It is true that some of us are on these streets, we are talking, we are doing everything we are doing, but there are millions and millions of Nigeria who have not found their voice. It just takes us to actually bring a government that will have the people's interests at heart. And that is why they are fighting P2B. And I continue to say the reason why people talk about obedient. The reason why I'm talking about, because they don't have anything they want to talk about P2B. Therefore, they talk about the obedient. They say, oh, but we like P2B, but it's movement. And meanwhile, we've not done anything. We've not killed anybody. We are the one that have been killed. I don't even know how we've been able to do this. That no matter what they have done to us, we have not reacted. We have not killed anybody. We have not destroyed anything. We have not burnt any property. And yet, they are because the reason why they are saying what they are saying, that is what they are imagining. That is what they want us to do. Because we have not done, but because it's something that is in their subconsciousness, they keep saying, oh, the obedient are this, the obedient are this. They just want us to be that thing, but that is not what we are. We are here. We are only saying, very simple, very simple, very simple. Give us our mandate. Give us back our country. And whenever P2B says, take back your country, it means that the peoples in the north, among the Muslim community who are tired of leadership, they are going to take back their country. The people in the middle belt who are tired of bad leadership, they are going to take back their country. The people in the southeast who have been battered with bad leadership, they are going to take back their country. The people in the southwest who have been misled, they are going to take back their country. The people in the south who have been misled, they are going to take back their country. The people in the northeast, in the northwest, in the north, they are going to take back their country. And we are going, that is why these people are fear, that is why they are afraid, that is why they are terrified. But the truth about the matter is that we are not going back. It's either we die here or we live and take back our country. I saw submit.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. It's either we die here or we take back our country. It's two ways, man. This country, I say this, and what these people don't understand is that this generation is totally, totally different from the generations of these guys that have been ruling us. The boomer generation, it's just like feeding a child all through his life bitter leaf. Then one day you now expose the child to see sugar. And the child tastes something sweet. And you know what to take the child back to eating bitter leaf. The child will fight and resist you. We have seen the light. Our generation have seen the light. We can never go back to status quo. That's why we came out in our numbers, in our millions across the country, and voted Peter in as the next governor. The next president, sorry. That's why we came out in our millions. But as Yakubu Mahmood, the madman of INEC, and his gang of criminals tried to steal our votes, we say, no wahala, we're in court. Meet us in court, APC. You have seen the case. You already know that this case, there is, even if Tinubu presides on that case as the judge over his case, the least he will do is send him 10 years in prison. Tinubu is closer to prison than Aso Rock. He knows. He knows himself. That's why he has, ever since Peter tendered his case, Tinubu has not been seen in the media space once. Since the day Peter was going up and down showing a certificate, went to tell him, Elulumelu, showed certificate, they were shouting, hey, Jagama, Jagama. The moment Peter's case came out, since that day, go and check your history. Since that day till today, Tinubu has not been seen anywhere. They read him the case and he entered coma. They read him the case. He had to go and bribe the Chief Justice to come to UK. Come and meet me in UK. The Chief Justice came to UK and saw him and said, Oga, this case why I see like this. Oga, if he too small for you now, 24 years in prison. For perjury alone, 12 years. For robbery alone, 24 years. If they join your sentence, Oga, you go, say your real age like 90-something years first. You're closer to the grave. If you serve your time, sir, you might not. He enter coma. He has been in coma since then to today. He has not come out. Have you seen Tinubu anywhere? He's nowhere to be found. You now want to wake up and come out. As Dati said, any swearing in May 29th is unconstitutional. There's no democracy anymore in Nigeria. It is now a jungle. Tinubu, meet us in court. Stop dodging. Stop hiding. The doctors say they are tired of giving injection. You don't take injections. Since 2 weeks, Peter put in case, you'll be taking injection and drip. You go say when they put for you your Igbo for drip. They go put Igbo for drip. You go choke you. You go high. You don't want to wake up. Wake up. Wake up. You must come and answer your name in court. You think you know where you steal? You know you stole from? Do you know who you stole from? They don't tell you. You go steal from Shrine. You go steal from Okute. You don't know who you steal. You know what mandate where you steal. You think say nah. Hey, God have mercy. That mandate, you wake up or you from there pass on to hellfire because you're not the disaster of course on this earth. You cannot go to heaven. You cannot go to heaven, Tinubu. There's no heaven for you. The amount of people that have suffered and died under your hands for the blood that was shed alone because you wanted to steal your way to power alone, you cannot make heaven. So wake up. Please. Thank you. Let's move on to Didi. Madam Mary White, good evening. You're welcome to this violent space. You have the space, please. 5 minutes, man.
Saddam, hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, Wonder Mother. Oh, Remy, I could see you down there. Please say happy birthday to the birthday girl and kiss her for me, please. I saw the poem that you wrote.
Thank you very much. I beg no verse. I'm a very bad friend. I'm a very bad friend.
It's okay.
Our baby's birthday today. Otumba's daughter's birthday today. Please, guys, wish Otumba, go down, wish Otumba's daughter birthday, happy birthday for us. I beg you see, when you go to violence, you go Nigeria issue will also make you forget better things.
It's okay. I think he understands. Oh, my in-law. I see you too. Either salutes. Hi, everyone. So my thing is like, if you're ever in doubt that Shetima is a Boko Haram founder, this is it. This should tell you that it's definitely the Boko Haram founder. Because my thing is like, it's just so disheartening what is going on, especially with the herdsmen. You could see that they just doing this with impunity. Like they just don't care. They know that no one's gonna go after them. I mean, for them not to even give these people reprieve, this is like for crying out, this is like a holy week. This is days before Easter, and you're going to kill people. Not just, I mean, you go to their communities to kill them, and they run away to IDPs, and you follow them to kill them. I mean, to me, like, when is this going to end? I mean, what I'm about to say is my opinion and only my opinion, and I am not in no way encouraging violence. But my thing is, like, if the DSS is going to be on the spaces, listen to regular Nigerians speak, and not do their job, I think it's high time people take the matters into their hands. Protect yourselves. Form vigilante groups. I mean, whatever you have to do, because for me, it's just not right that I'm in my house being a law-abiding citizen and someone from nowhere comes and kills me. To me, it's just not heard of. I have to be able to protect my home with whatever means I see necessary. And if the Nigerian government and police cannot do it, I should be allowed to do it, whether if it means bearing arms, using cutlasses, whatever. Because to me, it's just too much. It's too much. I mean, I'm tired of reading all this stuff on social media every time, and it seems like we've all grown numb to it, because today we hear it's 10 and it's not that many people, the next 10 is 80. I mean, when are we all gonna move? Is it when they start killing 400 people? I mean, to me, it's just getting to that point that something has to give, something has to be done. And you could see it's in certain communities that it happens, and when it does happen, no one says anything. People just keep going about their businesses. And I think, I mean, I don't know what has to give, but something has to be done. Because I know if it's me, if someone comes to my house, trust me, next time, I don't care. I don't believe in guns, but I will, for myself, protect my family. And I think that's what should happen. The government is not going to do that. And the next thing that I was listening to Sizzle give his, I guess, the beginning of the space when we're talking about the governor's pension. For me, I think we as obedience, I know there has been a push for us to go be LP members. And I think this is a time for us to go get that card, be LP members. Because I think we should all get involved in politics, and especially be part of the legislature and make changes to all this ridiculous laws that they come up with. Because I don't understand how a governor who leaves his people in abject poverty, employment is non-existent, healthcare is nowhere to be found, even education it's zero, and you telling me that when he leaves he gets to enjoy all this, I mean, this privileges he never gave to people, especially his families. So I mean, my thing is, like, if we all get involved in politics, we can actually change those laws, attach clauses to it and say, okay, if you're a governor and if you're not able to do this for your community or for your state, there's no way you should be able to benefit from the state coffers. Because to me, it's just not fair. I mean, I don't get it. I was listening to him, like, some states, like, you have to change the cards like every year. So what happens to the old cards? Do they give it out, or is it still there? Because how can you be changing 3 cards every year or 2 years? And what happens to the old ones? And I bet you it's not just the governor. I bet it extends to the House of Reps and maybe senators and stuff. I mean, Nigeria, I think we need to learn. We need to stop this culture of like consumption that rather than production that Peter Obi always talks about. And it all starts with each and every one of us getting involved, which we're already doing. But I think we have to take it a step further by actually running for offices and ensuring that we change this law. Because to me, is just ludicrous. And to the last point that I'm gonna make, it comes down to names, because it does carry on with them. And which brings me to the last, which is Chimamanda. As far as I know, Chimamanda means my God will never fail me. If I'm correct, if I'm wrong, please correct me. And she really came through for us, because you can see all this while on the timeline, all this Abodo terrorists, fascists, whatever you could call them, devilish people, have been talking nonsense, things that don't even make sense, threatening the LP, our candidate. And she comes with just a stroke of the pen, and everyone is like threatening lawsuit. Everyone is running how to scout, like whatever you could call it. And I thank her for what she did, because she's actually shut them up. Because now you could see they don't have anything whatsoever to say against her, because they know everything she said is the truth. So I thank her for what she's done. And I know that for what she has done, she has brought us up. I mean, at least now the United States government will know that they cannot support this government. And if they do, we know that, I guess, they truly do not want democracy in Nigeria. And I did listen to what Zoe said about the Democrats and the Republicans. For me, I'll just have to keep my whatever I feel to myself. But I think that we all should come together. I mean, use our voices in whatever way that you can. If it is retweeting what she said, so that way more people could get to see it, do it. But I believe that um, come whenever they do respond to our petition, that we will win and we will get the Nigeria we've always dreamed of, which is a Nigeria where everything works for everyone, not just a select few, the only 1% that is rich. A Nigeria that the son of nobody can finally become somebody in life. Same thing as the daughter of nobody. And it all takes each and every one of us coming together to ensure that we contribute in any little way we can to ensure that we get the Nigeria we've always dreamed of. And on that note, I would say happy, happy Easter to each and every one of us. And please, as you go to church tomorrow, be aware of your environments, and just enjoy the day, and let us not allow these people to take away the joy of tomorrow that we're all going to be celebrating tomorrow. And then I'll say God bless each and every one of us, and thanks everyone for listening to me. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Sizzle.
Thank you very much, man. Right? Thank you. Honestly, as in, I will just pick up from where you spoke about names. It is very important, the names you give your children. Honestly speaking, from this generation going forward, people should never bear names like Yakubu, Buhari, Bola. Hey, please, Chetima. These names are names that we should enter history. That do not give your children. No. Please, I dey beg. Festus, Keyamo, all those names. Please, find. Hey, not where you give your beginning. Festus.
Lai Mohammed. Lai Mohammed, is it Latin?
You know, sir, thank you. Say as the name follow him. He said his grandchildren used to ask them. His grandchildren come ask him. People say your father is a liar. Do you know what I mean? Your grandchild is up to 5 years. He's coming to tell you that you're a liar. It is very important going forward the names you give your children. Please. Just go and find the list of all these Buharists, all these say barbarians, all these children of sacrifice. Find their names and write them down. Do not give if your pikin self go answer them as nickname. carry and go washing. Please. Thank you. All right, I think let me take Hero, you'll be here for the longest. Sorry for keeping you. You have the space now. Good evening. Hero, are you there? Hero, if you're not ready, then I'll bring up Peter is better. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Emir Prophet, Professor Saddam. You made very valid important statement about a name. What is in a name? It's very important. It's a philosophical course on its own. It's a course in philosophy. What is in a name? It's very important that the name will give people is key. Like my son now, I gave him Peter because that name is very, very important. His name is Peter. So now let me come to the discussion properly. I was with somebody. I discussed this with Joe. It makes me laugh when I tell this story. I believe many of us here will laugh. A politician, actually a politician in PDP, he took his time, his resources, and registered a lot of people to vote for PDP during the elections. So during the course of the election, presidential election, he chartered buses to convey them to the community, to his local government where they're going to vote. There were more than 2,000 people he conveyed in his own expense because he's a political appointee. He has a political appointment in government. He said when they went there, everybody that I took to the community, to the village to go and vote, all of them voted for Peter Obi, voted for Labour Party. And because of that, when the Aswazebe election came on board, he didn't put vehicle for them again to go. So he was telling me this in bitterly. Say, you people don't know the kind of pressure you are putting on politicians. You don't know the kind of, but he knows I'm obedient. You don't know the kind of, you say most of these politicians are living on what is it called, life support. This pressure we are putting, we don't know the kind of impact we are creating. So I've just used this opportunity to actually appreciate everybody. I am telling you, we are doing a lot of lost work, a lot of good work. Look at this man, Professor Kingsley. He just apologized. After we gave him buzzwords on Twitter, even Facebook, everywhere. We followed him everywhere and he apologized. Even though we didn't accept the apology, but at least he has apologized. Now, let me say something about Professor Soyinka. You see, and the APC. According to Professor Olarotimi of great memory, in his book, The Gods Are Not to Blame, I quote, when the young farmer is too slow to call the thief a thief, the thief in turns calls the young farmer the thief. That is what is happening. Because we didn't call them the name that they are not in a hurry to call us a name that we are not. They are terrorists, they are thieves, they are criminals, they are kidnappers, they are hoodlums, they are fascists, they are despots. Any name negative you want to call them, it is right. That is what they are. And you see one thing, I don't want to blame Prof too much. Prof, one thing about this life is that when people grow older, the older people get to, they begin to reason like children. So we don't need to blame him much. But for the fact that he didn't analyze the election problem, the killings, the attack that took place in the election period, but he now jumped in to say that the obedient are fascist. And I asked Professor Kingsley something. He didn't respond to me. When I responded to his tweet, he responded to me. I asked him again. I said, can you name just one person that has been beaten or been attacked or killed by the obedient? No response again. Even people started commenting, Prof, please respond to this question. He couldn't respond again. The next thing I hear that he came and apologized. So please, let us don't give this guy space to do all this rubbish he are doing. This country is our country. We must keep fighting, we must keep pushing till we get this things right. Let us not give up. They will come to gaslight us. And again, please, I want to also appreciate especially the national chairman. Some of us that are close know the kind of pressure he has been to betray the cause. This man refused. And that is why they now went to go and sponsor some persons to take over the national secretariat. They know what they are doing. They wanted to influence this man to sell off, to be a sellout, to the obedient movement, to sell Labour Party out, to betray Peter Obi. The man insisted that no, I cannot do this. And that is why today they are now fighting to remove him. But people have said one thing. People they are begging that they want to welcome the new national chairman, national chairman, that he should come to Edo State for ceremony. They want to appreciate him for what he has done. Let him come to Edo so we can appreciate him from there. But let me end by saying this. Chinua Achebe of great memory, in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria, he stated that, does it ever worry us that history, which neither personal wealth or power can preempt, pass terrible judgment on us, pronounce anathema on our names, even after we must have accomplished our betrayals and passed on? We have lost the 20th century. Are we hell-bent? Is it that our children and our children also lose this 21st century? God forbid. God forbid. Tufiakwa. I hear the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Mary White, your hands are up. You want to say something quick?
Yeah, mine is, I just wanted to ask a quick question. It may be a little bit off topic, but I'm seeing on the timeline, maybe Antibalale could answer this question for me, or whoever. Can someone take away people's homes, like the Alba or something? Because I'm seeing a lot of that on the timeline. I don't know.
Mary White, I don't know. I saw it myself, and I think I tagged Saddam to it so that he could see it as well. I don't have enough information about it. I'm of the opinion that they would have bought that land from the Oba. So I don't understand the basis under which the Oba would now say he wants to over 300 or something properties. I don't understand which kind of judge would give that kind of judgment. Somebody said it's in Surulere, but I don't know. I asked for the street name, but I don't know if the person responded to it because I wanted to do my own findings as well. because Surulere would not have that number, that amount of land. I don't know. Maybe Sizzle will know. I mean, I'm so out of the system that I don't know how it works, but it doesn't seem to be, the timing of it seems suspect. It really seems suspect. I mean, somebody was arguing on the timeline that it wasn't just Igbo properties, but how does the person know that? You know, I don't know. So unless we actually hear from one of the residents or something, or somebody who lives locally, I really don't know what they're doing. But if that's what they've done, then
Mommy,
Yes,
if it's not
sorry.
confirmed, please let us keep it off the. Let's go back to topic, please. When we confirm such information, we'll discuss about it. All right, let's circle back. Please.
Saddam, I do apologize for very nice off topic. Please, you could
No,
take me
that's
down
fine.
now.
That's fine.
Thanks.
That's fine. Yeah, thank you. That's fine. The Steve Taiwo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You have the space. Go on, please.
All right. Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Emir Saddam, for this opportunity to speak on space. Good evening, Sizu. Jimmy, I can't see him again. Okay, and everybody on the space. Now, APC as a terrorist organization, you know, um, it will pain me, when I see that this APC and its organization has successfully infiltrated the mind of many young Nigerians. And then you now begin to wonder if we have more evil people in this country than the good ones. I know you begin to see people, elderly ones, a professor, that's supposed to maintain their respect, now turning around to bamboos and gaslight obedience, as if not all of us witnessed this sham of election that we witnessed. And it do pain when there's an adage in Yoruba that says, where you're supposed to find wisdom and you find foolishness there, it do pains a lot, And I'm of the opinion that when people grow old, they tend to come back and they tend to decline and reason like a child. I thank God that we have people like Chimamanda Adichie who can also, in that their literary word, counter all those evil narratives that these people they are dishing out. Recently I was discussing with some people, and I said, the outcome of something might not be as important as the process leading to that outcome. For example, you are rich, like all these are politicians. They just see there suddenly somebody that is riding bicycle before, somebody that does not even have a car before. In a year or 2 years in office, we'll be seeing them with jeeps, building hotels, and all sort of things. Then you begin to wonder how come they get this money. Is there anything they do before? No, it's only in this politics. Another example is that when you see a student, they say, "Oh, this one passed A1 parallel." How did you do it? Did he burn the night candle? Is he a genius or something? And I think these are the questions that we need to be asking people, so that people will not be taking us for a fool. We need to be asking our politicians these questions. How I'm a witness to some of our politicians that they do not go back to their works, what they were doing before they enter politics, after their tenure. I have family friends like that. They don't go back to their business. They don't go back to classrooms. They don't go back to their offices after their tenure, and you will still see them still carrying out projects, still doing well, living large, as if they are doing something, whereas they are not doing anything. They are just fleecing off our collective resources, collecting millions of naira every month. And these are these things that Peter Obi has come to do. And I believe that when he gets his mandate, and when the obedient movement gets our mandate, all these things are going to stop. Then we will know the difference between people who are not producing and people that are producing. Now, another thing I want to say is that this brouhaha that is happening all over. I was telling some people, I say, if this election that was just consulted, this past election, if the process has been good, if the process was seamless, we don't care anybody that comes first or anybody that comes third. What many of us that are immersed in this struggle and agitation will be looking at is, okay, what have we done wrong? Where did we get it wrong? But the good thing is that we didn't get this thing wrong. We actually won the election, and that's what the APC terrorists, that's what they don't want to hear. That's what they don't want to discuss. That's what they don't want to let people say. That's why they are gaslighting people. That's why they are doing every sort of things to divert attention from the outcome of the election, from the process that leads to the outcome of the election, which is very paramount. The process is very paramount than what the Yakubu, people, what they collated, what they brought out. And another thing is this problem that we are facing right now. I can say that it started with Yaradua, because when somebody, fine, Yaradua is brilliant, fine, he is a good person, but what about his health? What about his health forward? For example, this Tinubu, is it eligible to contest? Yes or no? Does Shetima has double nomination? Yes or no? Do these people, do they have what it takes? Even if you are brilliant, if you are this or that, apart from the drug, apart from the perjury and so on, are you fit enough to govern a country like Nigeria? If Messi has gone to play basketball instead of football, nobody will hear about him. If Ronaldo has gone to be competing with Usain Bolt instead of football, nobody will hear about him. Everybody has a role to play. Tinubu is not fit to lead us at this time. He has played his role in Adeko and whatsoever. Let him go and rest. All these Shoyinka, all of them, they have already done their best. Let them go and rest. This is jet age. We can't afford these people to take us back to the stone age. There's no way all those boomers will reason like the way the Gen Z, the millennial, like the way they will reason. It's not possible. I have grandfathers at house. Sometimes we are the one that tells them this is what you should do. Sir, okay, oh yeah, this is time for you to cut your hair. This is time for you to do this. Because they cannot reason the way we reason. And I want to tell this thing to APC people. Do we have to jettison our reasoning, our humanity, just because you want to put your forgettable daddy in government? And they are just so bent on bullying and gaslighting everybody. But do you know what? My scripture says that this thing, you might be thinking, okay, you are gaslighting and you are enjoying it. But do you know what? It's going to toss her in your mouth. And I want to really follow what Isaac Ijele said at the last Vawulence. He said, this time is for cause. There are so many people who will curse your daddy, who will curse the hell out of you. Because I think reasoning with these people now, they don't want to reason like a mature people. But when we curse you, the Bible says, tell the wicked, it shall not be well with them. Every wicked people in this country, it shall not be well with you guys. And all this evil that you guys are doing is going to come back on you in 1,000 folds. In 1,000 folds. Because evil will not have a stay in this country. We all watch films. We have been to abroad. We see how things were run there, how things were done. Why can't we have it in Nigeria? Why? Must we go back to the dark age? Why? Why must every day in Nigeria you must hear that some people are killed, some people are killed, some people are they animals? You know, there's somebody that came on my timeline and was saying, is it because Soyinka didn't talk about about our massacre? And that's why I'm angry at him. I said, no, okay. People that were killed there, are they not human beings? He said, is my family among? I said, see these people. See these people, and this is what APC has put into the mind of all these guys. Say, does it concern you? Is your family member there? Okay, those people that were killed, those people that are martyred, are they not human being like you? And something is happening in the east. Okay, the eastern people, are they not people? And something is in the north. Okay, the northern people, are they not human being? Are they not human being? And they kidnapping some people at your state, the bandits and everything all over Nigeria. They've exported the terrorism all over Nigeria, and nowhere is safe. Is it until it touches your family before you know that okay, these things are bad and must be condemned by everybody? Please, at this point, I just want to implore all of us, the energy that we are using to rebuff these guys, please let us multiply it. Let us multiply it. Darkness can never overcome light. No. The obedience, we are the beacon of light and hope at this very point in time. And we will shine this light on everything, on every sector, be it police, be it military, be it judiciary, be it anything. We will shine this light. And at the end of the day, the darkness is going to leave this country for us. And lastly, about Wole Soyinka once again, you know, I moved with some elders and I discovered then that they actually rated Olarotimi more than this guy. And I was like, what is happening? This man, Olarotimi, did not even win. I don't think he won any national honors or something. But they rated this guy. And now it's now coming back to me that, okay, this guy has been in bed with all these people at the Nadeco and they've lied to our fathers then. Meanwhile, this present moment, this present age, they still want to continue that lies. Thank God for the internet. This is the end of those evil men in our country. I yield my mic. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Taiwo. Let me just buttress what you just said. He has been in bed with them, the establishment for long. Wole Soyinka. You know, the good thing we have with social media right now is that no matter how you want to package yourself, I'm just saying, imagine a Bola Ahmed Tinubu running without social media. He would have been the greatest candidate ever. Because he has used money, his drug life will not be out there. We will not know that he has like 5 different age. We will not know that all his certificates are fake. He will just use money and blind all the newspapers, all the TVs, will just singing his praise. And we will forget that this man is a fucking criminal, a fucking drug dealer, is about to be the next president of Nigeria. And that is how so many of these old men have lived lies as a life. And we have eulogized these people. We have come to take them as mentors. We have come to take them as heroes, as legends, but they're all fucking criminals that have no morals. Wole Soyinka is one of them. And you think I'm playing? Listen to why he has betrayed Nigerians, or why he speaks from 2 sides of his mouth. Listen.
But it was pots and pans. I mean, what more essential thing do you require if you're moving into an unfurnished building? You need to cook. His wife, Remy, sitting there, had thought about these details and sent pots and pans and fridge or whatever to the house to enable myself and my family to survive until my house was repaired in Ogun State.
So you see, these guys have been sitting and they have been in bed with these men for decades. They ran the Nadeco show together. So they gave him pots and pans. Pots and pans and fridge. That is what they have been giving Wole Soyinka over the years. He has been in bed with these people. So when you see all these celebrities are coming, Tinubu has made billions of drug money. He has made, don't want me to be a drug baron. He can buy 1 million cars and distribute it out. Buy houses and dash so many of these people. And all of a sudden, they owe him a favor. They can never speak the truth. When they feel threatened, He will send one of those stooges that he has paid probably their children. Ask them. You always say, Tinubu did this for me. Not what Tinubu can do. It's always what Tinubu did for me. Tinubu gave me, as Anita Kubo said, when I was in prison, Tinubu paid my children's school fees. You can never hear what Tinubu in 8 years did not build one bridge in Lagos State. 8 years, not one bridge was the Tinubu built in Lagos State. 8 years as governor. Not one bridge. Not one hospital. Not one school. In 8 years. You see them energize the man because he has used corrupt money to blind their mouths and their brains that they cannot see and think. And I can understand this man up there. My problem is with you that you're on Twitter with giveaway. Every day you're jumping from one. If you wake up in the morning, you type on your phone, search, give away. For the latest giveaway to go and jump on those trade and throw your account number. Supporting the same people that have kept you in the position that you're a beggar, online beggar. We can do better as a people. All right, thank you, my brother. Let me bring in my sister, Sweet Child. Sweet Child, good evening. You have the space, please. Sweet Child, can you hear me? All right, Hero. Hero, I called you before and you fell off. So I don't know if I'm going to call you one more time, please.
Sorry for that time. Something came up and I wasn't close to the phone. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm here to say thank you for the opportunity again, and thank you for everyone that has spoken. On the topic, I just want to say a few things. It could be provoking, it could be anything, but permit me to say it. On the terrorism, DSS Nigeria has been, gaslighting and threatening and pulling obedience since after the election. I believe for some time now they've slowed down. But my question, one of the things I want us to raise about, or I want to say about DSS, no matter how we want to glorify them, no matter how we want to think these guys are good, somebody said earlier, they said that they're used as a gateman, drivers and everything. But one more thing that politicians use DSS, I know they are here and they will hear me, and I'm speaking on the true fact. They use them also to do their dirty jobs. They use them as the hit guys. They use them as an assassin. And they know themselves. So they are not just drivers and all those things. Politicians use them for their dirty jobs and give them money. Corruption we are talking about, corruption is running like water in DSS Nigeria. These guys seek contracts in NDDC, MPPC, individually businesses they set up. And they get a contract, some of them embezzle their money. I'm talking to you because I know some of the DSSS guys that have awarded contracts, they just whack the money and walk away. Right? Like senior officers in the past, and some of them are still current. So they are not just gateman and stuff. They use them for hit jobs to assassinate a political opponent, to shut their mouth. When we talk about the unknown government, these guys are not just cultists on the streets or all these things. Why is it that government could not fish them out or stop them or double cross them somewhere? These guys are all in our they are officials. They know themselves. So there is nothing like DSS. The killings that is going on, a Boko Haram killing that is going on, why is the DSS not stopping them? Why is DSS not speaking up and say, oh, we identify where the guys, where they are planning killings? They can record any phone calls. These guys make calls. They can listen to them when they are calling you to demand 100 million. Where are they calling you from? They're not calling you from heaven or from the other planet. They're using the same network, MTN, Global, and everything to make those calls. Why can't DSS track them? So they all know the game. So it's not when we just talk about DSS, they come here to talk all this nonsense or say all this nonsense they say on Twitter. They themselves, they are also very, very dirty. Just as like police are, so is DSS. Now, if you are here also, you are in the military and you're also here and everything that is going on, they are integrating Boko Haram into the military. My question on what I want to say to you is this, and you're among the people that they are sending out. How do you feel working with a Boko Haram, terrorist that has killed your fellow, they has killed your colleagues, they has raped and destroyed things, and they are integrating them back into the force? How do you feel working
alongside with them. And let us not take this thing as as maybe they are saying these guys are repented. These politicians are putting these guys in back there because they want to use them for their special agendas. They're not putting them in back there because of these guys are repented, they want to do any of these things. They are putting them there for a strategic purpose, for a particular reason. That's why they are reintegrating them back into this. So the terrorist thing that has been going on, the APC, we all know is a terrorist organization. Nothing is going to change long as APC remain in government. This terrorism, if you want to talk too much, if anything wants to happen, they will come through terrorism. They'll be using all kinds of means. Now let me go, because I don't want to hog on the mic too much. I don't want to. The pension is just a mess. But on the letter of our own dear sister. Now one of the things I picked up when I read that letter is she's so smart in her crafting of work that she did not just address Joe Biden. If you look at that letter very well, she make mention of the UK Prime Minister also that congratulated Nigeria. She touched the guy too. She did not just end there. She touched China. She indirectly wrote a letter to the heads of nations. She indirectly called all the heads of nations. If they think, say, you won't come lie in the same bed with Nigeria and support all these guys, they see you now. This is actually what happened. Lai Mohammed, or whatever they call him, was coming to America. He wasn't just coming to America to address America. He was coming to America to address the world leaders. That was their game. That was a part of their card. They came to America, to the world power, seat of the world power, to address the rest of the world. But Chimamanda at the same time used her pen to cancel all those things, to address the world leaders also, to tell them this is the real thing. So the Prime Minister of UK that congratulated, I believe he has read that letter and got the new information. So she did not just address Joe Biden. This is one of the reasons, for me personally, I see that letter has done so much destruction than, I don't know the word. Currently, I believe there is complete disarray in the camp of APC that they don't even know which cards to play, because it's like any card these guys bring out, the obedient people are ready in everything to tear you down. Every game they bring out, these guys are ready to tear you down. So I just want to say thank you, and also to make mention of that letter, how powerful that letter is addressing to the world leaders, and also to say that DSS Nigeria are also not just Gateman and all these things. These guys are corrupt. They run contracts in government. They get contracts with the business, their companies, which they set up with other guys and everything. And also they use them as a hit job, as in like assassins. This is like clean. As in like I know guys that has been sent to do some dirty job that are SSS. So you guys can follow me if you want to. The DSS, I'm trying to know who I am, but I'm just telling you this is fact and this is clear. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to say, Obedient family, you guys are doing an amazing job. You guys are shaking tables like never before. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. JSS, you can follow him, man, to find out more whether people are doing dirty job. Follow him. And I gotta ask him, man, you know what people are doing the hard job he say people are doing. Follow him and ask him, man. If people are good. And about those people, please tag him, because people are good at tagging DSS. Their DSS. Follow. Stupid set of human beings. You can't tag DSS, so 80 children have been kidnapped in Zamfara. Better can tag DSS right now. Tag them quick. Oyo State. People were killed in Oyo State. People were killed you don't tag DSS to killings across the country. It's why Obedient say Tinubu is a drug dealer. God cannot swear for now. He says tomorrow. Tinubu is a drug dealer. Go and attack DSS. Don't go attack DSS to the one that people are dying and 51 people died in Benue yesterday. Don't tag DSS to that one, as people don't have sense. A government that allowed terrorists that were caught, that in any sane nation, those terrorists should be serving life imprisonment or death by now. Buhari government brought them out and rehabilitated terrorists. I've never in my life heard where they rehabilitated terrorists before. The APC came to power. Rehabilitated terrorists are some in your military now. Some of your police, you might enter flight tomorrow. The next person sitting next to you is a repented terrorist. A repented terrorist with 8 deaths, 15 shots, 90 bullets is his resume. He will sit down next to you in airplane. APC people have destroyed Nigeria. You people have destroyed this country. God, he can never be well with anybody in this part in APC. You can never have it well. You are your lifetime. Your family generation. All of you will suffer. You will suffer for what you have done to this country. I just can't put my head towards it. That I will come back to Nigeria and you enter airline. The next president next week might be a terrorist that have spent all his life in Sambisa forest. Sambisa. Do you want to say go to forest? They chop grass. Now that person goes down next week for airplane because APC have rehabilitated him. Ha! Hey, God. If we don't kill out, if we don't destroy APC, APC go destroy us. Mr. Man, I see you in the building. Welcome, sir.
Bro,
Welcome to church.
Saddam, make I add something. You know, say that video, that Shoyinka video.
I want him. Give me no verse. I want him. My chairman. I see my chairman here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman Val is in the building, sir. The next governor of Anambra State is in the building. So we have been discussing pensions of what governors have been stealing in this country, sir. Please, when you become governor, if you collect pension, we open space for you on this space. So we'll drag you, sir. Please, no pension. Peter is not collecting pension, eh? Welcome to church, sir. Thank you.
No, if you collect pension, Saddam, pension day.
No.
Listen, hold on, Saddam. Hold on.
No pension for any.
Hold on, Saddam. I've done my research.
You want to start enabling
Hold
corruption.
on, my brother. Hold on. I've done my research. But you cannot be Okowa and be owing civil servants pension. But governors and ex-governors have never been owed pension. Abi, is there anywhere you have seen where ex-governors and governors protested over non-payment of pension? What is good for the goose is good for the gander. What the pensions need to be done is to be reviewed. You cannot be changing 6 cars every 3 years, 4 cars every 2 years, 2 cars every 4 years. Those things are not realistic. But a man who has worked and worked well should receive his pension. I feel that is where I stand. But obviously, we are 2 different people. We can have 2 different ideas.
No governor in Nigeria.
Governorship is not ministry. It's
no governor in Nigeria.
An election.
No governor in Nigeria should take pension. No governor in Nigeria should take pension after 8 years.
Anyway, according to Imo State and the Nigerian 1999 Constitution, nobody is actually liable for pension in this country if you've not worked up to 10 years. And no governor's tenure
At least,
up to 10 years.
8 years? After 8 years, you contest for election, enter, steal money.
True that.
They're not come and collect pension. What are you pensioning yourself for? What is that one? Please, I beg. People are dying across the country who are hungry. Say pension. It should end. It should end.
I get your point.
Please.
I get your point.
Thank you. This our brother on the platform that I don't know where they train this guy. You know, so obedient. We all say they sleep. You just one handle. We go just wake up from somewhere, begin the attack. The kind violence we go come for the person belay. You go wonder where have this fridge? Where did they cook this person from? This guy just wake up. I don't know whether I don't notice him, but the guy just enter Twitter, begin to cause one everywhere. He don't come for carrying while come for this place.
The latest Vawulence.
Thank you. I'm actually Michael.
So, brother, you're not audible in our church today. Should we pass check your battery of your microphone, whether the microphone battery is did they on it to if you're using earpiece, remove your earpiece, please.
Am I better now?
Can you speak to your are you using earpiece?
Brother, this Michael is Yagbakuka.
Can you hear me?
We can manage. Continue, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So I've been listening to this space and I was enjoying it. I just wanted to thank you guys for what you are doing. My name is actually Michael C. Bernard. So I was listening earlier when we were discussing about northern poverty and the problems. And, I just remembered my encounter with the Fula people of Sierra Leone. So what many people don't know is that the Fulani is not just in Nigeria, it's actually in other African countries. And most of the places the Fulani are, they are one of the most elite tribes in Africa. So most of them are educated, they go to schools, and their core business is no longer bearing of cattle. It is trade. So they're actually business people. If you go to Sierra Leone today, they call them the Fula of Sierra Leone. They are the most advanced, the most educated, they are like the Igbo of Sierra Leone. Let's put it that way. When I say the Igbo, I mean they are the ones controlling the commerce in Sierra Leone. And so I was speaking with this Fula guy, And I showed him, the problems in Nigeria. And he was like, these people are not Fulani. And I said, no, they are Fulani. And he's like, no, these are not, these people are fake. They are imposters because this is not what we are known for. We are known for this different sort of thing. And so what that taught me is that the problem of Nigeria is not because these people are Fulani or they are Muslim or is a Muslim state. It is because of the evil of the elite. So you have this set of elites who claim to be the spokesperson of the Fulani, who claim to be the leaders of the North, who claim to be the mouthpiece of Islam, but their job is to steal from the people, impoverish the people, and use tribalism as a card to subjugate the people. So these people you are talking about are not people who really care about tribalism. I'll tell you for free, at the top in Nigeria, there's nothing like tribalism. I've seen it from close hand. I've seen what happens at the top, and I'm telling you for free, it is not a matter of tribalism. The people, the Buhari you're talking about, might not even really be a tribalist. He doesn't really care about Fulani interest. But they use that thing as a way of getting votes, as a way of remaining in power and subjugating the people. If you look at Tinubu and this their anti-Igbo message, in his family, they are Igbo people. Right? This man might have even dated an Igbo woman. He might even speak Igbo. But because of politics, they use these things to deceive the gullible people who then harvest votes. But what 2023 taught is that the population of Nigerians who are elitists, when I say elitists, I mean the enlightened Nigerians, is becoming more than those who are living in Iberiberism. So in the past, during elections, the people who went to school stay in their houses for fear of violence. And then you have the scumbags of the society, sorry to use the word, but the people who don't even know what the role of a president is, electing a president. Because of this is like abusing universal suffrage by allowing people who are not educated, who don't even know what the role of a president is, to decide who the president of a country is, to impose whatever they believe. And because these people don't know the role of a president, they now vote somebody based on their personal opinion. And their personal opinion will be something primitive. It might be because this person goes to my church and then they vote him. And then they don't realize that most of the prayer you are praying in Nigeria is not meant to be prayer. It's meant to be something the government should have solved. Most of the accident, I don't want to die from accident, is not because of there is demon on the road. It's because the road is freaking bad. The road is scattered. You have road that human beings are driving. Okada is driving that road. Keke is driving the road. Big trailer is also on the same road. Train is on the same road. So today, Okada jam train, trailer jam Okada, everything jam everything. Because nobody is building railways. Nobody is building road. People are dying in childbirth because the hospitals are not working. And then you're talking about investing in Nigeria, buy land in Nigeria. If you buy land today and the governor revokes your CFO, what do you do? Are there courts? Are there court of laws to implement the policies? How do you get justice? How do you get justice for people? How do you get things done? So these are the problems. And many people don't realize this. And this is why you see people who are doing pro bono thing for the elite, because they believe that they are part of the elite, but they don't realize that there's these scumbags to the elite. I'll tell you for free. It is going to be easier for a David Hunde to enter into Tinubu's house and have a meeting with him than for most of those faceless handles on Twitter. Because Tinubu does not even regard them as human beings. Tinubu's security will not allow them to even pass his gates. But if someone who is educated and who is maybe rich, has social class, goes to those people, they will allow you in, which shows you that those people that you are doing all those tribalism stuff for don't even care about you. You are not a human being to them. You are just a statistic. And that is why you will see when people are killed by herdsmen, nobody talks about it. Nobody mentions their name. In media, they say, if you want to hide something, just use numbers. So I can come out and say 1,000 people were killed. And nobody is going to care because 1,000 is a number. It doesn't sound like human beings. But if I come and give a name and say so and so person was killed, this person was killed, give his family background, his family history, his biography, you would see people coming out to protest for that one person, as opposed to when the media reports 1,000 people were killed. So this is one of the reasons why people don't get moved anymore when they hear the statistics. 75 people killed in Zamfara. It doesn't sound like anything, right? But let the daughter of Olufale be killed by herdsmen. Then you would see that so many people care about killing, and herdsmen becomes an issue. So the problem for the everyday Nigerian is to look out for their own best interest. And what is your best interest? It is the people that provide the good roads, education, water. You don't even have clean water, a lot of basic amenities that will help people come out from poverty. And so that is why I always keep trolling, and talking about these people. On a normal day, I have no reason anymore to talk about the APC or to talk about or to waste my time I'm meant to use to do more important things, digging out the receipts of, their hypocrisy. But then you keep remembering that you have some, maybe old classmates in Nigeria who are very intelligent, and yet they keep calling you and say, it's very hard. You will see someone who was like the first class, someone who used to teach you when you were in school, and then he calls you for something as mundane as 10,000 naira. This is equivalent to like $12, $15, burger money for someone in states in the US. But yet people in Nigeria cannot afford these things. People are dying because they don't even have 5,000 naira. People are dying because they don't have 3,000 naira. So most of these mundane and irrelevant, oblivious issues that are plaguing Nigeria is because people don't even look out for themselves. The average Nigerian man is not thinking about himself. He has left his own thinking to God. Rather than think and fight for himself, he stays, doing no nonsense. I remember in one of the cities I've lived, I wouldn't mention where because of I know DSS people are also looking for me. Although if you look for me, I'm not coming to Nigeria. I don't have any business there. But as I was saying, these people did a nationwide protest because they increased the price of train by less than 5%. If you look at the developed countries of the world, nobody protests more than people in developed countries. If you look at France, USA, UK, even Canada, that is where people protest for very, very tiny things. It can even be that the president just coughs and there will be a nationwide protest just because of a cough by the president. But in Nigeria, 1 million people will die. And rather than protest, you would have people telling you, don't talk, this and that. People will be rationalizing stupidity because they assume that the $500 or the $200 they are getting from Utimpu work, makes them rich. And this is one thing that poverty in Nigeria keeps growing and growing to the point that people don't realize how poor they have become. When I launched the startup previously in Nigeria, and then I kept getting people filing chargeback for something as low as 1,500. Now, if you know what chargeback is, it means you pay for something and then you go to the bank and say, I didn't pay for this, I didn't receive it. Now, Nigeria is known for having chargeback fraud, where somebody will pay online, go to his bank and lie he didn't pay so that he can get the money back. It might take him 90 days or 120 days. And the bank will say, okay, since you claim you don't pay and you are insistent or convincing, take your money back. Now, somebody will pay 1,500 naira, go to bank, file chargeback, pursue the case for 4 months just to steal 1,400 naira. And you are wondering, how can a human being do chargeback for $2 and you are going to bank because of this small, chargeback fraud of this small amount? And you will see people even create groups, how they'll make 500 naira, how they'll rob, you see groups, somebody will create group, how to scam Pampe. How much money are you taking from Pampe? 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira. And these are things that, if you are living in the US, for instance, or in a good place in a top European, you might be paying 1,600 in rent. And this is almost someone's 1 year salary. 1,600 rent per month is more than people's annual salary in Nigeria. And people are getting poorer and poorer, but they don't realize, 2014, if you needed $20,000 $20,000. That was 3 million naira. $20,000 was 3 million naira. So that means many Nigerians could easily get $20,000. Today, $20,000 is about 14 point something million. How many people have seen 14 point something million in their life? So the question is no longer about the tribe or whoever is, whether your tribe man is there or your religion man is there. It's a question of your personal self. Have you not become impoverished enough? Are you not tired of the suffering, the killing, the uncertainty about what is going to happen tomorrow? You don't know what will happen tomorrow, the next day, or the third day. So that is the question which I keep asking. That is the reason why I keep doing what I do, because I have seen how impoverished we have become as a people. I was talking to someone, I put it one day, I was talking to a friend from India, and I asked him, I told him in Nigeria we pay a lot of money for our wedding and our bride price, and he was like, wow, that he never knew that in India they just pay $200,000. That's what they spend on wedding. And then I quickly checked my Google, and it was correct. These guys paid $200,000 for wedding. And then me in my mind, with my Nigerian brain, I was thinking 2 million, 10 million now wedding is big. But these guys from India, which is not even one of the top richest countries, pay $200,000 for their wedding. I was talking to someone, he said, oh, my engagement ring for my wife was 30K Canadian dollars. It was very cheap. And I'm like, do you know what 30K Canadian dollars is to a Nigerian man? In fact, most of these tech guys who are, doing big men on around, how many of them have raised $30,000? So you will see that we have become massively impoverished, massively humiliated. The Nigerian passport before used to have like 70 countries you can go to. Now you cannot even go to Rwanda without a visa. You can't go to Kenya without a visa. People are removing Nigeria because the Foreign Affairs Ministry is not doing any work. They are busy shouting at Kambi. Look at this woman. What is her name? That woman that was doing MC, APC primaries. I'm forgetting her useless name. Look at what she's doing. No new visa deals, no trade deals, nothing. Just be playing politics. Why the Nigerian passport is becoming useless? Our passport is even worse than people from Afghanistan. We cannot travel to anywhere. You can't even travel to Kenya. You can't travel to SA. If you want to get SA visa, they will hold your passport for months. For common SA, for Namibia, for Tanzania, for Mauritius. These are countries everybody should go for free. Why should we need a visa to UK or to Europe? So these are the issues. These are the things that the people are not saying. Because most of the people have been convinced that poverty is piousness. Being poor is a sign, having to suffer to get things done, having to wait for, under long queue to get your passport, or having to wait for long queue to get things done is part of life. We believe you are meant to hustle. You are not meant to hustle. These things are meant to be simplified and made plain. Rather than wasting time hustle, people are meant to be thinking, innovating, brainstorming and bringing out new ideas, not suffering under the sun, laboring and trying to get things done. To get a single thing done in that country, you will spend days. You have to bribe to get your own Nigerian passport, to get your NIN. And these are the issues. And until the people see these issues and understand that these are their own private interests, this is your own personal interest that benefits you, whatever you are doing is going to be falling, on stones, like pouring water on stones. So, I forgot what I wanted to say. I'm done, But basically, what I'm saying is, I like this space and I love what the obedient movement is doing, how we have been able to change the game and begin to be the voice of reason. And my prayer and my hope is that we will not end up like those we are criticizing. We'll not end up having people who are going to sell themselves for frying pan and rice, or people who will sell themselves on credit to, these people who don't have the interests of Nigerians at heart. And that is all. I want to thank you, for having me on the space, and thank everybody who, took their time to listen, and tell everyone to keep fighting, keep striving. These are not things we're ever meant to be fighting for. We shouldn't be fighting and doing protests for a court case. But it is what it is. It is Nigeria, how bastardized that become. And we'll just keep striving and hoping that by God's grace we'll be able to restore our mandate. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow, thank you so much, my brother Michael. What a wonderful submission. You touched so many topics. One that really struck me is the issue of our passports. And it took me back to when Peter Obi was in Chatham House and he says he was going to restore, the Nigerian passport. You're going to be proud of the Nigerian passport again. And that's one thing that we face a lot of problems when you travel abroad. You think it's easy to go abroad or to get visa. Wait until you get to the airport. My brother Dare put up a post and he narrated how he was scrutinized at the airport. This is somebody that has been in in Europe for a while now. But for him to go to another country because he had a green passport, he was scrutinized. And it will even get worse. It will even get worse than it currently is if we allow that Agbado man to enter this presidency. God forbid, he will never ever become president. Simple things like NEPA, you see people praying. You see people going to pray in front of transformer. They are going to pray in front of transformer. My God. My God. You'll be in Europe. You won't see even NEPA poles in some places. Not to talk of where your transformer is. But this is Nigeria. Switch out. Come in, please.
Hi guys, good evening. Good evening, my dear family, obedient family, the only family that has sense, the only family that's still standing after 9 months, the only family that despite the whole gurubara, despite the whole confusion, we are still here. When APC started, I'm sure that they won't have, or rather, they will never have thought to have this kind of movement. Because who was ready to stand with them when we know that they came in through propaganda? People people who were on social media 2014, 2015, you know what APC people did. As in you that party is really evil. So I've been here and I've been listening to everyone. And I don't know if I'm the only one that just feels so sad. In as much as during this election, I told myself that anything that happens in the north, I'll just look away. I don't care. If they like, they should bomb everywhere. I don't care. But I just realized that I still have this human part of me. The news of the 85, because I said somebody posted the names of these children. And the numbers, they're 85, and I'm very sure they're more than 85. The media, they actually know how to reduce numbers. When they tell you 80, times it by 2. When they tell you 100, times it by 2, times it by 3. On that list, you have 4 siblings, same surname on that list. A family at this point now, they're crying. 4 children. What is it? We've been having this issue for very long. This alone should have told us that we need to change this government. But when you hear APC people talk, they'll tell you, after all, it's only here in Nigeria that we have insecurity. They will not start comparing insecurity with other countries with you. After all, we have it in this place. Even in the US that you're complaining, there's insecurity. Even in London, there's insecurity with a lot of knives. Can you just imagine? How you going to compare suffering? How you going to compare death? How you going to compare violence? How you going to compare, say, people they cry? You going to compare them? They stab somebody's eye. Oh, you still have eye. In the other place, they be stabbing people's eye. You be comparing it. How? Just hello, Biden. Hello, Biden. With just a few words of our dear chief, run these people mental. Onanuga was just tweeting like a mental man. That man did not sleep well. I'm very sure he's using drugs for high blood pressure. You can't tell me otherwise. They're giving him drugs to take. If not, because I don't understand how that message would trigger a whole lot of rubbish talking, rubbish responses. You people sent Lai Mohammed to the US. You were all excited. Lai Mohammed this, Lai Mohammed that. Lai Mohammed even met with one man, what they call, I can't remember his name. Today, all of you were quoting what he said. That Tinubu won because of money. You were all excited. Now, my mother did not even visit. She didn't leave her house. She just spend and ping, upload them. Finish. If she can't leave house, can't say, I want to see you by the. You won't die. She didn't leave her house, oh. You were running mental. You that left here. How many hours flight? You went there, went to media houses, went there to be saying at least as if what happened during presidential election and gubernatorial election was not obvious to the blind. She wrote everything that happened. You see her the audacity to say you are going to sue her. Even the person David that gave us this what they call it, this drug case story information. Till now, you have not sent David letter. But still, Amanda, that you are going there to be threatening because she's what? I don't understand. A lady? You want to bully? Abi, are you okay? What you should be worried about is this death, this violence, this killings that under our nose is happening. That's how I read on news that Benue's IDP camp in Benue. These people came in and just started shooting. And it just reminded me of Owo's massacre. Are we okay? Are we not used to people dying? Are we used to when they bomb place, everybody will continue with their lives? Are we so used to passing that we don't care again? These are the things that actually put Nigerian in bad light. UAE gave us names that these are the people sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. Government even had the audacity to respond that we're not going to expose these people. Imagine if these people were from a certain tribe. We will not hear the last of it. To my dear Northerners, apart from the ones that have sold themselves and sold their lives for peanuts, $100, $200 just because, or they've sold themselves because of political position or whatever, I am talking to you people that still have sense. I pray that God sends you someone to help you. Because I don't even know what to say. I don't even know how to even tell you people, don't worry, things will be better. No. The only
Can anybody hear Sweet Child?
Nobody can hear. I think we should go on to the next speaker.
All right. Potus.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon.
one of the poorest states in Nigeria is still that state Zamfara that you have some local government that bandits have taken over.
I think Switcher, you can go and come back. We lost you for like 1 minute. If you can go and come back, please.
Can you hear me now?
Go on, right? Go on.
Okay,
Please.
is this same Zamfara state that are having these attacks, right? Is this same Zamfara that one of the poorest states in Nigeria also has mineral resources, gold, pure gold. They can't use that to help their people. Is this same Zamfara that you have bandits collecting taxes? Bandits have taken some part, like this is our own territory. Government cannot do anything. DSS cannot do anything. When people need your help, you only protect the rich. You only protect the elites. They will just send you a message, go and pick up this person. Immediately you rush and pick up the person. When you have people homeless, you have mothers that they've taken their children. I just read on someone's still how a woman said they killed 2 of my children in front of me. What if those children are just the only children that she has got? You're poor, but you're still a suffer inside this poverty. I've not seen this kind of thing in my life before, that government that is supposed to protect lives and properties just abandon us. Like what my brother said, Mika said, he said, this lady, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or that she's supposed to be spokesperson, what that it that be? She has not even come out to say, oh, we've been able to talk to this, we're able to talk to these people. Till now, airlines are not coming to Nigeria. Till now, airlines are not taking Naira. Till now, some countries are not even allowing Nigerians. Like, what are you doing? You want the world to shut their doors against us. Not be a mother when talk say, if they don't give us money, to hell with their green. God have mercy. God have mercy. If we don't get it right this time, then I don't know. I mean, I'm not finished though. I refuse to be finished because we're just letting our voices. We keep talking. We keep tagging the offices that are in charge. Like, look at what is happening. If you like, answer. If you like, don't answer. That's you people's business. But Nigerians obedient, please let's not give up. I understand that sometimes you just want to just shut or like you off your internet, throw your phone away, go back to Nokia touchlight phone just to live normal. And because when you think thoroughly, you just feel like Nigerians don't worth this fight. But sincerely, we're still born. Our children go see they ask us question. It is really sad. Now imagine these children, where are they? Do you think they'll be in a house? Bushes. Some children, oh goodness, have mercy on us. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say regarding pension. Emia, you were saying, Emia, you were saying that they shouldn't be paid pension. You know the way pension works now. They remove part of it from your salary, and if it's removed from their salary, they'll have to pay for a certain period. So probably they will pay them what they pay normal civil servants, not exorbitant, not too, not the 700 million that N6 said or something. They will, if it's removed from their salary for that duration of 8 years, they will need to pay them. After that, maybe they'll just have an agreement or for certain period of time. After that, no longer pension. That's how it works with civil servants. They have to get paid. I yield. I'm tired, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, my sister, thank you so much. But we have to actually dissect how pensions are, the concept of pensions, but we'll get back to that. Let's go, POTUS. 5 minutes, please.
Okay, I won't even get up to that. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon from to everybody on the space, all obedient. I want to really use this opportunity to say, guys, you guys are doing well. Thumbs up. You know, they thought we were gonna face off just like that, but they never knew that we are the force, we are the new Nigeria, and we'll bring this to light and we'll prove it and we'll claim our mandate. Guys, if you guys remember the late Abacha, he made a statement and he said that any insecurity that lasts within 48 hours in any country at all, the government of the day knows about it. Now, I want to put it clear. With that statement, with that word alone, it tells a lot. Did you guys notice that during the election, nobody was, there was no kidnapping, but immediately after the election, those guys went back to duty call. I feel sad. If you're a DSS official and you're on this space and you left your job where you should be monitoring and making sure that those people that have been kidnapped, those bandits are being, properly, arrested and all that, and you refuse to do your job, but instead you come to hunt innocent Nigerians who want a better country. You should be ashamed of yourself because you're a disgrace to this country. Seriously. I feel so pained. Seriously, because imagine Nigeria till this very moment, Nigeria no get light. It's crazy. Go to common Benin here, you see light. Go to in Ghana, there was light 24/7. Then I was questioning my sanity that what is going on. I feel ashamed to even associate myself as a Nigerian. It's a disgrace. Your passport cannot. In fact, the way they treat you as a Nigerian, it's even worse. Let alone imagine when they now find out that this is your passport. Say you won't travel out. Say you won't even go Europe. Yeah, big problem with your passport. How long are we going to continue this? And on top of it, these guys are busy borrowing money, putting us in crazy debt. They don't want us to escape from this debt. Like, Their aim is just to finish Nigeria pata, 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 before they leave office. Is this the way to go? Sometimes I ask myself, there's a woman who voted APC. I looked at her, and after some time, she came to me, oh, bros, can you please find me something? I said, please, you know what? You go back to that this thing that you voted, go and collect the money from there. Don't come to me for money. And you voted APC, go and meet APC for money. These people don't know what is coming, because by the time these guys remove subsidy, I will start buying fuel for 750 per liter. And there they go no say Nigeria don't finish, because it's going to be difficult for not just see. Imagine the idea, people begging you for money on a daily basis. It's crazy. And the saddest thing is, you find these APC guys throttling, waking up very early, even at night, looking for spaces where they are doing giveaway, begging for giveaway, like Bambiala. There was one I was challenging. I said, but you are supporting APC. I went through his timeline. I said, you are supporting APC and you are begging for breakfast. Eh? Can't you go back? He said, oh, it's not by party. We should not bring. I said, I will bring party into this thing. Because if you don't have sense, when will you have it? As for Shoyinka, you know, if P2B want to address you and want to finish you, pata, we say, my well-respected elder brother, I feel that man messed himself up. He shouldn't have indulged or engaged himself in anything relating to obedient movement, because that word alone, it should be prescribed to the government of the day, because that is what APC represents as a party generally, because it does not know that the enormity of what he said. I feel so pained in Nobel laureate like that bringing himself and watching himself in public. It's a big disgrace. Seriously, it tarnished whatever name, whatever thing it stood for. I felt pity for that man, because somebody helped you, and so what? Even my papa should be like this. If you do mistake, even say you want talk about APC, which he dares not. None of my family members, none of them, none of if my circles, APC what? Because people are tired. Guy, you need to see the way people are tired of this demonic party. They have no plans for Nigerians. It's sad. I feel pained, honestly, when I see people parading themselves in the garment of, APC will do this. I like, this guy's mad. Is it not the same thing we are experiencing? What difference are these guys going to make? Well, I feel that some people you see, poverty, there's the level that poverty will swallow you, you no go fit get sense again, reason like human being. Now waiting, they affect a lot of people with that. And illiteracy is a disease. So guys, I hit my mic. I just want to say, keep the fight up. Saddam, you're doing a great job. Zos, Jimmy, Omoyami, keep it up, man. Otumba, Wagbayi, Bernard, nice one. Keep giving to them woto. If they bring propaganda, more turn them to lemonade, give them back to them. In fact, let's start going to do research against them, so that we'll start putting that out, so that it will be out there with evidence, enough files. Those guys think they're crazy, but they don't meet their meter. They never see anything.
If they throw you propaganda, you turn them to juice. Propaganda juice. Who they sell propaganda juice like this? Thank you, the POTUS. All right, let's go with a lady. Mama Bolande, let's take your submission. I know you've spoken before, but you can come again quickly, and then we'll take God's will alone for Nigeria.
Yeah, I won't be too long. Quick one is a quick question. Right. So if these state held laws on giving the governors pensions and all the rest of it, if it's at variance with the constitution, can a citizen of a state or a group of citizens of a state, right, would they have standing to bring action against that law? Because it's like, I'm sitting here thinking something has to happen, right? And whilst we say, oh, we're going to bring out change, people who are going into who are going to now occupy government seat in whichever state, are banking on it. They're very less likely to, pass legislation or pass an executive order or anything that would mean less money in their pockets. Let's face it. But if a citizen can't, a group take the court and say that it's at variance with the 1999 Constitution and therefore it's rendered null and void. Please, if you're a lawyer and you understand this thing, please come and explain it to us. Please, I beg you. The other thing I wanted to talk really quickly about, right? So while we were talking about APC terrorism and all the rest of it, I already concluded a while ago that it's state sponsored. What scares me is the fact that these people, Nigerian army, will go into the bush, they pay them rubbish, they eat nonsense, they just suffer out in the bush. They will now capture Boko Haram terrorists. Those ones, they'll go to prison for a short period of time, and then you say rehabilitation. Where's justice? Is the penal code for killing somebody not killing them back? Is it not death? So how is it? I mean, I cannot make sense of it. I just cannot make sense of it. And it really makes, every time it's mentioned, I feel very unsettled within my spirit, within my soul, within anything, that these same people will now be absorbed into the Nigerian army. I mean, make it make sense. Make it make sense. What is the end game? Because if they are rehabilitating them in their thousands, and they have been soon, all our young men are dying for this country, yeah, but at the hands of these terrorists, and yet they will catch people. You won't try them because there's no trial. So how are you rehabilitating somebody? Because that would suggest that they have had a punishment. And then at a point, as they come to the end of their prison term, if it's not death, personally speaking, I think whoever kills in that way or shape or form should be lined up, the way they used to line up people, and shot. Right. Forget about human rights, because they did not respect the very basic human right to live. Nothing is sacred. Even in war situations, they're guided by the Geneva Convention and all the rest of it. But this one, it irks my spirit. The last thing, and I'll round up in a second, is when I did the tweet after speaking on the space late last night, I think. I can't remember. All the days are merging into one. And I was talking about the Almagier. When Peter Obi said that he will go to them where they are and teach them a trade, we do not, in fact, we do not hype him enough. Because I went and read, I was like, when did this thing start, sir? It's been there for centuries, but not in the form that is enough in the north, where it improvises. These are the ones that grow up and end up killing people, right? Initially, when they were doing this, as far back as the Kanem Bonu Empire, so we're talking a good number, hundreds and hundreds of years, right? And the idea then primarily was that there's a school. The parents would keep the right to give their child moral, teach them morals, right? And then the school was there. The school was funded. So all through when we had our colonial masters in place, they funded it. So the idea was they don't just learn about the Quran, they learn a trade. That was how it was hundreds of years ago. But these horrible, wicked political leaders have seen that if we want small children to vote one way, we'll use them. If we want them to go and burn somewhere, we'll use them. And it really breaks my heart. It really, really breaks my heart when I think about it, because whilst we are lamenting about the loss of lives, at the other hand, we're not tackling or dealing with the root causes of all of this. Right? We're not dealing with it. But I felt I needed to say it because I thought to myself, oh, I bet Peter B does not talk about anything without having researched it himself. And I was like, oh my God, I'm just in awe of him. Right. And then it just made me realize that the solution he came up with was to take the whole system back to what it was supposed to be from the onset. Children were not supposed to be sleeping on the street. Children were not supposed to be begging for food. The colonial masters paid the emirs, and there was also whoever comes in as charity, right? But the kids learned a trade as well. They learned to trade as well. And Peter B, master stroke. I have to doff my hat for him. Not like he doesn't impress me every day. But when I read that, I thought, you know what? We talk about all the bad things. Let me talk about one thing. That this man, when he says he has a plan for the North, his plan isn't lip service. It's cooked, well thought out, well researched. Right? Those are only going to escalate. The kids that were kidnapped, they two
Mobala,
boys.
please,
There's
can
a
you
reason.
wrap up in
Yeah,
time?
yeah, I'm handing up now. Drafted into this banditry and all the rest of it. Yeah. And then the cycle continues. And that was what I came up to say. Meanwhile, Agbadorians, remember, you are tagging DSS. If you don't tag DSS to my every tweet I make on Mali, all of you, they're going to punish you. I yield to Mike.
All right, thank you. God's will alone for Niger. We'll take you and get a new queue after that. 5 minutes, please. Watch for the wave emoji that I will be putting up, please and please and please.
All right, thank you very much, Zels. Sada, the Emir, I greet you. I greet everybody. Mommy Bolanle, I greet you. Jimmy, Aboki Nagari. Sometimes I want to call names, but I'm not really good at it. I greet everybody on this space. I greet all of us, okay? Thank you very much. I will proceed now. Let me start by saying, fellow Nigerians, this APC terrorism topic that we're discussing today should take a front role in our conversations going forward, because, like, seriously, it's long overdue and it's unheard of. For those of you that may have forgotten, let me remind us. An elder once said on national TV that this government is the one who brought guns to them where they were tending to their cattle in the bush. He went on to say, he said, cattle don't give birth to guns. Long story short, at the end of his speech, he was speaking in Hausa, which was subtitled. He said he doesn't even know what to do with his life again after all the atrocities he has committed. Till today, that confession was swept under the carpet, and it's been some while now. We are just moving on as Nigerians like nothing was heard. And then, of course, Jimmy has posted again the names of those UAE gave to this same government, and nothing has been done. My fellow obedient and Nigerians as a whole, I lost the Dennis Precisely 12th July 2000. I was told we lost her to sickness. Till date, I know what I go through. Even as I'm talking about her right now, her name was Rhoda. As I speak about her right now, I know what I'm going through. I have never been pregnant. I have never given birth. I don't know what it feels like to carry a child for 9 months, give birth to the child, take care of the baby for years, and then only to lose that child. I've never been through this process, but even as I am, just being an auntie, I know what I'm going through because of the love I and that child have for each other. Till date, if I reason the way we were playing, then I have a picture in front of me as I speak with you guys right now. That's to tell you how much. Not to talk about a mother who took care of her child, pregnant for 9 months. She couldn't sleep the way she sleeps as I can sleep right now as a single person who's not pregnant. Going through all the pains, nursing the child to book and give you justice. Yes, giving you justice does not mean the person is going to come out, but at least it would deter, it would deprive that terrorist or whatever from trauma are left in IDP camps, not even knowing where their next meals are coming from. In the last documentary we saw on Arise TV, where some of these people, even in the IDP camp, they're still going through a whole lot of things, where a young lady was telling the world how her child was stolen from where she kept the baby. And she was looking and looking everywhere. She saw a lady about jumping the fence, only for boldness. And she was approaching the lady. The lady ran and left the sack bag. She untied the sack to see her child there. So even in the IDP camps, they are not safe. They are not okay. Yet our government, this government of APC, is still using our hard-earned money to rehabilitate these people, to sew clothes for them, to train them. And we have not been talking about this. To the extent this government had the guts to tell Nigerian medias not to report the killings that is going on in this country. For those of you that saw the BBC documentary, if you still remember that documentary, there was a place when that guy went to, an elderly man took him to mass grave, to a place where they buried people. According to the elderly man, it said the Nigerian media reported that it was just 52 people that were killed, but according to the man, he said over 200 Nigerians were killed and buried in that mass grave. How long are we going to continue like this as a people? Aisha Yusufu, every day, now and then, she will say that the ones that died yesterday were once survivors. Are we going to wait until everyone is killed before we will know that these guys are terrorists, lovers, or sympathizers? How long are we going to continue like this as a people, really? How long? If you read history, a little of history like I did, you will understand that these so-called terrorists are terrorizing the states that defeated Usman Danfodio, the states where Usman Danfodio could not establish his caliphate. You will agree with me that these are the places they are terrorizing these days, and this our government is doing nothing, absolutely nothing about it. APC wrote to power telling the world that they're going to stop terrorism in months. But the later Tahiru Jega, when he was called for questioning, he said, what's his name? The one that left before him. He said they should ask him what he did with the monies meant for buying weapons. And today that man is an ambassador somewhere. Still made an ambassador by this APC government. So, like, seriously, how long are we going to continue like this as a nation? How long are we going to continue like this as a people? We need to sound this trumpet. We need to blow the trumpet. APC should know that we are aware and we are seeing the nonsense they are doing. Good luck, Jonathan, who has no single idea about the military. This man was fighting these people. It was this in Buhari that came out to say the killing of Boko Haram is an attack on the north. And you came in as the major general who has fought wars, who knows how to defeat people at the battlefield. Now these people are spreading like wildfire all over the country. And yet we are just talking about other issues as if this one is not important. Like seriously, if it will mean us to drop everything apart from our mandate, and even as we're talking about our mandate, we should drag this very topic along. Let them know that we know what they are doing. If Buhari wants to end insecurity in Nigeria, it will not even cost him 3 months to end it. So cannot jets were bought. They weren't bought for fun, but we were told they are packed somewhere. If you weren't going to use it, why spend the hard-earned money to buy them? In a country where citizens are dying of hunger and starvation, why buy things that you know you will not use? Caesar, I see your hand. This is becoming too much. When I saw the news of 80 children being adopted again, I tweeted. I said, now is the time, sweetie, please, I'll soon round up. I said, now is the time for us to start asking DSS, where are you and your intelligence? If you can talk about people planning, then why can't you see and stop the kidnapping of these children? Why? So, like, seriously, if these guys really want to end this thing, it won't take them anything. It won't take them anything to end it. So they know what they are doing. And I know that the God of heaven will expose them and disgrace them at the end of the day. I really would have loved to go on some other topics. But again, before I end, I want to say a very big shout out to our one and only chief, Chimamanda. History will be kind to her. And the man that brought cultism to Nigeria at the time where his mates are going back home with their skills acquired to develop their nation, history will be unfair to Wole Soyinka. I yield my mic. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very
And
much.
thank you. Sorry, just a minute. One thing that we have failed to do in this country is learn history and learn from history books. So that's why you see so many things that so many things that when you talk about so many historical events, people tend to look at you like, why don't we know it? It's because you were never taught about it. Someone like Wole Soyinka right now, for every soul that we lose in any higher institution in Nigeria, a drop or a pint of their blood is on his head. Wole Soyinka started cultism in Nigeria. Wole Soyinka is the godfather of cultism in Nigeria. He started cultism in Nigeria. So let him go and get Ballon d'Or, FIFA Best Player, Nobel Prize, World Cup, Champions League, Premier League, La Liga, anything he wants to get, any trophy he wants to get, the greatest trophy that he will always be remembered for in Nigeria, that he brought in cultism to our high institutions. And since then, we have lost thousands of lives by a singular action. So when he comes out right now and Nigerians have kept quiet and have been leaving the man, trying to cover up his bad part and trying to eulogize the good part about him. And I say this because when you go back to history and read about the man called Hitler, Hitler has good sides also. Every villain in this world has a good side, even the devil. You get good to the devil they offer. So when we focus on the man's bad past, we're reminding you his past antecedents. So you understand that we're not just calling out the man, is because we have allowed history to block that part of him. Same way some men now have allowed history to block the part that a drug dealer wants to be their next president. They want to cover up that part. So I don't know who's going to go next, but that's back to you, please.
All right, my brother. Thank you. Let's go with Andy LP. Sorry, Andy's hands are not up, so let's take Abokina Giri and Spotlight. Abokina Giri, are you here?
Hello, Zos. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Good evening to you all. If you're in Nigeria, morning, afternoon, wherever you're speaking from. I greet all of you from my brother Saddam Otumba and all the co-hosts that are here. Honestly, we're in the Ramadan period, so in my own tradition, I used to go offline, be silent for at least 30 days to witness the Ramadan. But after so many things that happen, and the current situation in the country, so one can't just go offline like that because we're in a critical situation. And after what happened on the last space, so it necessitates me to come here in the midst of my fellow obedience to make this very clear, and share so many things with you here. So I crave your own indulgence to please just give me some minutes to say this. Well, I would like. I wish my brother
Okay, I don't
Ibrahim
know.
H. Abdul Karim.
Probably you should just speak to the topic because I'm not sure if you should.
Well,
Just
Zos,
speak to the topic. Speak to the topic, please.
yes, I would like to stick to the topic, but I think on the last space there was something that was discussed about me, so that was even what necessitated me to come here and clear something that has been said, maybe, and I know so many people want to hear it from me, so that was why. If not, I will not even have sent a request. But if it is not okay for it, maybe we should.
Don't worry. Go on. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
Go on.
Okay,
Go on.
thank you very much. I wish my brother Ibrahim H. Abdul Karim is here because yesterday we discussed on the length with him on this same thing. Well, I will appreciate the respect we have for each other and the respect I get from all obedience, especially from the Vawulence space, and I appreciate the respect I command in the whole movement because I know that PO himself, he knows me, he knows what we have done in this movement personally. We discuss and everything. So this is a win-win for me, at least, that whatever the case may be, I know that I have contributed my own quota to the movement, which I'm very, very much happy about that. There are so many things that happened maybe weeks ago or maybe months, and Real Best called me out and on the previous piece, like trying to know what is happening on the ground. So honestly, everything is well, but we know the movement we are in. We deal with so many people, with so many differences, religion, tribe, ethnicity, and everything. So we must expect all these kind of differences between us. Honestly, what happened was, you know, people trying to uh, uh, make some comments about you. Some will go to the extent of even insulting you, calling you all sort of names and everything. So at that process, when I personally react, so the thing become a problem. As I said, Wallahi Azim, I wish good for this movement. And my commitment to this movement is very genuine and real. Because I can't spend 9 months going for a movement that I know that I'm not committed to. You know, it's not possible. I committed my time, my energy, my everything in this movement. So at least we have sacrificed a lot. The situation I found myself is a situation of someone in maybe in Inewi or maybe Onitsha campaigning for Bat, for example. Let me just put it that way. Just imagine the situation he will find himself in that area trying to campaign for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in that particular area. You know that he's not going to find it very easy. So this is the situation I found myself in this movement. I came from a certain region of the country that campaigning for this movement will not be easy for me, and we must appreciate this. But still, we forge ahead just to see that this country is liberated. We know that we are facing so many issues in this country, and wallahi, I'm in this movement because I know Nigeria is not working. And my commitment to this movement is to see the country works for me and you. We are facing a lot of challenges. It is not about religion, it is not about tribe. But whenever I make a comment about something that maybe did not match with so many people's opinion, that is when I'll get attacked. Some will call me names, some will call me mole, some will say that I have corn in my pocket and all kind of things. And at that point, I found myself in the situation whereby my people will be saying, this is the people you are together with insulting you, and like, you know, I'm feeling the pressure on me. So I don't have any option than to react, maybe than to reply in a manner that maybe someone will not feel happy. I made so many comments that if you look at my comments are directly to some people, which I did not make it very open to all obedience. I had personal relationship with so many people in this movement that I cannot go to the extent of destroying the movement. This movement is bigger than me, you, and even Peter Obi himself, because it's about Nigeria. So what happened is not an effort from me to destroy the movement, or maybe to destabilize the movement or anything. Please, people should understand me. What happened was someone made a comment. I'm a Muslim. I'm from the north. We have our own stance on many things. I'm Hausa from Kano. So we must have different opinions on things. When I bring up my opinion, don't expect me to believe in your opinion, even if my opinion, I am seeing it as the best opinion. So this is what some people are imposing on me personally. Why should I comment on so things? Some will say, you are immoral because I voice out my opinion. I cannot denounce my religion or my tribe, because this is a democratically oriented movement that everyone's opinion or commitment is appreciated and everybody's opinion is respected. So if I comment on things, why my opinion will be seen as, you know, as an effort to derail on the movement? I think I have the right to be appreciated. At least my opinion should be respected. So this is what happened between me and that people. And real always maybe he have seen it from another angle, but this is exactly what is happening. I don't have any problem with anybody. I don't have. I did not stand out from the movement. I am there. Only that I am committed with my religious engagement and everything. But I am there. My commitment is 100% to this movement. So please, this is what happened, and we have discussed with Ibrahim Yusuf Abdul Karim yesterday, and I told him this. that this is what is happening. That is why sometimes I don't want to even talk. I don't want to even, engage people. I don't want to even say so many things.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you,
I
Otumba.
I mean, I appreciate the submission. I think I understand it. I understand how you feel. I don't think I might be wrong. I don't think any obedient does ask you to renounce your people or your religion. But I have one burning question. What does when people say, and I've heard you say it a lot, when you say the North remembers or the North will remember, what exactly does that mean? I'm genuinely curious because I think, and this is what I think. I think sometimes, me personally, when I see that the North remembers, it's sort of it's a subtle threat in the sense of, oh, because X is happening, we would punish you or do something for you. So maybe you can clear that up. That way, obedience don't get the misconception anymore of when you or whether Jamil Yusuf or whoever says, oh, they're not remembers. Maybe you can help us. When you say they're not remembers, what does that mean?
Yes, thank you for this question, Otumba. When I said this word, it was when I replied to Real Level Best on this very issue that I explained. People are insulting me on my comment section, calling me names. And my same Northern Kingsmen, my friends, my family, my everybody, under my same comment section, are calling me out to that, is this the people you said you are campaigning for telling us that this is a democratically oriented movement campaigning for months? Like, I found myself in the middle, that I don't know where to go. If I go to my fellow obedience, this is what I'm getting. If I go back to my people, this is what I'm getting. I told the Roberts that, look, I was on Twitter before Obedient Movement. I have family and friends, and they are seeing what is happening. So when election time is due, or maybe the time that we need each other, all these things that are happening, it will reflect back. It will reflect back. This is exactly why I told them that, look, people will remember this thing that is going on. And I think this is the very reply that I gave Real Level Best, that I will not complain. But if I'm coming back to my people that, please come, let's do this thing, they will give me reference with all these things that are happening. Otumba, I hope I'm making sense on this. They will remind me that, were you not the same person that was insulted, that was said this, that was said that, and we are here trying to come to us and say that let's do this and let's do that? So please, what I'm trying to say is, let's be civil in this. Let's be civil. We are civil. We are matured. If we respect each other opinion, each other everything, this movement is a very nice movement. It's very, very nice movement that I am every day. I used to thank God that I found myself in this movement. I've met so many people that we've built relationship, not even political relationship, but personal relationship. Do you know that in this Ramadan, so many people come to me and okay, how far now? I've not been seeing you. Happy Ramadan. Send your account number. Go and enjoy Ramadan. My northern brother did not do this to me. And these people, they are not from my religion, they are not from my tribe, but this is courtesy of Obedient Movement. So is this not a win-win for us, Nigerians? We have united on one goal. So if we are civil, we are upright on what we are doing, we have focus on what we are doing. So nothing will derail us from what we are doing. So that is why I told the others that we should respect each other's opinion. We should not call each other names. Whenever you are trying to tweet something about someone's tribe or someone's religion, remember that you have a brother in this Obedient Movement that you are not from the same tribe or from the same religion. And you'll get hurt. He will get hurt. I personally, I'll not just come on Twitter to start, calling some tribes or maybe, saying bad comments about things. It will not happen because I know the people I'm dealing with. I know that we are in a secular nation and so on. And Nigeria will remain that. part of what I discussed yesterday with Ibrahim is this, we're in Ramadan, and this Muslim ticket that APC imposed on us, if they are doing it for religion, people are there looking for something to break their fast. They don't have it. So that means these people, they are not about religion. They just want to achieve their political aim. That is all. So why are we going to follow these people? We must not follow them. We must find a way to liberate this country irrespective of tribe and religion. So I think I'm taking so much time, and I don't want to take it very long. Please again, I would like to make it very clear again that I'm 100 or maybe 1000% obedient. There's nothing that has changed. This problem, it has come and it has passed, and we have sorted everything out. And part of the thing that I took on
gains. And for APC as a terrorism organization, they've always been a terrorism. They've underdeveloped Nigeria the way it used to be. They continue in all ramifications. They've divided Nigeria along ethnic line. They divided Nigeria along regional line. They divided Nigeria even in development. There are some development that the kind of like the little they achieve that is not anything. They will publicize it as if they don't have it. But millions of billions and trillions of Nigeria wealth is being used on this thing. And it's only in the APC government that 8 years NNPC did not account. 8 years, going to 8 years now. There's no NNPC did not remit, which means where is the crude oil going? Where is the crude oil going? In this thing, the government, NDDC, they have different crises. In Niger Delta, they have different crises. Stay in this government, stay in this government, animal became thief. As in, they've terrorized Nigeria in different form, in different way. They've terrorized, and sometimes some of us are not even trying to believe all they talk. You know, when some people continue, when they continue to lie to you, and the lie become the truth. That's what they are doing. They continue to lie to Nigeria in all ways, and some people are easily getting to buy this lie. And they've terrorized emotionally, they've terrorized us psychologically, they even terrorize us in the way we think, in the way some people think. Because sometimes if you see a typical Nigeria think, sorry to say, it's the way and manner that our government have treated us. That's why some people. That's why there's frustration everywhere. So the truth is that APC has been a terrorist organization. I need the mic.
Thank you very much, AK Priest. APC is a terrorist organization. Please remember, guys, we're trending this hashtag APC is a terrorist party. So please let's remember to put out tweets and engage tweets so that we can have a global trend, inshallah. All right, let's take a lady. So I'll go with Onyx, and then please, if you're on the speaker section, you'd like to speak, kindly put your hand up. After Onyx, we can take Savik. Onyx.
Okay,
4
good
minutes,
morning,
please.
everybody. Zos, Otumba, and Amsterdam. Happy Easter to all Vawulencers. Happy birthday to your princess, Otumba. We wish her God's blessings. And about APC terrorism, I just wanted to remind us because I don't know, it seems like we forgot, or is it that it did not make it to the news, but it made it to the news here when what's it called, terrorists? Is it terrorists? Happy bandits? They broke into the what's it called, the Defense Academy? Is it Defense Academy in Kaduna? They broke into there, they kidnapped people. I think they killed people too. Like APC governance has been like that was when I was scared at some point. That was last year, I think. Was it last year or last week? I think it was last year. I can't really remember. But like I got scared as a Nigerian. I was like, if these people have mind to enter it's not barrack, it's an academy. This is it, I've forgotten. I know it's academy. If they have the mind,
NDA.
NDA, thank you. They had the audacity and the mind to go in there, capture, my God. Then that means we are finished in this country. But you guys will remember how this whole matter died, like the way they treated the whole thing. Oh, see, this country, but APC have terrorized this country. God. People on the street are tired. People are not happy. God knows that, but it's just that P2B is a calm person. P2B is, God, and I like that God is using him. That's why every day I put him in my prayers, and I always encourage Nigerians to pray for him, because if this man is being attacked left, right, center like this physically, you can imagine the kind of attack they are, numbers they are doing on him spiritually. It's just God. So I just want to say that almost APC have destroyed a lot of things. For me, nothing is standing in this country. Everything is just. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. The attack on the NDA resulted in the kidnap of one major of the Nigerian army. I think he later lost his life after a few hours or days. I'm not really sure right now. I can't remember anymore. But the audacity, it's the audacity for me. And if not that you even brought it up now, honestly, I've even forgotten about it because you can't just keep up with the amount of events that keep happening on a daily basis. Imagine we're talking of an attack today. Last week there were several attacks. How do we keep up with these things? How do we keep oh my gosh. We may just need to employ artificial intelligence at this point, honestly, chat GPT or something, because it is becoming too much. If you talk now and you challenge one, they will bring out 3 in a row. How do we keep up with these attacks? All right, thank you very much, Onyx. Savik,
Yeah,
you ready to speak?
yeah, Zos. Otuba, happy birthday to your princess. I forgot to say that before. May God bless and keep her. She continued to grow up in His wisdom. Look, I actually requested again. I wanted to say one thing about Abokinagri and the submission that he made, right? And Aboki is a friend. At least we've been on this movement for some time now, and I just want to give him some advice. We do need emotional intelligence right now. And one thing as an obedient you wouldn't want to do at this point is to magnify anything that will, seem to divide us. And I'm glad you said you had some session with Ibrahim yesterday. Ibrahim is one obedient from the north that I think every single one of us, identify, with what he believes in this movement. And Abuki, the truth is that the way you've actually, pandered to all the useless tweets that Jamilu has been tweeting out since this election ended, since he came out from incarceration, is actually very, very condescending. And I just have to tell you the truth, right? It's not that you don't have your opinion to actually put out. We do understand that each and every one of us have our opinions, but the truth is that don't be quick to magnify things that you think is going to cause ethnic slur. And that's exactly what I'm not saying that you are not the person to put out the tweet, but what happens is that if Jamilu puts out the tweet, you are quick to go in there and magnify it. And that is not what we expect from each and every one of us. Like I will always say, this movement is about the common people and the elites. And that's exactly what has happened in the north. We just have to tell ourselves the truth. Every single time that it comes to election, this same particular set of people will bring up this ethnic and religious divide just to make sure that the northerners do not see any other person to vote for. And these are stark truths that we need to tell ourselves. And I'm glad that people like Yunus Atanko, people like Ibrahim understand these tricks every single time. This is what they do. But you ask yourself, for the past 20-something years, what has happened? All this religious division, tribal division that they've used all these years to keep the country stagnant, has it helped anybody? The answer is no. And so it pains some of us that have been with you guys in this movement, that when that useless concocted tapes came out, he what's his name? Jamilu, that was propagating it. We are going to translate it. We are going to tell the imams to do this and that. But unfortunately, you that should know better jumped into the narration, and then you started, saying you don't know what to believe again. So even if you are sleeping now, someone wakes you up while you're sleeping and say, or comes to your dream and tell you that PO says something, are you going to believe it? So we need emotional intelligence. It's not every single thing that people you think that are within your circle brandish around and you believe and you start propagating them. It's not right. Every single one of us, like I think what Spotlight said is spot on. The obedient movement is like the conscience of the nation right now. It's like the conscience of the nation. People that are looking for something that will make this country better. We're not asking for too much. We're not asking for too much. Some of the things that I think you guys need to take a leaf from what Dati Baba made. You know, the way he has handled himself in this election cycle. With all, like my previous submission, with all the pressure that man is going through, he stood on his ideal and what he believes in. You guys need to take a clue from there. I don't know if Jamilu is on this platform. I had to tell him that Jamilu is someone that is actually causing a lot of this thing. And unfortunately, Abokinagari, I don't know if you are doing it intentionally or not, but once Jamilu says something or tweets something, and you know that that thing is provocative, that people are going to latch on it, you go in there and you magnify it. And it's not something that we should just keep our mouth shut because it's not helping anybody. This is not a fight between the South and the North. No. It's not a fight between Muslims and Christians. No. It's a fight for the soul of Nigeria. It is a fight for the soul of Nigeria. You guys need to understand that. Peter Obi will always say, you don't buy bread cheaper in the North or you buy bread cheaper in the South. No. What we're asking for is how do we make the country better? It's not at every single slightest thing people will start brandishing the phrase the North remembers. They've not brandishing the phrase as if you know you're trying to intimidate people. You're not intimidating anybody. The country is not serving anybody in any way. What we are saying is that the conscience of this nation right now is the obedient. People that are pushing to see how we can make the country better. We need to understand that. It's not a northern or southern issue. It's not. It's all about how do we make Nigeria better. And so let's not be quick every single time that something comes out, APC pushes out propaganda, we start magnifying it as if we believe in it. Look at what is happening with Labour Party. The Labour Party chairman, the kind of problem that APC is causing there, Jamilu magnified it that, saying all kind of trash. And you just...
That guy are very stupid human being. That Jamil is a very
Exactly.
stupid
And
human being. I don't.
Abekunagari will know that, and he will jump onto his tweets and start magnify some things. See, this movement is not about North and South. You guys should stop making it about North and South.
Abokinagari that want to reform Labour Party. Is it not the one that want to reform Labour Party, obedient movement?
Let's not making this movement about North and South. That is not what it is. It's about how do we make this country better. You know, if today,
There was Sabik, no offense, sorry. There was a reason why some people reached out to me when that guy was incarcerated, when he was in prison or something. And Saddam, I said from day one, I don't say some things here. Most of the information I got about that Jamilu from day one were from our northern brothers. That made me that I follow that guy with a very long arm. I never got close to that guy. I separated myself from him from day one. The first information I got from him about that guy and his character was from our northern brothers and sisters. So when it happened, people asked him, I never talked about that guy because I know he's a criminal. That Jamilu Sufi of a guy, he's a fucking criminal.
Exactly.
He doesn't come. He comes on this place to listen. He can never. I just know you from afar. So that's why most times when Abokinagiri makes those moves, I'll be like, and you reach out to me in the DM also, and I will tell you, I just want to say some things here. I respect Abokinagiri because sometimes he goes back and think and come back. But what I'm telling you here is that please, if anybody call you out, it's because of what you have written or you have said, and it has nothing to do with the North.
Absolutely.
So the North is not remembering anything. It is you that should remember, please. Please, nobody's insulting the North or insulting Islam. We respect Islam. We have northern brothers and sisters are in this movement, and nobody are calling out. If you move shady, people are going to call you out. It has nothing to do with the North. Please.
And that's the narrative that APC minions and all the elites in the north have been using. And it's unfortunate that people that should know better will start magnifying it. The North remembers.
Samik, is the same narrative they wanted to use for Soyinka. Oh, if you speak against Soyinka, you're speaking against Yorubas. Fuck no.
Exactly.
If you speak against Soyinka, it's about you're speaking to Soyinka. We should stop trying to associate one person. If you speak against one person, you are trying to ascribe yourself. No, man. If we don't want the Nigerian where everybody can be accountable, then we have no point doing this.
Exactly.
If you are once people come and question you and you start to, man, see, I've taken my L's in public and in private. So if the moment you start to quake, once people question you and you start to shake, there's something wrong somewhere.
How do you okay the people that are even clamoring and saying all these things do not remember us. I've not seen one of them raise their voices to condemn what has happened in Zamfara, what has happened in Kaduna, what has happened in Sokoto, what has happened in Benue. None of them has raised up their voices to condemn it. Senator Shehu Sani that just made a comment about it today, immediately Bashir El-Rufai just jumped on that and started insulting him. Is that how we want to build a new country? With this kind of mentality that you cannot be questioned? Hell no, that's not what obedience stands for. Obedience will drag P2B. I remember when P2B was always coming out to tell us not to do this, people were dragging him. This movement is bigger than P2B himself. We drag every single person. We drag Jack. We drag everybody. So don't always be quick to make this thing as if it's Northern versus South. No, it's not. It is the heart of Nigeria. It is the consciousness of Nigeria. That's what we're trying to build. Please, enough of all this. Germany will do something and you will jump on it and start saying you don't know what to believe again. If you don't know what to believe again, you didn't believe anything from the first place.
Samik, do you know everyone pays me pass? Most of them, they've not talked about the petition. They've moved on, like the election, it's like there's an acceptance for the 2023 election. You will talk about everything. You will talk about the petition or nothing.
Exactly.
But then Obedience not call you out. You now start kicking back.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to point this out. I know Aboki Nagari is here, and honestly, I know some of your tweets. I've jumped on it, and I kind of, called you out on it. I'm not saying it because I want to call you out. I'm saying it. This is if I cannot tell you the truth, there's no need for us being on the same space. We need to tell you the truth. If I err, anybody should call me out. That's the beauty of this movement. If I err at any point, call me out. That's the beauty. We're not above criticism. And that's exactly what P2B will tell you. If you think you know anything, you know everything, you're a stupid person. You're an idiot. None of us know everything. Please, please, and please, let's restrain ourselves from every single thing that we're doing. Oh, North and South, North. This is not about North and South for crying out loud. This is about the soul of Nigeria, redeeming it. I hit my mic. Thank you.
Savit, please, sorry, Saddam, let me just make this very clear about what Savit has have said. About my engagement with Jamilu, everybody will bear me witness. Just go and check Jamilu's tweet. Jamilu command many followers in this on Twitter. So whenever he's going to tweet maybe a tweet that is degenerative and all, he sometimes tag me. So that is why you will see many people commenting on that tweet, and you'll see my name keep repeating on that tweet. I have never engaged Jamilu. I can remember two things that happened. The first one is the audio that came out. If you look at the tweet, I did not even commented on that audio. I just said one thing, that he was complaining that this is what is happening to him. I said this is exactly because my dad called me about that tweet like 30 minutes before the time I saw Jamilu's tweet. I said this is exactly what happened to me. My dad called me and was asking me about this same audio That was the only reply I gave Jamilu on that tweet.
No,
Secondly,
Abokinagari, let me jump in here. You replied and you said you don't know what to believe again. That was what you tweeted.
no, excuse me, Savid, please. You are my respected brother. I will not argue with you, but I did not say I don't know what I will believe. Please, if I ever say that, please, you can dig out the tweet and bring it out. But I couldn't remember that I said that. And secondly, about the APC stuff, I tweeted that I just came on Twitter after I break my fast. I saw one DT old man like this that saying that is the new Labour Party. I said, please, someone should educate me about this. What's his name? La Didi, or I couldn't even remember his name. Please, someone should educate me. Did he do us coup d'etat or whatever? Jamilu came under my tweet that yes, he is acting. He will call me on private call. I say, up to now that I'm speaking to you, he did not even call me. So people think that we are cooking something behind closed doors. Wallahi, he did not even call me up till now. So people are replying him under my own tweets. That is why you see many engagements with my name. But I did not engage Jamilu. I did not used to engage in his tweet or reply him unless if he tagged me or maybe he come under my tweet. This is why you see many people under my tweet because Jamilu engaged me. So this is the two things I could remember. This is the two things. Any other thing, maybe if I said something degenerative on my own, I accept that. But on the issue of Jamilu, this is the two things I could remember that happened between me and Jamilu. And you can go and check my tweet now. I did not delete anything. Go and check it now. He was the one who came under my tweet and replied that he's going to call me. So many people came into my DM that why is Jamilu trying to poison? I say up to now that I'm talking to you, did not even call me. I did not call or Jamilu called me for the past since when he came out from the prison. Wallahi. So I don't have any business with him or talking behind closed door. We are not doing that. Thank you.
Aboki, I just want to make this clear to you, my brother, and see. Please, I want you to understand this because I want this because I've never had this discussion with you before, and I'm saying this here on public record, please, because it looks like most times many obedience want to say something. They'll be like, it's true, Saddam, you go to the violence space. We have been together on this family and everything. I want us to make sure this thing just let this thing end here, please. Please, if somebody insults you, if somebody calls you out, or you're going on, I saw all your I know so many obedience that have been talking to you before that have had to block you in the course of this period, and they reached out to me and said I've had to block Aboki. They tweet all through that yes daddy period. I know people that reached out to me in that period and told me. I'm saying this now for you to understand this, please. If somebody insults you, nobody's insulting the North or Islam. We respect the North, we respect Islam. We have different views, we have different ideologies. So it is very, very unfair that you have a discussion with somebody and the person insults you and say, or let me use myself now, Saddam be the Chris. I'll not come and say they insult Igbo. It is disingenuous as a person. So please, it is very, very important because before that last place that crashed, you said the people are asking, is it these people that no, the person that called you out, and I'm not advising people to call ourselves out or insult ourselves. If we do something wrong, we call ourselves out. But it's not it's like our lifestyle. Nobody enjoys coming out to drag any person. You must have said something that triggered people to respond to you. Nobody will just come out and just gonna make a tweet. Abuki is a bowl. Abuki is have in his pocket. No, you must have said something or tweeted something that have made them respond to you that way. And when they say that, does not mean that they say that the North is a mole or that the North has coin in their pocket. It is you they are talking to, please. So that this thing of the North will remember, the North should not remember anything because nobody talked about the North. People talked about you. That's just my own 2 cents in this whole discussion, I beg.
And for me, I'm saying this. You know how I feel about Jamilu and Umar. I've told you from day one. It's not today. You know how I feel about those two guys. You know. I know the last time they tried to drag you to move mad with them, that last December, they tried to feel like that them get nuts. Without them, we don't get that nuts.
Salam, you know what's funny about them? See, if they're in PDP or APC, the most they will see from them is maybe 5,000 naira. PDP will
No,
not
see
even
one
make
naira
them.
now. See,
They will
see,
not even
see,
make them world chairman.
Umar
But
Farouk that we raised close to how many million on his own space?
yes,
Millions. We did not. I don't even ask you
someone
one kobo. How
that
did you spend the money or anything?
PDP and APC will tell them to stay on the line and collect 5,000 naira for their votes. Because man, but it's whatever, bro.
So please, brother, if all this thing is all about love, so let us not even come out here and come and say, come and act like we did not carry ourselves, we did not help ourselves, we did not support ourselves, or like we're doing it for ourselves. Bro, we're doing it for a Nigeria that we work. If Nigeria works tomorrow and Peter come and develop the vast lands in North, you will benefit more than even me. That's the truth. So please, let us not come and bring this North and South divide. If somebody calls you out, please call the person back out. It has nothing to do with your region or your religion, except the person is now stupid enough. The person stupidly call out in your religion or anything. You will see us obedient that won't come and attack the person. Because it's not about North and South. We're not doing North and South battle here. I will not come out and see someone come and say Muslims are that. I will fucking fuck you up. Because I have great Muslims in this movement. Great Northerners in this movement. It's about the personality and the way you're moving. People are looking at you. This guy on the move like this for the past couple of days. So why this guy going to talk this kind of thing? Why? Then the person gets angry and call you out. So please, my brother, please. It's all love in this movement. We chastise ourselves. We drag ourselves. We love ourselves. That is what love is. If I don't love you, I won't tell you the truth. At the end of this night, we go see Sheikh and say, Baba, today at Easter, if you wake up, you feel carry meat, give you maybe you use break your Ramadan. It's all love, man. It's all love on this platform, please. But do not ever come out and look at it like somebody calls you out and take it to your region. It is not fair. I beg. Thank you. So please, back to you.
Right, my
I bet
brother.
Zos,
Right.
before you go, Abuki, I bet if anybody insults you, just tag me. Are they available? If the person you're here and anyhow, you tag me. Me, are they available to drag the person? As long as if the person generalize anything, just tag me. No one will reply the person. Just put at a little god. Just put my name there. I will be your attorney. No problem.
Well, me in Nigeria. So you want to shoulder all? Okay, thank you all, guys. I really
My
appreciate.
brother, if person insult you, Aboki, person if person insult you, and they say that you insult, no tag anybody. Fight your battle yourself. If they insult, I'm not even starting that anybody can insult any obedient that has sense. We insult not or Islam. We are not obedience are not about those. We have sense.
Now this year, Abado people they create account, they do all these things. So very
Yeah, we
stupid
have
set of people.
but yes, now about people create out. Please let us. We supposed to know this thing since now. So about people get obedient account. You know this thing. Nobody will begin. We have fought this battle for 9 months.
Of course, you know that.
I respect your religion. I respect your culture. We know this thing. Please, brother. Please. But if you guys you go move, man, I go tell someone you the craze. So if I say Aboki you the craze, don't tell me say I go insult Islam. Or don't say that nonsense. Or say I insult Hausa or insult. And no, don't do that, please. That's not fair. It is me saying you. Something is wrong with you. You cannot tell me say Saddam yourself you the craze. And we move on. If I get more punches, I give through. Now it is brother. Now so they happen. For your house, you know they fight. Aboki, answer please. Unmute your mic and ask me. I want to answer this question now.
You say what?
Open your mic. For your house, you and your brother know they fight.
We used to fight now.
So what it can't be like that now? If you fight your brother, they try and say you insult not. I won't know now because I take you as my brother. So if I insult you and me and you fight, we are fighting. Does that mean I'm calling your religion? No, I'm not insulting your religion. I'm fighting with you as a brother. Fight me back. That's how we do these things, please. It is no insult on the religion or the region. So nothing like the not is remembering or not to forget. Please, my brother, please.
That mentality, you should use this mentality to correct other people. Please. But it's all love, my brother. Please, let's going forward. I beg obedience. Understand also the peculiarity of the region this guy is from. Understand that the hard work they do in that region is very difficult also. At the end of all this chastisement upon him, we also should be understandable to understand that he's in a region that we know it is not our stronghold. So we should show him love and support also very, very well. And that's why most people expect me to say some things. I say, no, I shield this guy as a brother because I know the hard work he also put into this movement. I has put over the past couple of months. When nobody believed, I called him out and said, bro, let's do this thing together. And he came out here, volunteered his time and effort. So please, you should understand that. So when you're chastising him, chastise him in love because we are all one.
I'm looking at guy too, my brother. Don't be scared to use your block button. If someone is moving mad, block that person.
Block
If you
him.
like, seriously, it's peace of mind. It's peace of mind.
Block him or block her. Block him immediately. You know, go nobody replace, but block him. The person with the cry.
Otumba, you are NCs don't corrupt Saddam. See Saddam.
Every day now. I
No,
used
bro,
to every day they block 100 people.
it's true now.
I don't know say blocking the suite. I don't know say blocking the suite till I start up. This now I could just go enter comments. I know nobody sent me for that handle. It's not my business. I'll just go like and this day newspaper. I'll just go to their handle, throw one this right P2B something headline. I just go to check on the handle. People just like one will just say obediot. I'll just go check and I'll say like 10 likes. I'll go to like first. Block everybody will like the post.
I
Come
swear
block the person.
now proxy blocking the
Brother,
street
they block you every day. They block 100 people, and we have to increase the number. It is sweet. Try it, my brother and sister. You will love it. I don't know something that Jimmy enjoys since. So Jimmy then say block. I say, so this is a sweet. Almost is the sweetest feeling on Twitter. Blocking. Kai.
My brother, oh sweet you. Hey, if 20 people like that in tweet, those 20, buy one block. Hey, my bro, oh sweet you. You have peace of
I say my timeline be like Peter Obi Palo. Everybody for my timeline be like saying obedient. I don't know when they get news again.
Block. I'm okay. I beg block, please. Block.
Thank you, Saddam. It's already one. I have to sleep before. It's Ramadan.
Please go to bed, my brother. Ramadan, please.
Thank you very much, guys. As Saddam have said, even you and your brother sometimes you fall out and have some quarrel, and at the end of the day, you will come and understand each other again. So this is the beauty of the movement. At least we agree and also disagree. So this is the beauty of it. There are so many people that if you see how we fight, you will be surprised. And at the end of the day, we still look at the same page on things. So, and as I promised Ibrahim yesterday on our private discussion, all of us here will see a new Abu Kinagiri on everything. On the timeline, engagement, and everything. Sometimes it's when you even engage negativity, that's when it will even amplify. So we'll learn from that, and we'll move forward and focus on what is on ground. My culture for over 10 years, every Ramadan I used to go.
Thank you, inshallah, my brother. Thank you, God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, it's all love from our side. I beg, huh? Please, obedience. Please, we show my brother love. I beg. Please, there is nothing mistakes also. Please, and I know most of you that me say I go begin to go block on ourselves. Please, let's temper. There's a way that will be tactical. Please, thank you. Thank my.
I before you block it, you first cost them. You have to cost them out properly.
You get power.
Give that
You shouldn't even give. You shouldn't even allow them to come. I have, guy, Otumba, every day. Just, I'm telling you the secret right now. Go under First Lady tweets. Just go under all these popular obedient tweets. Go under there. Where did they
So
come?
now you don't they keep blocking 101. Causing, you
brother,
don't they keep cause of blocking 101.
Bro, go under all these popular obedient tweets or any bomb tweet. When they don't say all these Abado boys good, just go there. You will see them. The ones that are not got have the guts to tweet, they will like. First go to the like and block all the likes. Block all those that retweeted it. They now block the person. You will see your timeline will be refreshed. I've blocked Tinubu, I've blocked People Gazette, I've blocked Sarah Reporter, I've blocked FF, I've blocked all. See, there is nothing. I don't anything APC. If I don't say AP, I block you. Just for sanity. Block everything. I don't tell you now. You not enjoy peace of mind. There's a country.
Saddam, what say you never block Channels TV? You know, say now yes, Channels TV for the get news. If you block them, they don't get news again. No.
My brother, I don't say I don't block. They are just never enter my this. I never block them. But People Gazette, as they drop that fake news, I just block them. So I know when they come near me, Sahara, I don't block Sahara since as I open this new account, I block Sahara. You know, so just you know those ones are the worst. Those AAC people, those AAC Otumba. Hey, those I be like saying game of supporters online and voters. Those trolls, kai, those ones be like ants who enter your boxers. You wear this, ants enter your boxers. Those ones they don't get manners. I don't. Hey, no. Please, I recommend it for all the Valencians. Block for your sanity and have peace of mind. Thank you. Are you the man exhaust? Please let's keep this conversation. Can we just try and wrap up, please, in the next 30 minutes?
All right. Okay, let's go with Sugar. Then a new Nigeria needs a new you, Pedro. Sugar, are you here?
Yeah, okay. Can I speak?
Yes, please, Sugar.
Sugar,
Pedro,
go
you
ahead.
go after Sugar.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Greetings, house. Greetings, the host, Emir Saddam, Mutumba, Zos, well-meaning, wherever best. Everybody, Jimmy, Ima, everybody on the space. Greetings. I'll just start with APC Terrorism Resumes. It always day on now. APC. To me, I said I don't want to know who is going to come out from that party, but I would never support APC because APC has suffered a lot of Nigerians. APC has killed a lot of Nigerians. In fact, the people that have died in Ukraine cannot be compared to the amount of people that have died under APC-led government. So, to me, there was no way I was going to ever support APC. It's a no, no, no. And let me just put it out there. President Muhammadu Buhari, to me, is the worst president that ever happened to Nigeria. Even if propaganda would try to whitewash him, I would never agree with something. He promised a free and fair election, and he failed woefully. And he never for one day had remorse to come to tell Nigerians that I'm so sorry for wasting $355 billion, approximately around $600 million. I'm sorry for wasting that money. No remorse. That is what APC is. And for me, APC is Agbogo People's Congress. These people are full-time thugs. But don't worry, on a good day, they'll be out of Nigerian space. So about the ex-governor's pension, man, guy, I wish all of us in Nigeria could understand that, first of all, Nigeria is not a poor country. Nigeria is a rich country. And these elites understand these things so much. In fact, there's one song that used to say, divide the national national cake. It is so juicy, in fact, it's so sweet. You understand? And these people, because they know a lot of Nigerians are not enlightened, we don't ask the right questions in Nigeria. We don't ask the right questions because if we ask the right questions and if we understand that power belongs to the people and not the people in power, then probably we will start even asking our elected officials, those people that are legislatures, those people that are house assemblies, because we are the ones that elected them in that offices. And they are the closest to, these governors or the president. And they should not be licking the balls of their party members. They should be licking the balls of Nigerians, because now we get them, we employ them, and also we should also know there's something they call recall. We can always recall those ones for being stupid, going over there to represent us, but instead of representing us, they sat over, shared everything with their party people, and forget that we are suffering back home. It is so sad. So even those pensions, we can start calling, just like the way these people are saying they should stop doctors from going out of the country. You're stopping the doctors from going out. Are you revamping the healthcare sector? Or you just want to keep them, they just the waste, add to population of the 133 million people in multidimensional poverty? Clear now, reason now. So we need to, instead of just always venting online, which is beautiful, but we need to also begin the form alliance of how to pull back these men back. So about Adichie, I would just say she's always been great, and I'm happy that we have someone from the younger generations of Nigerians that are actually speaking the truth to power. So I'll stop for here. Happy Easter, everybody, and I'll end my submission this way. I am an obedient. I am not a fascist. Thank you so much.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you. All right, and Pedro.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. Emir Saddam, God bless you. The Bible says, "Blessed are the peacemakers." And one thing I'm so happy for you guys in this is just that this. I don't know why you picked the name Vawulence, so because you're so far from it. You're a peacemaker. You're not violent, so.
No, we are violent with our facts and figures. That's where the violence is.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. 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 This is why APC, PDP, and the rest of the terrorists will never catch up to you, because you have a blessing. They will never catch up to you. And even if they think they have plans, it will always get foiled constantly in Jesus' name. Every single one of their plans will be foiled. So I've been looking forward to this topic, APC terrorism, because one thing I've noticed is that this party has been terroristic for a very long time, and the way they have been able to um, evade accountability is by making sure that nobody that can hold them accountable ever comes near them. So I'll say this, it all the way to the Supreme Court. But because Tinubu had immunity at that time as a sitting public official, they weren't able to pursue it. The Supreme Court wasn't able to pursue the case. And then by the time Tinubu left office, Fawenmi was now sick. So unfortunately, there was no follow-up until like 2013, when by that time, Tinubu had already found people that could now dismiss any application that came against him like that, which Dominic Adegbola tried in 2013, but it was dismissed. And then Tinubu credited that dismissal of that scandal to Osinbajo, to show you how corrupt APC is. So Osinbajo, the so-called pastor of Redeemed. Anyway, let's just put that one aside. So now look at Buhari. Buhari too, when it comes to his credentials and his certificate, he told INEC to go and check when there was a question that arose about it. He told INEC to go and check with the military, that the military had it. Now, this was before he became president. So obviously, he wasn't presiding over the military. So the military could talk then. So the army now responded very quickly, and they denied that they had any possession of his certificates. But guess what? So now in 2019, but you know the matter, but he still got elected because, like APC does, they rig everything, and he still got elected. So now in 2019, when the matter came back up again, um, he was actually able to get re-elected because now the military himself was the ones that a few days after his spokesman had spoken that, yeah, the military had now lost it. This was the presidential spokesperson, to show you how they intentionally, they'll make sure their spokesperson is a crook. They'll make sure their chairman is a crook. They'll make sure the ministers are crooks, you know, just to make sure that whatever they need to get in order to succeed in power just keeps getting forward and keep moving forward. So this particular presidential spokesman at that time was the one that now said that he was speaking for the army and that the army had lost the credentials. So guess what WAEC did? WAEC made a home delivery of an affidavit to Buhari. Amazing. Eh? So the rest of us that went to school, I guess it doesn't matter, that we went to school. So, Shatima. So this is everybody that we are dealing with right now. I'm just going with just the top guys. Though there's, like Sizzle always does. That's why I love Sizzle's facts and figures and Jimmy's investigation and Otuba and Zosi's inputs. Okay, so here we have Shetima. Shetima was alleged to have been behind the killing of late Alhaji Awana Ngwala. He was a former ANPP person that was trying to run for governor in the same state where Shetima ran for governor. And then he was also involved in the alleged to be involved in the killing of Modu Fanani Gubio after that other guy was killed. And Gubio had actually, after he was appointed to succeed Sheriff. So, and then Sheriff is a whole totally different thing. We'll talk about Sheriff another day. But guess what? With what Shetima did, the people that they interviewed about the killing claimed that Shetima didn't even finish paying the payment of the murder of Modu. Sorry, of Gubio's mother, that he didn't even finish paying it. So to show you how APC is so devilish and demonic, that they would even kill on credit, just the same way they got people to vote for them on credit. And the interesting thing is, who are you going to go to that the person who hired you as a hitman didn't pay you? Are you going to go to the court? I mean, so they just keep getting away with it because I don't know, the foolery we have within us that keeps falling for this over and over again. The money they've already spent in this election is already expiring in most people's hands. So what you're going to find now is that a lot of people are going to start coming to their senses. The APCs, the PDPs, because that money, there's not enough money in the central bank for them to stop Obi's mandate. There is not. So all that money that they've spent is now coming to an end. And there's no place for them to steal it anymore because they've already put themselves in so much debt. So now people's eyes are going to be opening up. And that's what I love about Jimmy's analogy about the time bomb, the ticking time bomb. And I would like to also say that it's also like a dam that is about to break. Because the thing is that they're keeping an eye on the obedient movement. But I don't know, I keep having this feeling that it's not going to be even anywhere close to the obedient movement when it happens. Because these people that they've defrauded for many, many years, that have done their killings and the rest of it, they themselves, they hold a grudge on APC and PDP more than the obedient movement, more than Peter Obi, more than Dati. So they need to be careful. Anyway, I'll rest at that. We'll have another research session another day. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, my sister. Let's go with obedient son of Joseph and then Emmanuel. Obedient son of Joseph. 3 minutes, please.
All right. Can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear.
All right. Greetings to everybody. Saddam, everybody. I've been here for a while, and I really love what is going on here. Very quickly, I am from Benue State. Just coming back from Benue today, and I tell you what is going on is a carnage that has been ongoing for a while now. The APC terrorism did not start today. They use it to actually paint the government of Jonathan black. In 2018, when they killed some people in Benue State in my village, I was nearly shot on that day. It was by God's mercy that I escaped that death, and it has. My mom also was nearly killed in Plateau State. So I have come in contact with all this madness from these guys for a while now. And the recent one in Benue that is going on, the governor of the chairman of Otukpo local government's son was killed, and other persons were killed. So it's a madness that is going on, and I'm less surprised because I know the APC and the security apparatus of this nation colluded. Because you can't tell me that this thing is going on and they are not aware. On the issue of putting Boko Haram bandits, repentant Boko Haram, as they say, back into the army is strategic, is on purpose. Nobody can tell me otherwise. There is not practiced anywhere in the world where you arrest terrorists that have murdered people and then put them back in your security architectures. It's strategic, and that is why this thing is going on abated. Who is giving them the informations of the security details? Who is giving them all these things? So it is what it is in Nigeria. And concerning the ex-governor's pension, my governor is owing 141 billion as a state, and they are paying them terrible amounts of money. It's terrible. It's terrible, and if obedience don't let these guys know that, look, we are not going to take this shit anymore, then we have ourselves to blame. I have so much to say, but I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sticking to the time. God bless you. All right, Emmanuel, and then Blink. Emmanuel.
Yes, sir. Thank you for giving me another opportunity to render on another summation. This one is regarding the terrorism of APC, and is a personal account. 2016, I was in Nigeria, and through one of my pastor friend, I was taken to an IDP camp in Benin. I did not believe there was an IDP camp until I got there. My brothers and sisters, the stories I heard brought me to tears. How parents' heads were cut off in front of their children. How sisters were raped because they refused to renounce their Christianity, and so on and so forth. I cried. I went to New Benin Market. I shot at one of those old pickup, and I bought food. Rice, gari, oil, you name it. Came back. Before I came back, by the time I was getting these stories, it was from the pastor. His name is Pastor Solomon Folorun Show. Wonderful guy who would sacrifice all his life to this business of taking care of those that are in need. And by the time I dropped the things, because I was excited that I got things that was a lot. By the time I got it out of the vehicle, and he now rounded everybody. There were about 3,000 of them as at the time I came, and he wanted to come and thank me. I was like, no, this was not necessary. No. This is our practice. They love doing it. And when they all gathered around the small food, it was as if I dropped one cube of sugar on the floor, and a colony of ants gathered it. And fast forward to what Oshomole and Buhari did. Because this man was reaching out to different people across the aisle, APC, PDP, and whatnot, people were coming to donate to his work. Oshomole and Buhari wanted to shut that place down and use buses to take all these children who are now fatherless, motherless, brothers and sisters, back to where they have no homes. So because this pastor was so keen at protecting these children, men, boys, and girls, he also reached out to people he knew and spread the word. Thank God at that time the media was still fair to him. They put the word out there.
My brother, please, can you wrap up in 10 seconds?
And the point I'm trying to make is this terrorism thing didn't just start now. We was talking about resumption of terrorism. It's been going on. This very particular camp in Benin is close to my heart. That's why I wanted to talk about it here. If we're about building Nigeria, we've got to relook at this place where this help are needed. I support that ministry every time, every day, but we need more people to look out for these ones that we're talking about. These are the Nigerians that we should care about. They're not on Twitter, they're not on Facebook, but they need our help. So obedience. There's a camp in Benin called Home for the Needy. Look into them if you're led to support them. Please do.
I think 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening to everybody. Yeah, this is my second time of talking on this space. I want to just appreciate you guys for what you guys are doing. You're doing a great work. I'll be following you guys since people were starting playing music since morning in my time here. Following you guys till now. So I just want to appreciate you guys and more grace to your elbow. Then what this guy just said right now is real. What we are saying, like what I said yesterday or day for yesterday, based on the mostly the will I say the Fulanese, but they're all in all application, they are all Muslims. They are going to the south now and trying to take over the south. They are in the west already. They are on the west. So we should try and sensitize our guys that everybody should be careful where they are going out. They are in the marketplaces right now.
My brother, please let me educate you, please. Because this thing, this work need a whole lot of education, please. Terrorists have no tribe, have no religion. Please let us be very, 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 very. You have to. I don't know how you. I don't know how to put it. When you say terrorists, don't say they are Muslims. Don't you have Christian terrorists? Did you gather anyone and find their tribe? I did the interview with them and know that it's Muslims and Fulanis. Please let us be very, very, very careful the words we use, please. If you have done the investigation yourself and you know it is this thing, you call the person. That's what I've just been saying it up here right now. That's what I've been saying on the platform right now. That if I associate people by what they do, they are terrorists. Please stop calling a person religion inside this thing. Please. I beg. Not on this platform. Please. If you want to call terrorists. Do not associate any religion with terrorism. We have terrorism across every religion.
Okay, nice one. Thank you for that correction. But I think I mentioned something like that yesterday also. Sorry for using the Muslim stuff. But I believe in one scenario that the terrorists are talking about, they come from the ISIS. I don't know how would I put them. But I definitely engaged one when I was in Nigeria. That was 2 years ago. Delta State, they're in this Hausa market. And he's my friend. He always trying to last for me. I talked to him. I said, look at what is happening in the north. What is happening there? He said, my friend, just keep quiet. We are just waiting for the sound before they will not know what to do. That I see that they are all everywhere. They are the security in the people's compounds and the rest, shoemaker and the rest, that they are just waiting.
Oga,
So
please. You
thank you.
see, wait. Listen.
Yeah.
Most time when people come on platform, all of us are Nigerian. There is nothing you're seeing. The other part not seeing. All of us are not seeing. So this narrative of they are coming in the south, they are coming to. Please stop. That is not what we are talking about. We have a country to save, and whatever that happens in Nigeria affects everybody, both north, south, and east. The problem we are fighting against affect everybody. In fact, when it comes to terrorism, the highest victims of terrorism are people in the north. The highest victim, I've said this thing before, the highest victims of terrorism are even Muslims themselves. So we want to talk about, we want to link it to religion. The idea, what we are talking about is not about Fulanis or Muslims trying to take over the south or take over the southeast. We are talking about the fact that we have a country to save. and there are people who are enemies of this country, and these enemies of this country cut across every region. There are people in the southeast who are enemies of this country that we are fighting against.
Simon Ekpa no be
So,
terrorists.
I don't know. So please, this idea that
My brother, we have moved on past my bag. I've dropped him. I don't know. Emotional intelligence is very, very hard for some people. I don't understand how you cannot differentiate. Someone Ekpa that have been killing people is not a terrorist. Autopilot, IPOP that have been killing people, are they not terrorists? You come out and now say all Igbos are. It's not simple about fighting all Igbos are IPOP and the rest. Please, we should. I don't know how plenty people know they get emotional intelligence when they talk for this. Honestly, please let us be wise, please. It is not you. People are criminals. Human beings are this. Human beings are that. As call the people out. What I've been saying is all on this platform. I beg, please, Zeus, please, the other person, let us speak. If not, let us wrap up. Today is Easter. Make I no carry verse start Easter, I beg.
No, Yawa, no, Yawa, no, Yawa. I think we're done with all the speakers on the speaker
Sugar don't
section
talk.
now. Yeah, Sugar don't talk. Except Real Best wants to say something else, but we've taken all our speakers for today. So I guess we can wrap up. It's been a very beautiful and entertaining and enlightening.
Sorry, Zos. May I just tell Saddam?
Keep
Saddam, you don't
quiet.
teach me
Wait, make
bad
I
thing.
talk first. No,
Saddam
sorry.
don't teach me bad things,
I
Zos.
know for no sorry me. Wait, make I talk finish. You the Chris.
Me when they
Oh
teach,
yeah,
I
go on,
only
go on,
teach
go on.
good thing, I beg. I don't teach people bad thing, I beg. Now only good thing I dey teach. Please do not accuse me falsely, huh?
Saddam, you know where I did now? I don't want APC like page. I know they block people, they block people, they block people. I know, make I not go you stay block Peter. I'll be the way I dey go like this.
You know
Saddam,
go.
you carry me
The
go where I
guys you go
don't know.
block. You know go to chop food again, no, because me now once they die they chop. If you begin block, you go block, you go forget say your feeding time don't reach. You go just dey block they go because a lot of stupid people are online. You will know that you've passed 2 hours, 3 hours blocking people. But guys, just thank you guys. Thank you very much. Please, it's Easter
let
over
me
here.
say something now.
Remember best.
Sir.
What again now? Eh? Oh yeah,
Say
continue.
you want to close now. I want to say your this thing now. I
I
beg.
want
I
to
just
close
want
now.
to.
Church don't finish. Church won't close. You won't
Yeah,
give offering.
yeah. Thus, my man. Please, I just want to say happy Easter to everyone on this space. I just want to wish you, the best of the season. Just as our Lord Jesus Christ is going to raise tomorrow, whatever that is dead in your life, I pray life into it. I pray that whatever that is dead be erased in the name of Jesus. So this Easter will be the best Easter you have. It's going to speak to your finances. It's going to speak to whatever thing that you hold dear, your business, your education, whatever thing that you do. May this Easter be the best you've always had in your lifetime. So Saddam, Zos, Sweet Angel, all my friends, women in Nigeria, Abokina Geri, Sweet Angel,
You don't
Omega,
do now. What this sweet angel they do
Shirley,
wake up again two
Lamin,
times? What this sweet
Sweet
angel
Angel,
do?
and my personal.
We don't
Madam
know don't do.
Anka, wait now. Sweet Angel, and my personal, you know, no.
You
Madam
don't cry
Anka,
three
the
times now.
Otumba. Well, Madam Bola, Father, waiting your problem. Sweet Angel, and my person now.
4 times. 4 times.
Okay, I'm not talking again. If one.
Hey, hey. That way sweet angel give you a chop. Please, sweet angel, please, I want to eat too, please, eh? Please send some my way too. Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for always sticking with us on the violence space. It's always, always, always fun to meet you guys. I think this is the hardest part for me on this platform when I have to draw the curtains and say goodbye. But it's just a short-lived one. We'll be back here by God's grace on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Nigerian time. Thursdays, church opens again, 4 p.m. Saturdays, 4 p.m. Thank you guys. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. Thank you for believing in the obedient movement. Thank you for believing in Peter Obi. Thank you for believing that it is possible that we can take back our country. Though the battle may look long, we always remember that it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We will take back our country, and we are united across all boards, from the east to the west, to the north, to the south, to the middle belt. We are one Nigeria fighting. And I say this all the time. I remind myself all the time that Saddam, you're fighting the good fight. Please, as an obedient, remember this. No matter what you see on the line, no matter what you see offline, you are in the side of history. You are fighting the good fight. You are that in movies they call it actor and boss. When we're growing up, that's what they call it. I know what they call it right now. We call it actor and boss. We are the actors, and the actors they always beat actors till the very last minute. Actors will not find one punch and punch the boss, and the boss will die. That's what we're doing right here. But the good thing is that we are fighting and we are the right side of history. History will remember the roles we played. Please do not give up. Do not lose hope. Stay strong. Stay resilient. Much love and respect to all our Muslim brothers and sisters across the nation that having a Ramadan. God see your heart. Please pray for the movement. Keep praying for us. Please keep praying for Peter Obi, guys. No matter your faith, pray for that man. Keep praying for the obedient movement. I pray for the obedient family every single day. I think we should all do the same because we really, really need God at this point in time to help us. Thank you guys one more time. God bless you all. Thank you to all our regulars on this platform. Thank you to my brothers N6, Otumba. Happy birthday to your sweet, lovely daughter. Thank you to my brother Zos. Thank you, Jimmy. Well-meaning Nigeria. Real ever best. Thank you, Sugar. Guys, I could not bring up. I am sorry. Please, guys, please keep tweeting with the hashtag APC the terrorist party. Thank you to all our big handles that always come up here. All our blue tickers. Thank you, JP, my brother. Thank you, Lamine, First Lady. Thank you, Anka Davis, Sweet Angel. Really ever best call your name 4 times, so I'll call it 5 times. Sweet Angel, Sweet Angel, what are you putting in your soup? Sweet Angel, Sweet Angel, please send me my own. Thank you, Omega XD. Thank you, Olawaski. Thank you, Spotlight. Thank you, Madonna. Thank you, Bobby Bolanli. Thank you, Mama Wakiri. Thank you, Naomi Chidi. Nina, thank you. Hey, Franny. Ayomide, thank you. Napunzel, thank you, Mary White, Tweet Doctor. Thank you, Adowere Chichi. You just requested the mic and ran back. Why? Thank you, Oluwa Damilari. Thank you, Just OG Ademola DJ 911, my brother. Thank you. Take care. You said I'm a bully. You know I'm not a bully, my brother. Thank you so much, Ores. Thank you, Mr. Waleri, Sheila, Pinky, Hesley. Hey, favor, pay your tithes. You keep coming to this church late. Pay your tithes. Ikena, thank you, Kolade, Lady Titi, Ebele. Guys, I can't call all your names, but thank you to all our blue tickers, Orobs. I see you, Gladys. Thank you so much. God bless each and every one of you. Happy Easter is the happy resurrection. Jesus Christ has risen from the dead, and yes, it calls for celebration. Celebrate your family and friends. Love you all. See you same station, God's willing, on Tuesday evening. Remember, we do this for God, for country, and for our family. Love you all. Good night and stay safe.